Hi, I'm Walter Sennett Armstrong from Duke University.
And I'm Ram Netta from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill.
3 years ago, Ram and I constructed a Coursera course called Think Again. It taught students how to analyze and evaluate arguments.
It taught them how to tell the difference between good reasoning and bad reasoning.
Over the last 3 years, we've had a wonderful time teaching Think Again, and we've really enjoyed interacting in the discussion forums with students from all over the world.
We were extremely pleased with the reaction to our course. Over the past 3 years, over 750,000 students enrolled in that course.
But we realized that we could teach the course even more effectively if we made a few small changes.
First, it wasn't easy to cover all the material that we wanted to cover in the 12 weeks of our course. Each week contained hours of lecture, exercises, and quizzes. And doing all those hours of work every week for 12 weeks was a tall order.
In the third week of each section of that old course, we asked you to learn new material and then also take a quiz. Well, that's just too much.
So for these reasons, we decided that the best way for students to learn all of the material that we wanted to teach them was to divide up our original course into 4 much shorter courses.
That way, you can take one of the courses, take off a month or 2, take another course, maybe skip a course, we hope you won't, but do it at your own pace in the way that fits your lifestyle best.
And that way, you're most likely to end up learning all of the material that we want you to learn. Maybe not this year, but eventually.
And the material really does fit together. So even though we've split up the course into 4 separate courses, it's very worthwhile for you to take all the different courses if you possibly can.
The lectures in the mini course that you're about to take now were all part of our original 12-week course. And so frequently, you're going to find that we make references in those lectures to other features of that original 12-week course.
For example, very early on, I say that arguments have a form or a structure, and that we'll study that form or structure in future weeks in the course. Well, now that's in the second course, the course on deductive logic.
And I begin the course in deductive logic by saying, "Welcome to Unit 2 of our course." Well, I was referring to Unit 2 of our original 12-week course. But now, deductive logic is its own course. And when I talk about weeks 4 and 5, I'm referring to weeks 4 and 5 of our original 12-week course. But now, they're weeks 1 and 2 of the deductive logic course.
We hope this is not too confusing, but the basic message is really simple. Just ignore all of those cross-references to other parts of courses or other courses, just the same way that you ignore the wrinkles on an old road map.
Hey, I like to use wrinkled road maps.
Well, it's fine to use wrinkled road maps as long as you know the wrinkles aren't extra roads, because then you're going to drive off onto them.
So you're saying that the students can learn all the material that we want to teach them, even if they ignore all of our references to the old 12-week course?
Exactly.
Sounds like a plan to me.
We hope that you enjoy taking this mini course just as much as we enjoyed making it.
And we hope that it encourages you to take the other courses in our Think Again sequence.
And also to encourage your friends and family to take this series of courses as well, because it's a lot more fun to take these courses together with other people so that you can talk to them about the arguments you'll be studying.
Thank you for listening.
Hi, welcome to our Coursera course. This is the first time we've ever taught an online course, and we're very excited about it.
All right!
I'm Walter Sennett Armstrong from Duke University, and my co-teacher is Ram Netta from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Say hi, Ram.
Hi.
Thanks. This is going to be a great course. It's going to cover a lot of important practical issues, raise some fascinating theoretical questions. We'll also try to have some fun because there are lots of wacky examples where people make silly mistakes in arguments in everyday life. And we'll try to teach you how to avoid those. The title of the course is Think Again, How to Reason and Argue. And the title pretty much tells you what the course is about. We'll try to teach you to think again about a wide range of issues that affect your life in various ways. We're not going to try to convert you to our point of view or teach you to believe what we believe. Instead, we want you to think in a new way and in a deeper way about the issues that matter to you most. The subtitle of the course, How to Reason and Argue, tells you that we're going to focus on a particular type of thinking, namely reasoning. Because most people don't want to be arbitrary or have unjustified beliefs. They want to have reasons for what they think and do. But how do you get reasons? Well, we're going to approach reasons by way of arguments, because arguments are just ways to express reasons. And if you can understand arguments, you can understand reasons. And if you can formulate good arguments, you can have good reasons for the ways in which you think and behave. So that's one way in which it's important to understand arguments, namely to get better reasons for your own beliefs and actions. But another way in which it's very important to understand arguments is to avoid mistakes, because there are lots of charlatans out there who are going to try to convince you to think the way they want you to think and to behave the way they want you to behave by giving you bad arguments. So you need to spot them and avoid them. Just think about a used car salesman who tries to convince you to buy a car because it looks really cool and you'll look even cooler if you're sitting in the car. Well, that might be a good reason to buy a car and it might not. And you're going to have to figure out which kinds of arguments to believe and which kinds not to believe. Consider another example. Say a lawyer in a courtroom and you're sitting in the jury and they're going to try to convince you either to find the defendant guilty or to find the defendant not guilty. But either way, you don't want your decision to be like flipping a coin. You want to have reasons for what you're thinking and for the verdict that you reach as a member of the jury. Or an evangelist tries to convert you to their religious beliefs and to get you to give up your old religious beliefs. Well, you don't want to make that kind of decision arbitrarily either because it's so important. And then what about your personal life? You might have a friend who says, let's go for a cross-country trip, it'll be great. Well, maybe it will and maybe it won't, but you don't want to commit yourself to such a big endeavor without having thought it through properly. How are we going to study arguments? Well, in this course we'll have 4 parts. The first part will teach you how to analyze arguments. That might seem really simple. You just read the passage and hear what they're saying, but actually it's quite hard because some passages or some sets of words, if we're talking about spoken language, contain arguments and others don't. Here's an example. Consider a letter to the editor. Some letters to the editor don't have arguments at all. They just say, thank people for having behaved in nice ways or done nice things. On the other hand, other letters to the editor include arguments. They try to convince you to vote for a certain political candidate, for example. So you need to distinguish which passages include arguments and which passages don't include arguments. Then you need to look at those passages and figure out which of the words, which parts of those passages contain the argument. Then you need to separate out those parts, put them in a certain order, which we'll call standard form, and often these arguments will have missing parts, and you'll have to supply those missing parts or suppressed premises in order to get a full picture of how the argument works. And that's what we'll do in part 1. Then in part 2, once we've got the argument in shape, we can start to evaluate it. But evaluation is going to depend a lot on what the purpose of the argument is. Some arguments try to be valid in a logical way, and those are deductive arguments. So we'll start first by looking at deductive arguments and the formal structure of deductive arguments. We'll look at propositional logic, then categorical logic. That'll be part 2 of the course. Then in part 3, we'll look at a different kind of argument, inductive arguments that don't even try to be deductively valid. Here there are just a lot of different kinds. So we'll look at statistical generalizations, applying generalizations down to particular cases. We'll look at inference to the best explanation and arguments from analogy. We'll look at causal reasoning and probability and decision making. So there'll be a lot of different types of inductive arguments covered in part 3. Then in part 4, we'll look at fallacies. These are common but very tempting ways to make mistakes in arguments. Some of them have to do with vagueness, others have to do with ambiguity. Some of them are irrelevance, like arguments ad hominem and appeals to ignorance. And we'll also look at a major fallacy called begging the question that people commit all the time. And in the end, we'll teach you a general method for spotting and avoiding these common mistakes. So that'll be part 4. And at the end of each part, we'll have a short quiz with some questions to make sure you understood. So we're very glad to have you in this course, and we're very honored that there's so many students in this course. But that raises one problem. Namely, we cannot answer emails from students. So please do not email us individually. There will be discussion forums where you can go and talk to other students about the material in the course. And I bet that if you go to those forums, not only will you get your questions answered, but if you go to those forums and help answer other people's questions, everybody will learn more. And that's what this course is all about. So thanks very much for joining us on this adventure, and we hope you stick with it because we've got a lot of fun and a lot of important things to cover. One final recommendation. We've done these lectures so that you can just watch the lectures by themselves and do the exercises and take the quizzes. However, if you're listening to a lecture and you're having a little trouble understanding it, or if you're really fascinated and you want to get more detail, then there is an accompanying textbook called Understanding Arguments by myself and Robert Fogelin. Many of the best ideas in this course come from him. He's been a leader in this field of understanding arguments for many decades, and I owe an awful lot to him, and I really appreciate that. So I wanted to do a little shout out of thanks to Robert Fogelin before we get started on this course in the next lecture. Well, I hope the first lecture convinced you that arguments really matter. Of course, they're not the only thing that matters. There's more to life than reason and arguments. But they are something that matters, and they matter a lot. So we need to understand arguments. Now, the first step in understanding arguments is to figure out what arguments are. And the first step in understanding what arguments are is to figure out what arguments are not, because we want to distinguish arguments from all of those things that don't count as arguing. And the best source of information about what arguments are not is, of course, Monty Python. Well, that was pretty silly, wasn't it? But in the midst of all that silliness, we find some truth because, after all, many members of the Monty Python troupe were philosophy majors. So each room represents a kind of thing that we need to distinguish from arguments. So let's think first about getting hit on the head lessons. Arguments are not like hitting people on the head. You hit people on the head when you wrestle.
This is for Sarah, damn it! This is a waste.
The point is that arguments are not fights. You don't win an argument by hitting somebody on the head. Sometimes little children say that their parents are arguing when they're really having a verbal fight.
All this fighting, I might as well be back with my parents. Damn it, George. I told you if you didn't quit drinking, I'd leave you. Well, I guess that makes you a liar, because I'm drunk as hell and you're still here.
But you cannot win an argument just by yelling at someone. That doesn't make the argument any better, because that's not the point of arguing. Another room in the Monty Python skit involves abuse.
Don't give me that, you snotty-faced heap of parrot droppings!
Now, abuse is one of the things you do with language, but it's not the same as arguing. You cannot win an argument simply by calling your opponent a stupid git.
Stupid git.
And the point of this course is not to teach you to go back and abuse your roommate by calling them nasty names. That will not help you win any argument. It also won't help you win any friends. And another room in the skit has to do with complaining.
Nothing happens, you might just as well not bother, and my back hurts, and whenever you had a fun day.
But all those complaints don't amount to an argument either. They're just expressing your emotion about the situation. Arguing is something different from all of those rooms. So what is arguing? Well, at one point, one of the characters says,
Well, an argument's not the same as contradiction.
Can be.
No, it can't.
so what do they mean by a contradiction? In British English, to say a contradiction is just to deny the person or contradict what they said. But contradicting what the person said, that is denying it, is not arguing. I can say, what do you think is the best flavor of ice cream in the world? Well, I have my favorite. I know what the best flavor is. The best flavor is Ben & Jerry's Coconut Almond Fudge Chip ice cream. There's nothing better. And then you say, no, it isn't. Well, you haven't argued that it isn't, and I haven't argued that it is. We're just disagreeing with each other. We haven't given any reason for any of the positions that we've adopted yet. So, as Monty Python says later on, a different character, argument is an intellectual process. It's a process not just of asserting your views, but of giving some kind of reason for your views. So the next definition that Monty Python gives of an argument is that an argument is a connected series of statements to establish a proposition. I take it they mean intended to establish a certain proposition. So that's a pretty cool definition if you think about it, because it tells you what an argument is made of. It's a series of statements, and statements are made in language, so arguments are made of language. It also tells you what the purpose of argument is. The purpose of argument, they say, is to establish a certain proposition. So now we have a pretty neat definition of argument. This definition gives us a nice contrast, because there are lots of other series of statements or sentences that don't count as arguments because they're not intended to establish a proposition. Consider, for example, a novel, which has statements about what's going on, but it's not necessarily trying to establish any particular proposition. Or a dictionary might have a series of definitions, but it's not intended to establish a certain proposition. Instead, novels and dictionaries order sentences in a different way. They order them either chronologically or alphabetically, whereas arguments are trying to put statements into a certain structure that reflects the order of reasoning in order to establish the proposition, according to Monty Python. But Monty Python, no matter how great they are, and they are great, didn't get it quite right, because the purpose of an argument is not always to establish a proposition, because some propositions that are conclusions of arguments we already knew. Consider, for example, a mathematical proof. If someone tries to prove the Pythagorean theorem in geometry, people already believe the theorem. They already knew that it was true. So they weren't trying to establish the proposition. But the proof does something else. It shows you how that proposition is connected to the axioms of the system and helps you understand why the proposition is true. And we'll see that other arguments like explanations do the same thing. So sometimes arguments are intended to establish a proposition, like Monty Python said, but in other cases, they're intended to help us understand the proposition and the reasons why the proposition is true. So we want to distinguish reasons to believe that the proposition is true from reasons why the proposition is true. And arguments can do both of those things. So we need a somewhat broader definition of argument to cover these different kinds of reasons. We'll think of an argument as a connected series of sentences or statements or propositions where some of these sentences or statements or propositions are premises, and one of them is the conclusion. And the ones that are premises are intended to provide some kind of reason for the one that's the conclusion. This definition is useful in many ways. First of all, it tells us what the parts of the arguments are, the premises and the conclusion. Secondly, it tells you what the argument's made of. It's made up of language, because sentences and statements and propositions are made in language. Third, it tells you the purpose of argument, to give a reason for the conclusion. Fourth, a nice feature is that it's very flexible because there are lots of different kinds of reasons. We don't want our definition to be too narrow because then it won't cover all the different kinds of arguments. And the notion of reason captures the different kinds of relations between the premises and the conclusion in different kinds of arguments. So let's do a few quick exercises to make sure that you understand how this definition works. Welcome back. In the previous lecture, we saw a definition of argument as a connected series of sentences, statements, or propositions, where some of those sentences, statements, and propositions are premises, and one of them is a conclusion. And the premises are intended to give some kind of reason for the conclusion. In this lecture, we're going to look at the purposes for which people give arguments, because the purposes are crucial in determining what an object is. Take, for example, an artifact that you might find in an archaeological site. You won't be able to figure out whether it's a really big screwdriver or a really small spatula unless you know whether the people who used it intended it to screw screws or to pick up food that they were cooking. So to understand arguments, we need to understand the purposes for arguments. And that means, why does somebody bother to give an argument instead of just asserting the conclusion without an argument? Well, just think about it. If you went to a used car lot and the salesman said, "You ought to buy that Mustang," would that convince you? Not a chance. But if the salesman said, "You ought to buy that Mustang because it looks really cool and it goes really fast," or maybe it has great gas mileage, or whatever, and gives you a series of reasons, then you might be convinced to buy the Mustang. So that's one purpose of arguments, to try to convince you to do things or to believe things that you wouldn't otherwise do or believe. So this purpose is persuading or convincing. And if you think about it, what the salesman's trying to do is he's trying to change your mental states. He's trying to make you believe something that you didn't believe, or do something that you didn't do. So he's trying to bring about an effect in the world. But that's just one purpose of arguments. We don't always act like salesmen. Sometimes, instead of trying to change people's beliefs, we're simply trying to give them a reason for their belief or for our belief. And to give them a reason is not necessarily to convince them or persuade them or change their beliefs. When we're simply trying to give them a reason to believe the conclusion, we're going to call that justification. So imagine that your friend, you're not a salesman, you're a friend. Imagine that your friend is thinking about buying a car. He doesn't know which one to buy. You might say, "Well, I think you ought to buy the Mustang because it looks really good and it goes really fast and it's actually got pretty good gas mileage and it's quite reliable," or whatever. You're not necessarily trying to convince her to buy that car. It'd be fine with you if she bought any car she wanted, any car that would make her happy. You're trying to talk about the reasons for buying the car so that she can make her own decision. In that sense, you're trying to justify that decision or that belief that the Mustang is the best car for her to buy, and not necessarily to convince her or persuade her. If she comes up with great reasons to the contrary, you're perfectly happy, whereas the salesman wouldn't be. But notice that you might give exactly the same reasons that the salesman did, exactly the same argument that the salesman did. The difference lies in the purpose, because the salesman is trying to convince her to change her beliefs and actions, but your goal with your friend is to discuss the reasons for her decision or action. So you're thinking about justification, and the salesman was thinking about persuasion. Now, it really matters whether your goal is justification or persuasion, because there's a big difference here. If you're trying to justify your friend's belief or your friend's action, then you're trying to give her good reasons. The salesman can convince her or persuade her with bad reasons. So it doesn't matter to his purposes whether the arguments that he gives are any good or bad, as long as they work to affect that change in the world. Whereas you care about whether your arguments and your reasons are good reasons or arguments because you're trying to justify that belief or that action. And of course, people can try to do all of these things at once. They can mix them together in various ways, and that can get complicated. So when someone gives you an argument, you need to ask a series of questions. The first thing you need to ask is this person trying to change my mind or change my behavior? If so, then their goal is persuasion or to convince you. Then you need to ask, are they trying to give reasons for changing my mind or for believing if I already believed it? Well, if they're doing that, then their goal is justification. And if you go down that series of questions, you'll be able to understand what the purpose of giving the argument is, at least for this range of cases. So let's do a few exercises just to make sure that you understand justification before we go on to the next purpose of argument, which will be explanation. Hi again. In a previous offering of this course, one student made a great point about persuasion and justification and the relation between those two. She did it in an argument that she presented for the entire class, and I think we can all learn by listening to her. So here it is. Strong Arguments Don't Always Persuade Everyone by Jessica Hyde from the United Kingdom. It's not enough for an argument to be strong, valid, and sound to be persuasive. You can have an argument for which every premise is genuinely true and where every conceivable flaw in the argument is negated and still not have it be persuasive. There will almost always be someone who either misunderstands the argument or who blindly believes the opposite of a premise in face of facts. Human beings aren't always logical and don't always believe scientifically proven cause and effect. Religious and cultural beliefs can be too hard to overcome. So, even the best arguments can have disbelievers. Thank you, Jessica. What a great argument. I'm convinced. Remember, to persuade someone is to convince them or change their mind into believing what you wanted them to believe and what you were trying to get them to believe. Whereas justifying is giving them a reason to believe your conclusion. And those are different because, as Jessica argues very well, sometimes people make mistakes. You give a perfectly good argument with perfectly good premises, and it's formulated as clearly as could ever be expected, and yet they don't understand it or they don't believe your premises, and so they're not persuaded. But still, you did give a good argument. So, you succeeded in justifying your belief. But was it a good argument if you were trying to persuade them? Well, maybe not. If your purpose was to persuade them, then it might matter to you that you didn't persuade them. Whereas if your purpose was to justify the conclusion, to give a reason to believe it, then you did succeed in that purpose. So whether you see it as a good argument or not is going to depend a lot on what your purpose is. But as Jessica points out, sometimes you're going to want to persuade, and it's not always going to be easy to turn an argument that justifies and gives a good reason into one that persuades. That is going to depend on making sure that they do accept your premises and that they do understand your arguments. And that's yet another trick that we haven't discussed perhaps as much as we should have. And we learn another lesson from one of the student comments on Jessica's argument. Here it is. From Judith. I think Jessica has opened a very interesting discussion with her argument. Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate that. We do too. What I'm learning is the purpose of an argument is to state with clarity and some degree of certainty an opinion or point of view. A valid, strong, and sound argument in and of itself may never persuade or convert anyone to adopt a different way of thinking. So what? What a strong argument does is communicate clearly what one thinks and why they think it. So I guess the benchmark of success for many arguments is not complete persuasion, but is how clearly one is understood. If someone's intent is to blindly refute everything. That's not an intellectually honest engagement. I've found that in constructing better, more thoughtful arguments, people may not agree with me, but they're far more considerate of what I have to say. And by using much of what we're learning, I'm listening much more intently to other views. Yes, Jessica, many things do defy logic. We just keep trying to do our best. Thank you, Judith. What a great point. Because what you've done is you've shown us that there are other goals of arguments in addition to persuasion and justification. The one you mentioned was understanding. Sometimes the point of an argument is not to bring other people over to your point of view, but just to make them understand why you hold the position that you do. You're trying to show them your reasons, even if you know that those reasons are not reasons that they themselves are going to accept. Well, why would you want to do that? As you say, because it makes them more considerate of what you believe and of you. Because if we understand each other and the reasons why we hold our positions, we'll respect each other more and be more considerate. Not always. Of course, there are going to be exceptions. But as a general trend, we're going to get along with each other much better if we understand why we disagree and what reasons we have. The example where this is not working is politics. Everybody knows that politicians just yell at each other and don't really listen to each other. They just scream out what's going to appeal to their base without thinking about what the real reasons are for the positions they're holding. I think they'd be a lot better off, and we'd be a lot better off, if they were to take Judith's lesson and say, give us the reasons so that we can understand why you're adopting that position. We'll give you our reasons so you can understand why we're adopting our position, and then we can seek a compromise by satisfying the values that we both are most concerned about. And arguments can play a role then in helping us cooperate with each other and live with each other and compromise on the very important issues that we all face. Another lesson that Jessica and Judith have taught us is don't set your sights too high. If your goal is to persuade everybody, you're going to be constantly frustrated because there are always going to be people out there who don't understand your argument or who understand it but are obstinate and refuse to accept your premise no matter how well you argue for it. So, if you try to convince everybody, you're not going to succeed. So give it up. You can't convince or persuade everyone. Still, you can accomplish a lot. You can help them understand you. You can come to understand them. And you can give them good reasons to believe your conclusion. Well, that's a lot. And that can be very important, even if they're not persuaded. And you, if you're justified in believing your conclusion, can have reason to believe that the fault lies with them, not with you, when they don't accept your conclusion. Of course, you probably can't convince them of that. You can't convince them that the fault lies with them, not with you. But still, you might have accomplished your goals if your goals are reasonable. Namely, to increase understanding, to find the reasons for your belief, and to present those reasons in ways that people ought to understand and accept. That's what justification is, and that's what understanding is, and those can be extremely valuable in arguments, even if there's still some people out there who aren't persuaded. As I said in the first lecture, arguments are used for many purposes, and in the lecture just before this one, we saw that it can be used for persuasion and also for justification of various sorts. But persuasion and justification are not the only purposes for which arguments are given. Arguments are also given in order to explain things. So we're going to spend this lecture talking about explanation. Indeed, what we're going to try to do is to explain explanation. We explain things all the time. And I'm going to give an example that'll probably really tick off my co-teacher Rom because he's from Chapel Hill. But my example is somebody might ask, why did the Duke basketball team win the national championship in 2010? And the answer might be that they had great players and a great coach. And of course, they got lucky. You have to have some luck to win a national championship. But in any case, an explanation of that event is a reason why it happened. So to explain something is to give a reason why it happened or to answer a question about why it happened. Notice that when you explain something, you assume that it's true. It wouldn't make any sense to ask, why did Duke win the national championship in 2011? Because they didn't. You can only ask why this thing happened if it happened. So we've already got one difference between explanation and justification and persuasion. When you try to persuade someone to believe something, that thing doesn't have to be true and they don't have to have believed it in advance. When you justify something, right, you can justify belief in something that they don't already believe. But when you explain something, both the arguer and the audience are assuming that that thing happened, that the conclusion is true, and they're looking for the reasons why it happened. So if the goal of explanation is not to persuade or to justify, and the arguer and the audience both already believe the conclusion, then what's the point? What's the goal of explanation? The goal of explanation is to increase understanding, not to convince us that the conclusion is true, but to help us understand why it's true. And we can do that in a number of different ways. There are actually, according to Aristotle, 4 different types of causes, he would call them, but we would probably call them explanations. The first, he called efficient causation. We'll just call it causal explanation. And that tells you why something happened. Why did the bridge collapse? Because there was an earthquake. That explains why the bridge collapsed. The second type of explanation he called teleological or purposeful explanation, because it's looking at the purpose or the telos or the goal. Why did Joe go to the grocery store? To buy milk. His goal of buying milk is what explains why he went to the grocery store. Third type of explanation is formal. Why does this peg not fit into this hole? And the answer is because the peg is square and the hole is round. That's why it doesn't fit in the hole, and that explains it. That helps you understand why it didn't fit. The fourth kind of explanation is material. Why is this golf club so light? Why does it weigh so little? The answer might be because it's made out of graphite. That helps you understand why the weight is so low on this golf club. It would be a lot heavier if it were made out of steel. So we can have 4 different types of explanation. We can have causal, we can have teleological, we can have formal, and we can have material. And all of those different types of explanation are aimed at helping us to understand why something happened. So did you hear that train whistle? We want to ask, why does the train emit such a loud noise? Well, one answer might be that what causes it to make that noise is that the conductor pulls a lever on the train which creates that noise. That would be a causal explanation. Another explanation might be the teleological explanation. The train was crossing an intersection with cars and wanted the cars to know that they're coming. Another explanation might be a formal explanation, because the whistle on the top of the train has a certain shape that makes the air come out with a certain vibration. And a final explanation might be a material explanation, because air has a certain density and a certain material that makes it create that kind of sound. So we can give all 4 types of explanations for the same event. Here's another example where we can apply all 4 types of explanation to a single event. Joe jumped out of an airplane. That's what caused him to fall. But then, why did he jump out of the airplane? To get excitement. Why did he fall so fast? Because of his shape, it was aerodynamic, and because of the material that he was made out of, heavy flesh, which was a lot denser than the surrounding air. So all four of those factors go into an explanation of why Joe fell when he jumped out of the airplane. So next we need to talk about the forms of explanation. You can actually give explanations in several different forms. For example, if somebody said, well, why did you move to Duke? I might tell a story about things that happened before I moved to Duke that led me to want to move to Duke, and I could talk about moving to Duke and all the nice people here and so on. You can give explanations in the form of narratives like that, but notice that that's not going to imply that everybody in similar circumstances is going to behave in exactly the same way. So you're not going to get general principles out of those types of narrative explanations. But other explanations are given in the form of arguments, and that's the kind that we're going to be interested in here. The form in which explanations occur in arguments is really pretty simple. One premise usually states some kind of general principle that can apply to a lot of different situations. And then the second premise talks about the current situation and says that those types of features that the principle mentions are instantiated in this case. And then the conclusion says that explains why it happened this way in this case. For example, if we want to know why objects fall, right? So there's a book and it falls. We want to explain that. We need to cite a general principle. But notice that not all objects fall. Some objects actually rise. Helium balloons rise. So we need a principle that's going to explain why some objects fall and other objects rise. Then we'll understand why helium balloons rise, just to stick with that example. And the answer is that when an object is suspended freely in a medium where the medium is more dense than the object, then it rises. And when an object is suspended freely in a medium where the object is more dense than the medium, then it falls. So you can explain why helium balloons rise by having as your first premise, whenever an object is freely suspended in a medium, like a gas or a liquid, and the medium is more dense than the object, then the object rises. Now let's talk about the circumstances in this particular case. The helium balloon is less dense than the air that surrounds it. Therefore, the helium balloon rises. And that explains why the helium balloon rises, and you can see how you give another argument to explain why the book fell. Now, this form of argument gives some people the impression that any generalization can be used for explanation, but that's not quite right. One example is Bode's law. Bode's law says that 0.4 plus 0.3 times 2 to the n can be used to predict all the distances between planets and the sun, where n is the number of the planet. So if n is Venus, then n is 0, Earth is 1, Mars is 2, and so on. This law was actually used to predict both the largest asteroid in the asteroid belt, Ceres, and also Uranus. So this law is a generalization that held for all the planets that they knew in Bode's day, and also used to predict new observations of planets. Pretty cool. It actually turns out to fail when you get to other planets, including Neptune and Pluto, but still it worked pretty well for the data that they had. But nobody thought that this law explained why the planets were that far from the sun. They happened to fall in that pattern. It could be used to predict, but it didn't explain why they were the distance that they actually were from the sun. So Bode's law gives you a nice example where you can have a generalization and a prediction without explanation. Now here's an example where you can have explanation without prediction. Just think of a woman who has AIDS and gets pregnant and gives birth, and her child has AIDS too. Now, that would explain why the child was born with AIDS, but it won't predict that the child will get AIDS, because actually less than 50% of the children who are born to mothers who have AIDS themselves. So you can't get a prediction out of that disease state, but you can get an explanation when the child does in fact have AIDS. And notice also that the fact that the mother has AIDS doesn't justify you in believing that the child has AIDS. What justifies you in believing that the child has AIDS is that you test the child's blood and find HIV in the blood. So here we have an example where there's an explanation without justification or prediction. And so explanation is very different from those other uses of argument. So then, more positively, what is the goal of explanation? Well, the goal of explanation is to fit this particular phenomenon into a general pattern. And that's what all of these explanations do. Why do you want to fit them into a general pattern? Is simply to increase your understanding of why they came about. They came about because they fit into this particular type of pattern. And this kind of understanding them, fitting them into a well-known pattern, is useful because most of the things that we want to explain are kind of weird, unusual, bewildering, surprising phenomena. That's when you need an explanation, because fitting into the pattern makes it a little less bewildering, a little less surprising, because it shows that it's kind of like other things that have happened before. And that's what Bode's law does not do. Because Bode's law, although it holds for all the planets that have been observed in the day of Bode, it doesn't explain anything else. It doesn't fit it into a larger pattern with other planets around other solar systems. And now that we've discovered planets, we found many planets around other stars that don't seem to follow Bode's law at all. So it doesn't fit our solar system into a general pattern, and that's why, even though it's a generalization and was used to predict other planets, it does not provide an explanation of why the planets are certain distances from the sun. So now we've learned a little bit about what explanation is and what explanation is not. Explanation is an attempt to fit a particular phenomenon into a general pattern in order to increase our understanding of why it happened and to remove bewilderment or surprise. Explanation is not persuasion or justification or generalization or prediction. Those are other uses of argument. So we've seen quite a variety of different uses of argument, but we've only scratched the surface. There can be lots more and lots more to say about each of these. So if you want to learn more about these purposes of argument, a good place to start would be Chapter 1 of the accompanying text, Understanding Arguments. But we're going to leave this topic for now and turn to a separate topic in order to understand something you want to know, not just its purpose, but the material out of which it's made. So the next few lectures will be about the material out of which arguments are made, namely language. Last time we discussed what arguments are for, their purposes. We saw that arguments have at least three purposes, namely persuasion, justification, and explanation. We also saw that one way to explain something is to cite its purpose. So we can understand why Joe went to the store by seeing that he went to the store because he wanted some milk, so his purpose was to get milk. Similarly, we can understand arguments by looking at their purposes, and that's what we did last time. But this time, we're looking at a different kind of explanation. And as we saw, one way to explain things is to look at the material. So you want to understand why a MacBook Air is so light. The answer is it's made out of aluminum. Similarly, if we want to understand arguments, we're going to gain understanding by looking carefully at the material that they're made out of. And we saw that arguments are sets of sentences, statements, and propositions. So that means they're made out of language. So in this lecture and the next few, we're going to look at the nature of language in order to better understand arguments. So if we know that arguments are made out of language, we know that the only creatures who can give arguments are ones that can use language. Now some people think that other animals can use language, and there's a minimum kind of language that other animals can use. But other animals cannot use language that's complex enough to make arguments. It might seem that there's some exceptions. Here's one possibility.
¿Qué opina usted del gobierno de Zapatero? Pues igual que yo. ¿Y qué opina usted? ¿Qué opina usted del gobierno canario?
But no matter what it sounds like, this goat is not really arguing. Maybe he's fighting, maybe he's fending off what he takes to be an enemy, but he's not arguing. So, if other animals can use language, we can't define humans as the animal that talks, but we can define humans as the animal that argues, or, as Aristotle said, the rational animal, the animal that reasons, because other animals don't do that. Humans are the only one that argues and reasons in this sense. So, we can understand humans and arguments better if we understand language better. Now, I can't tell you everything that needs to be said about language. You'd need to take a linguistics course for that, and I recommend that you try one, because it's very interesting. But here, I'm only going to be able to make 4 basic points about language. First of all, language is important. Second, it's conventional. Third, it's representational. And fourth, it's social. That should at least get us going in understanding what arguments are made of. First, language is important. It would be extremely difficult to live life without language. Just try to imagine what it would be like. It's really hard to imagine. But think about someone like Helen Keller, who was born able to see and hear, but very shortly thereafter lost her ability to see and hear. And it was only much later in life that she gained the ability to use language, because she never had that in her early years. And when she gained that ability, she was amazed.
W-A-T-E-R, water. It has a name. W-A-T.
When Helen Keller gained the ability to use language and to communicate, she didn't become able to see or hear. She still couldn't see or hear, but she could do amazing things. She went around the country giving presentations. She graduated from Radcliffe College. All of that was made available to her simply by adding language and communication to her life. So language is extremely useful, and that explains why it's all around us. I mean, just imagine walking down the streets of a city and all the signs that you'd see. You just see words here, there, and everywhere. And now we have a mystery. If we're not paying attention to language, then how can we use it so well to achieve so many purposes? And the answer to that lies in the second general feature of language that I want to talk about. Namely, language is conventional. But what's a convention? Remember that in the United States, people drive on the right-hand side of the road. That's our convention. But what does that mean? It means that there's a general pattern of behavior that most people throughout society obey on a regular basis, and they criticize people who deviate from that pattern. And the same applies to language. We have certain patterns of using words in certain ways, and when people deviate from those patterns, we criticize them. We say they're misspeaking or it's ungrammatical. Of course, conventions can vary. I mean, everybody knows that there are many countries around the world where people don't drive on the right-hand side of the road, they drive on the left-hand side of the road. The United Kingdom's one of them, but there are lots more. And the same applies to language. You can have the same word that's used to mean very different things in different languages. The most notorious example is football. In the United States, it's used to refer to American football, whereas in the rest of the world, it's used to refer to what Americans call soccer. And people in the rest of the world think that America is kind of silly because you don't use your feet on the ball except for punting and place kicking in football. But whether it makes sense or not, the point here is simply that the conventions can vary from one part of the world to the other. And of course, you can do that with any word. You could, in English, use the word money to refer to socks. At least the English language could have done that. It didn't, but it could have. So in this way, conventions seem to be kind of arbitrary. They could have been very different. But language is far from completely arbitrary because the conventions of language have limits. And two of these limits that I want to emphasize come from the fact that language is also representational and social. So first, language is representational. When we use language, we're often trying to refer to objects in the world and describe facts in the world. And you can't change those objects or those facts merely by changing your language. One good story to illustrate this is about the young Lincoln. When he was a lawyer, he supposedly examined a witness during a trial, and he said, okay, how many legs does a horse have? And the witness said 4. And then Lincoln said, well, if we call a tail a leg, then how many legs does a horse have? And the witness said, well, then I suppose the horse would have 5 legs. And Lincoln said, absolutely not, that's wrong. Calling a tail a leg doesn't make it a leg. And the point of this story, whether it's true historically or not, is that language cannot change the facts of the world. It can't make horses have 5 legs if you merely change your language. Here's another example. Suppose that you don't have much money, but you happen to have a lot of socks in your drawer. Well, you could say, I'm going to use the word money to refer to socks. And now all of a sudden, I've got lots of money. I'm not poor anymore. It ain't going to work. And that's because language, again, can't change your financial situation. Because that's a fact about the world, not about how you're using the word socks or the word money. And the other limit on the conventions of language comes from the fact that language is social. Sure, sometimes we talk to ourselves and use language to write things down, write notes to ourselves, for example, without other people around. But basically, language evolved because of its social function. And what that means is that there's a point in following the conventions of the language as shared by the rest of the society that speaks that language. You know, I've always thought that it was kind of silly that grapefruits are called grapefruits. Sure, they're fruits, but they don't look like grapes at all. They look more like lemons. They're like really big lemons. And that's why I think they ought to be called mega lemons. But if I went to a restaurant and I wanted to order grapefruit juice, so I turned to the service person and said, I'd like some mega lemon juice, I probably wouldn't get what I wanted. And so even if I think the language is not using the right conventions, there's a point in following the conventions of the language in order to be able to communicate with other people and get what I want. And again, the great philosophers Monty Python saw this very well when they produced their little clip called The Man Who Speaks Only in Anagrams.
Our first guest in the studio tonight is a man who talks entirely in anagrams.
Tathsi Creoct.
Do you enjoy this?
I stom certainly odd. Revi chum so.
And what's your name?
Hamrag Yattlerot.
So the point is obvious, namely, language is shared, and once it's shared, then it makes sense to actually follow the conventions of society, even if you don't like them. Overall, then, language is important, and it's conventional in ways that might seem arbitrary, but actually is limited in important ways by the fact that language is also representational and social. But it's kind of cheap to say language is conventional. Which are the conventions? Which are the rules that language follows? And this is actually extremely complex because language follows rules or conventions at many different levels. Just take a real simple example. You walk into a pizza shop and you say, "Give me pepperoni." Well, the person then fixes a pepperoni pizza and you pay for it. But how did that work that you said, "Give me pepperoni"? Well, first of all, notice that you had to use words that were meaningful to the person you were speaking to. Gimme wasn't a word in English a long time ago, but this person understands gimme as a word, and therefore they can understand it. But in addition to those semantic constraints, you also have to have physical production constraints. You have to say it loud enough. If the pizza shop is really noisy, then you have to speak pretty loudly to get the person behind the counter to understand what you're saying. You also have to put the words in the right order. If instead of saying, "Give me a pepperoni pizza," you said, "Pizza A, give me pepperoni," they might not understand at all what you're saying. So there's structural combination rules that you have to follow as well. And there are also etiquette rules. In some pizza places, if you just said, "Give me pepperoni," the waiter might say, "Well, forget it, sir. I don't serve such impolite people." I certainly would say that to my son. If my son said, "Give me pepperoni," I wouldn't get him a pizza. I'd say, "You need to ask me properly." So rules of etiquette can also get in the way of communication and cooperation. So language operates at all of these levels: physical production, semantics or the meanings of words, syntax or the rules of grammar, and etiquette. Now all of this might seem obvious to you, and it probably should be obvious to you. But the rules of language are not always obvious, and that's what we're going to be learning throughout this course. I'll start with a simple example. What's this? Well, that is a finger, okay? But what's this? Oh, that is a singer. This is not a finger, and that's not a singer. Why do we pronounce the word finger with a hard G and the word singer with a soft G? That's a rule that we all follow, but very few people know the rule behind that pronunciation. So, do you know the rule? Take a little while and think about it. Have you got it yet? Okay, I'll tell you the answer. When a word ends in N-G-E-R and is derived from a verb that ends in N-G, then you get a soft G, like singer. But when the word that ends in N-G-E-R is not derived from a verb that ends in N-G, then you get either a hard G, like finger, or a kind of medium G, like plunger or danger. Now, when do you get that medium G or that hard G? That's a trickier question. I don't know the answer to that one, which shows that we can all use language according to rules without knowing what the rules are. We don't have to be conscious of the rules at all. And a lot of what we're going to be doing in this course is looking behind our language to try to figure out the rules that govern the way we use language, especially when we're making arguments, in order to better understand what we're doing. Some of the answers we give will be obvious once you mention them, but I bet you hadn't thought of them before. The rules that we've looked at so far apply to every use of language, but we want to focus on those rules that are important specifically to arguments. At least normally, misspelling or mispronouncing a word doesn't affect an argument. Of course, if you pronounce one word so that it sounds like another word, it can be very confusing and people won't understand you. Or if you misspell it so badly they don't know what word you wanted, the argument's not going to work. But normally, misspelling and mispronunciation don't make the argument bad. Instead, what affects the argument is what's going to affect the proposition that's getting expressed, the meaning of the sentence, because that's going to affect whether the premises justify the conclusion or whether they explain the conclusion. And so we need to focus on those rules of language that in particular deal with the meanings of words and of sentences. So what's meaning? Well, one thing I can tell you is we're not going to be talking about the meaning of life in this course. The meaning of life is a totally different topic. We're also not going to be talking about whether clouds mean rain in the sense of giving some indication or evidence that there's going to be rain. We're concerned with the meanings of words and sentences in language. We're concerned with linguistic meaning in particular. So, how are we going to understand linguistic meaning? Well, one way to think about the meanings of words and sentences is to ask how you would explain them to someone who doesn't understand them, like a small child or someone who doesn't speak this language. Well, if somebody said, what's the meaning of the word chair? You might go, well, when I use the word chair, I'm referring to these things, something like this. When I say, I am sitting on the chair, what I mean is my body is above the chair. And so that approach to teaching language suggests to many people that what words mean is the same as what they refer to. And what sentences mean are the facts that they try to describe. Now that view of language is often called the referential or descriptive view of language. So is this referential or descriptive theory adequate? No, 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 no. Absolutely not. That theory does not cover a lot of language that's extremely important. Just think about greeting someone in the morning. Hello. Are you referring to an object when you say hello? Or think about the word not in a sentence, and that the word not is going to be crucial to arguments. But does the word not refer to something separate from the other things? Well, if it did, then there would be more objects in the room when I'm not sitting on the chair than when I am sitting on the chair. So you cannot understand the meanings of many words like hello or not, or for that matter, am or sitting. Many words don't fit this referential or descriptive theory of meaning. So if meaning is not reference or description, what is it? Well, here we're going to take our cue from Ludwig Wittgenstein, the great 20th century Austrian philosopher, who argued that meaning is use. If you want to understand the meaning of the word hello, you don't look for some object that it refers to. You ask, how is it used? And the answer is obvious. It's used to greet people. If you want to understand the meaning of the question, where's the library? The answer is, well, that question is used to inquire about the library, to ask where the library is. If you want to understand the meaning of an imperative like, give me a pizza, then that is a way of ordering a pizza. You're using that phrase to order a pizza. So the meaning of the phrase is given by the way those words are used in normal situations by competent speakers of the language. And this point about meaning being used is very important to the language of argument. As we saw, the word not does not refer to an additional object. The same goes for the word and. When you say, I am sitting in the chair and I am in the office, the word and doesn't refer to an object either. So if we want to understand what the word and is used to do, then we have to think about what people do with it. And what they do is they conjoin different sentences. They don't add an extra object or an extra fact. They just conjoin sentences and form a whole sentence out of two parts, each of which was a sentence to begin with. Of course, the word and is not always used to conjoin sentences. We can say things like, Roberto and Olivia went to Sao Paulo together. And Roberto's not a sentence, Olivia's not a sentence. They're people, not sentences. And there weren't three things that went to Sao Paulo together. Roberto, Olivia, and this third thing, and, whatever that is. Still, the word and is used to conjoin. In this case, it's used to conjoin things or people. In the previous examples, it was used to conjoin sentences. But if we want to know what the word and means, we shouldn't be looking for some object that it refers to. Instead, we should be describing how it's used and what it's used to do. Namely, it's used to conjoin. And when we look more closely at the uses of language, we see that language is used in a lot of different ways. Use is diverse. Just take a simple example. I'd like to give you a little piece of personal advice. You ought to floss your teeth every day. So what did I just do? I uttered a bunch of words. I made physical motion in the air. But in addition, those words were meaningful. You ought to floss your teeth every day. Each of those words is meaningful in the language. And I put them together in an order that was grammatical. So the whole thing makes sense. When you make a meaningful utterance like that, we're going to say you perform a linguistic act. And there's a linguistic level of the use of language that we will study in one lecture, the next lecture. But in addition, when I said you ought to floss your teeth every day, I also gave you a piece of friendly advice. I advised you. And notice that even if you don't follow my advice, I still advised you. And if you don't follow my advice and your teeth rot out, then I can say, look, you should have listened to me because I advised you to floss your teeth every day. So the speech act level occurs even when it doesn't affect your actions at all. That's the second level of use of language, the speech act level. And we'll talk about that in more detail 2 lectures from now. The third level of language has to do with the production of certain effects. Maybe when I say you ought to floss your teeth every day, I persuade you. And what that means is I bring about a certain effect on your behavior or your thought or your attitudes? Well, that's what we're going to call the conversational level. And conversational acts are the acts of bringing about those effects, and persuasion is one example. So now we have three levels of language. We have the linguistic level, which is the meaningful utterance, producing a meaningful utterance. We have the speech act level. Advising is a nice paradigm of that, which can be accomplished even if you're not persuaded. And we have persuading you, which is the conversational level. So there's the linguistic level, the speech act level, and the conversational level. And each of these levels will be explored in more detail in one of the next three lectures. But here's a little warning, and you have a choice. The material in the next three lectures is a little bit more abstract and difficult than some of the things we've been through so far. Now, I think it's fascinating, and we're going to try to make it fun, and it's really important to understand how your language works. But it's not absolutely essential to the things that we're going to cover in the rest of this course. So it's up to you. You can listen to these three lectures if you want, and there'll be some exercises throughout those lectures that'll test your understanding, but none of that material is going to be on the quiz. So you can listen to the next three lectures, and I hope you do, and I hope you enjoy them, but you don't have to in order to be able to go through the rest of the course and do well on the quiz at the end of this part. So as we saw last time, there are three distinct levels of language: linguistic level, the speech level, and the conversational level. And all of these levels of meaning affect arguments. So in the next three lectures, we want to work through these levels one by one. And this lecture is going to deal in particular with the linguistic level of language, which is simply the production of a meaningful utterance. So in order to perform a linguistic act, all you have to do is utter a set of words that are meaningful, that fit together according to the semantics, that is the meanings of particular words, and the syntax or the grammar of the language in general. For example, it's easy. It's easy is a linguistic act because it's, as a contraction, you're allowed to contract it and is according to the rules of English, and easy is a word, so it's easy follows the semantics and the syntax of the language of English. That's all there is to it. Now, although linguistic acts are really simple, they do require some special components that are worth separating out. For example, they require meaningful words. When you simply hum a tune, like then you're not performing a linguistic act because there are no meaningful words in it. But when you sing a song, I love Miranda and Nicholas too, then you are performing a linguistic act because you uttered words that were meaningful when they were put together in that way. And I've been taking this for granted, but of course the words you utter have to be meaningful. It's not going to be a linguistic act if you utter what looks like a sentence, namely a set of sounds, that look like words if they're not really words. So if you say, "'Twas brillig and the slithy toes did gyre and gimble in the wave," and so on from Lewis Carroll's famous Jabberwocky poem, then it's not going to be a linguistic act if those words are not meaningful words in any language. And you can also get nonsense when you take words that have meanings and put them together in an order that doesn't make any sense. My dog has fleas makes sense, but dog fleas my has doesn't make any sense. So meaningful words with the wrong grammatical structure won't work. And Noam Chomsky from MIT taught us that you can also get nonsense when you take words that make sense and you put them together with the right grammatical structure, but they still don't fit together because of the relation between the meanings. His example here was, colorless green ideas sleep furiously. What does that mean? Colorless green ideas sleep furiously? Well, colorless makes sense. Green, that's a word. Ideas, sleep, furiously. Each of those words makes sense, and they're each in their appropriate grammatical role, but altogether it doesn't make any sense. So there are lots of ways you can get nonsense in language. And when you do, you're not performing a linguistic act. Now there's some really fun examples where it's not clear whether or not the utterance is meaningful. Some of these examples, among my favorites, are garden path sentences. Here's one. The man who whistles tunes pianos. Wait a minute, what does that mean? If you think of it as the man who whistles tunes is one unit, then you don't understand what the word pianos is doing. Because the man who whistles tunes sounds like a reference to a particular man, and pianos is not a verb. But if you think of it as the man who whistles is one unit, and the second unit is tunes pianos, so it's the man who whistles tunes pianos, then it makes sense, because it's the man who's whistling also tunes pianos. So you have to be able to carve the set of words up into the right units and see what grammatical structure they have in order to understand the sentence. Because tunes can either be a verb, which tells you what the man is doing to the pianos, or it can be a noun, which refers to the thing that the man is whistling. And you have to get those grammatical categories straight, and the garden path sentences lead you astray and make you think of it in the wrong way. And there'll be some more examples of that in the exercises. But my favorite example of all is buffalo, buffalo, buffalo. What does that mean? Well, buffalo are American bison. Okay? But buffalo, the word buffalo in English, that is, can also be used as a verb to refer to tricking or fooling someone. So you can have buffalo, American bison, buffaloing, that is tricking or fooling, buffalo, American bison, buffalo, buffalo, buffalo. But you can go even further, because there's a city in New York named Buffalo. And of course, there can be buffalo, that is American bison, from the city of Buffalo, New York. And they're called buffalo buffalo. And when they trick or fool other American bison from Buffalo, New York, then you have buffalo, 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 buffalo. Or buffalo, 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 buffalo. Which doesn't sound like a meaningful utterance, but it is. And you can go even further. You can actually build it out to 11 straight utterances of the word buffalo. Buffalo, 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 buffalo. Now tell me what that means. I'm not going to explain it to you because it takes a while to explain it. But if you think about it, you might be able to figure it out. And even if you can't figure out 11 buffaloes in a row, the point still holds. Because the point's just that sometimes what doesn't seem meaningful turns out to be meaningful. And if you're careful and charitable and do your best to interpret what it really means, then you might be able to make sense out of some utterances that don't seem to make sense at first. And when you can make sense out of them, then they're linguistic acts. For now, I don't have time to go into any detail on semantics or syntax, although we will discuss some details when we discuss vagueness and ambiguity in the discussion of fallacies later in this course. But I hope that the linguistic level is pretty simple and understandable, so we can go on and look in more detail at the speech act level and the conversational act level. The second level of language that we want to discuss is speech acts. We already saw one instance in the example of advising, when I advised you to floss your teeth every day. But the clearest examples probably occur in games and in ceremonies. One famous incident that occurred, I believe, in a Yankees game was when a batter had 2 strikes and 3 balls, and the pitcher threw the ball near the strike zone, and the batter didn't swing. So the umpire didn't say anything. And the batter turned to the umpire and said, "Well, ump, am I out or was that a walk?" And the umpire said, "You ain't nothing till I say so." And that's the lesson of speech acts. With a speech act, you're nothing till you say so, because it's the saying so that makes you so. And the rules of baseball mean that you're out and it was a strike if the umpire says so. But you walk and it was a ball if the umpire says so. Now, maybe the umpire should have called a ball when he called a strike, or should have called a strike when he called a ball. But it doesn't matter, because if he makes a mistake and calls it a strike, then you're out. So the next kind of example involves ceremonies. Imagine that you're at a traditional marriage ceremony, and the bride and the groom show up with an officiant in an appropriate location, and the officiant says to the man, "Do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife?" And he says, "I do." Then the officiant turns to the bride and says, "Do you take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband?" And she says, "I do." Then the officiant says, "I now pronounce you husband and wife." That's pretty cool. By uttering those words, he made them husband and wife. The words changed their relationship in a legal way, in a religious way, and in a personal way. All of that happened just by uttering words. And notice also that you can use a special little word to explain this. You can say that he thereby pronounced them husband and wife. By uttering the words, "I now pronounce you husband and wife," he thereby pronounced them husband and wife, because it was right then and there, in those words, by means of those words, that he made them husband and wife. These words provide us with a nice general test called the thereby test. Here's a certain pattern of words. If I say I blank, then I thereby blank. I blank by means of saying I blank. Now, sometimes filling in that blank with some words will make sense, but it won't make sense with other words. And that'll provide a test, because when you can fill in that blank with a verb and it makes sense, then that verb names a speech act. So for example, if I say I now pronounce you man and wife, then I thereby pronounce you man and wife. My speech act is pronouncing you. And if I say I apologize, I thereby apologize. Notice that what the formula does is it takes you from the words, which are in quotation marks in the if clause of the thereby test, to the world, because when it's not inside quotation marks on the right side of the thereby test, it refers to the world. So when it's in quotation marks, it's about the words. And when it's not in quotation marks on the right side, it refers to the world. And the formula takes you from the words to the world. And that's what's tricky about it. It's amazing that you can actually use your words to change the world, but only in the special case of speech acts. Of course, all of this works only in the right circumstances. You can't just randomly walk up to any couple on the street and say, "I now pronounce you husband and wife." Just try it. Okay, excuse me, I wanted to say something. I now pronounce you husband and wife.
Thank you.
Whoa, I'm lucky they didn't hit me. You obviously cannot pronounce people husband and wife if you're not an officiant, they're not a bride and a groom who have said, "I do." It has to occur in the right circumstances. And sometimes, which circumstances are the right circumstances will be very controversial. People argue about whether a man can marry a man or a woman can marry a woman. The ones who think that you can't think that marriage has, as part of its appropriate circumstances, that only people of different genders can get married. A man can marry a woman but can't marry another man. Whereas other people think that a man can marry a man and a woman can marry a woman. So it's going to be controversial which circumstances are appropriate for a marriage ceremony. But everybody agrees that you can't just do it randomly to any old couple on the street. So everybody agrees that there are going to be limits and that the Speech Act works only in the appropriate circumstances. And we can build that into the thereby test by just adding a few words. If I say I blank in the appropriate circumstances, then I thereby blank. But it's only in the appropriate circumstances that you can perform the Speech Act by uttering the words. Now we can use the thereby test to pick out speech acts, because it works for a lot of different examples. If I say, I promise to meet you for lunch tomorrow, in the appropriate circumstances, then I thereby promise to meet you for lunch tomorrow. So promising is a speech act. If I say, I thank you for inviting me to your party, and throwing such a great party, by the way, then I do thereby thank you for inviting me to your party and for throwing such a good party, by the way. So thanking is a speech act. If I say, I apologize for tripping over your legs, then I thereby apologize for tripping over your legs. Notice that the circumstances matter in all these cases. If I say, I apologize when I don't really feel sorry, then I did apologize, but it was an insincere apology because the circumstances weren't right since I didn't have the appropriate feelings. But I still did apologize. Now, in contrast, whether I promise you or threaten you depends on whether the thing that I promise or threaten to do is something that you want. If you want me to do it, then I'm promising. But if you don't want me to do it, then I might be threatening. So your attitudes towards the thing that I'm going to do determines whether my speech act is a promise or a threat. In all of these cases, the circumstances are going to matter. So in that example, the circumstances affect which speech act I perform. But in other cases, the circumstances affect whether I really perform any speech act at all or fail to perform the speech act that I was trying to. Here's an example of that. If I say to you, I bet you that Duke will win the next national championship, and I think Ram Netta might be foolish enough to take that bet, then what if he responds by saying, no, I won't bet you? Now, have I performed a speech act of betting? No. Have I performed another speech act? Not really. What have I performed? So sometimes when the circumstances aren't right, you perform a different speech act, and sometimes when the circumstances aren't right, you don't perform any speech act at all. It really is very sensitive to the particular circumstances in which you're speaking. But why do we care about speech acts here when we're supposed to be studying arguments? Well, that's because arguing is a speech act. You argue with language. It's one of those things that you do in using language in a certain way. You're intending to provide reasons, and you're providing what you take to be a reason to justify or explain the conclusion, and justifying and explaining are other things that you do with language. Those are speech acts too. So when we're studying arguments, we're studying a particular kind of speech acts, and that's why it makes it important to understand speech acts, because we need to view arguing in the context of these other speech acts that I've just discussed. Now, there's an awful lot more to say about speech acts, and I can't say it here. In these lectures, I just want to give the idea in a very basic and simple way. If you want more detail, we have a more extended discussion of speech acts in the accompanying book, Understanding Arguments. But just to make sure you understand the basics, let's do a few exercises first, and then in the next lecture, we'll go on to talk about conversational acts. So now we've discussed two levels of language, the linguistic level and the speech act level. In this lecture, we want to look at the third level of language, namely the level of conversational acts. And the basic idea is really simple. We use language to bring about a change in the world. For example, I might turn to a friend and say, could you loan me your car? Well, what am I doing? I'm performing a speech act of requesting or asking a favor, something like that. But am I doing it just for its own sake? Did I ask a favor just in order to be asking a favor? Like it was fun to ask a favor? No. I was asking a favor to bring about a certain effect. I wanted him to hand over the keys to his car so I could use it. And I wanted him to give me permission to use his car so I could do it legally. So I'm trying to bring about a change not only in the physical location of the keys, but also in the legal rights that I have with regard to his car. So I'm trying to bring about a change in the world simply by uttering those words, could you please loan me your car? It happens all the time. Here's another example. Suppose my friend is wondering whether the moon is full, and I say, the moon is full. Well, am I uttering those words just to expel hot air? No. Am I uttering those words just to express my own belief? No. I'm trying to inform my friend. I'm trying to bring about a change in my friend's beliefs, and that's to bring about an effect in the world. So that's a conversational act, to bring about the effect in the world of informing my friend. Informing is a conversational act. And almost all speech acts have particular effects that are associated with them. When you ask a question, you're trying to bring about someone answering the question. When you apologize, you're trying to bring about forgiveness. When you promise somebody, you're trying to bring about the person relying on your promise in order to believe that you're going to do it. So speech acts are often associated with particular effects that the speaker intends to bring about, and the bringing about of that effect is the conversational act. So if we want an official definition of a conversational act, we can say that the conversational act is the bringing about of the intended effect, which is the standard effect for the kind of speech act that the speaker is performing. That's what a conversational act is. Now, since the conversational act is the bringing about of the standard effect, the conversational act does not occur when that effect does not occur. And that might seem weird, that what kind of act you perform depends on whether the effect occurs maybe several seconds, maybe even longer in the future. But it's not that weird when you think about it, because if you pull the trigger of a gun that's pointed at someone, then whether your act of pulling the trigger is an act of killing depends on whether the person dies. And yet the person's death is something independent of it. It's an effect that occurs maybe quite a while in the future. But your act wasn't an act of killing unless the person died. And that's the story of conversational acts. Your act is not this conversational act unless the effect occurs. It has to be the intended effect that's the standard effect for the kind of speech act that you're performing. So, the really tricky question is, how are we going to bring about these effects? Because it's not so easy. Think about how other people bring about effects. Think about a baker baking a cake. Well, the baker needs to get together the right ingredients and bring them to the right place. And get the right amount of ingredients. You know, if a baker fills the entire kitchen with flour, he's not going to have any room left over to bake the cake. And has to bring the right ingredients. That means if instead of bringing flour, he brings gravel, he can't bake a cake. And he has to put together those ingredients in the right way, in the right order, for example. You can't mix them in the wrong order, the cake won't work out. And has to bake it for the right amount of time, and so on and so on. So there are a lot of tricky rules about how to bring about the effect of a good cake. Well, the same thing applies to conversational acts. There are going to be rules that have to be followed in order to bring about the conversational act that you're trying to bring about. That is, in order to have that intended effect of the speech act in the circumstances. And the same kind of rules apply to any rational person trying to pursue any goal. Whenever you want to bring about an effect, you have to follow certain general rules. And so it applies to people who are trying to bring about effects by language, that is, to people who are trying to perform conversational acts. If you want to inform someone, that is, to have an effect on their beliefs, then you need to speak in a certain way. And if you want to promise someone, that is to get them to rely on you, that's the conversational act associated with the speech act of promising. But you're not going to get them to rely on you unless you follow certain rules. And so what we need to try to understand are the rules of language that enable us to bring about these effects that are the conversational acts. Now, in this question, Paul Grice helps us out a lot. He's one of the great philosophers of the 20th century. And he laid out a series of rules governing conversational acts. He called them the conversational maxims. And we're going to look at them one by one. Grice focuses in on contexts where people are stating things and where they're cooperating with each other and trying to inform each other. He's not trying to provide a general theory, so it's for statements in a cooperative context. So the first maxim is the rule of quantity. And it basically says, don't say more than is required for the purpose that you're trying to achieve. If you say too many words, the point gets lost in the words, so you shouldn't say more than you need for the purpose at hand. The second part of the rule of quantity is you shouldn't say too little, right? Because if you say too little, then that's going to be misleading. And it's not going to fulfill your purpose because the person that you're talking to won't have all the information that they need. The second rule is the rule of quality. The rule of quality says, don't say what you don't believe to be true. Don't lie. Don't mislead. Don't deceive. Right? But also, this is the second part of the rule of quality, don't say something that you lack adequate justification for. Because you shouldn't just be talking off the top of your head with no reason to believe what you're saying. These are all pretty common sense rules, but they weren't apparent to people until Grice formulated them. The third rule is the rule of relevance, and it's the toughest of all. The rule of relevance says, be relevant. Look, it's short, I'll grant you that. It's going to be easy to remember, I'll grant you that. But it really is kind of tricky to apply the rule because you have to figure out what's relevant. And we'll see some problems with that, but for now, just remember that it should be obvious. When you're talking about a subject and you want to achieve a certain purpose, and the person you're talking to is cooperating with you, as Grice is assuming, then you ought to be talking about things that are relevant. And if you change the subject, that's going to be very misleading. And the fourth conversational maxim is the rule of manner. It says, be brief, be orderly, avoid obscurity, and avoid ambiguity. Pretty simple. It's all about style, because if you're not brief enough, people won't pay attention to you. If it's not orderly, people will get confused by that. And if you're ambiguous or obscure, then people won't understand what you're saying. So these four rules are followed by speakers when they're cooperating with each other. When people aren't cooperating, they're trying to trick or deceive each other, they might violate these rules and mislead people by abusing these rules. But when they're cooperating, these are the rules they follow, and that makes them able to deceive people by violating them. And also notice that these rules might not be completely clear to you. You might not have ever thought of them before, but now that you mention them, they probably seem pretty obvious. It's kind of like the finger and singer rule that we saw before regarding pronunciation. That's a rule that you hadn't thought of before, but once it's pointed out, it seems kind of obvious. Well, that's what Grice has done, but he's shown us the rules governing conversational acts that enable us to bring about certain effects by language. Now we can use these rules to understand what's going on in a lot of conversations. Imagine you're at a restaurant and the waiter walks up to your table and says, well, for dessert, you can have cake or ice cream. Well, what has that waiter suggested? He suggested that that's all you can have. Cake, ice cream. Well, he didn't mention pie, so you can't have pie. Because if he's a good waiter and he knows that they have pie back there and you could order it, then he ought to be telling you about the pie. He would be violating the rule of quantity, that is not providing you all the relevant information, if he said you can have cake or ice cream and you could also have pie, but he didn't mention pie. So because you assume that he's cooperating with you and trying to get you what you want to eat, since he is your waiter after all, there must not be pie available. So you say, I'll take ice cream, even though you would have preferred pie. What's happening here is called conversational implication. When the waiter said you can have cake or ice cream, he was conversationally implying that you can't have pie. And the reason that he conversationally implied that is because if he were cooperating and following the conversational rules or maxims, then he would have mentioned pie. So you assume that since he said only cake or ice cream, that you can't have pie. He, in effect, conversationally implied that you cannot have pie. And the way you figure that out was you took what he said, a little background knowledge about him being a waiter and having certain goals and what happens in restaurants, performed a little mini calculation using the maxim of quantity, and inferred that he must believe that you can't have pie. And of course, since he's a waiter, he ought to know whether you can have something else or not, and therefore you can't have pie. But what if he had a favorite customer at another table and he knew there was only one slice of pie back there and he didn't want you to order it? And he said, you can have cake or ice cream, and didn't mention the pie, so you wouldn't order it and his favorite customer would get it instead of you. Well, he still conversationally implied that you can't have pie, but he misled you. He misled you because he was trying to get the pie for somebody else. He was not cooperating with you. So the tricky thing about these conversational maxims is they work perfectly fine when you're cooperating with the person and trying to give them all of the information that they need for your common purpose with that other person. But if you're not cooperating, then you can use them to mislead the other person. And that's the double-edged sword of conversational implication. But one of the features of conversational implication is really important to arguments. And that's that you can cancel conversational implications. The waiter can say, you can have cake or ice cream. Oh yeah, and you can also have pie. And when he said, and also you can have pie, he did not take back you can have cake or ice cream, because you can still have cake or ice cream. It's just that you can also have pie. So he can cancel the conversational implication that you cannot have pie by saying, oh yeah, and you can also have pie. So with a conversational implication, if a certain sentence P conversationally implies another sentence Q, then you can deny Q and P still might be true. And that's an important fact because it distinguishes conversational implications from logical entailments or logical implications. If I say, Alice is my sister, then that implies Alice is female. And I can't go, Alice is my sister. Oh yeah, and she's not female. That doesn't make any sense because if she's not female, she can't be my sister because that's a logical implication or entailment. But with a conversational implication, instead, you can deny what is conversationally implied, and the original sentence is still true. So if the waiter says, you can have cake or ice cream, and then I find out that he's been saving the last piece of pie for this other table, then I can come up to him and say, wait a minute, you lied to me. He didn't really lie to me because what he said was still true. I could have cake or ice cream. It's still true. I can have cake or ice cream. He didn't say anything false to me. He simply didn't mention the pie that I could also have. So that's very different in the case of conversational implication than in the case of logical entailment. And that'll be important to us, especially when we get to formal logic in a later part of this course. So let me give you another example that's more important. Imagine a politician says, I've got a policy that's going to reduce crime by getting criminals off the streets. And the policy is lock them all up. When people are suspected of crimes, you lock them all up. That's going to get criminals off the street. Well, that might convince people if they don't notice that he's left out another fact. He's not just going to get people off the street who are criminals, he's going to get lots of other people off the street too. He didn't give you all the relevant information, like the waiter who misled you with the pie. He suggested that his policy will solve the problem of crime by putting people in prison who would commit crimes, and just left out the other relevant fact that it's going to put lots of other people in prison too. So he has conversationally implied that there's no other relevant facts to consider by only mentioning that it's going to reduce the crime rate. And you have to be good at looking through that implication and asking, yes, but is there something he's leaving out? And that's often what you need to do in order to avoid being misled by sleazy politicians and other people who leave out the relevant information for the issue that you're talking about. Now, of course, the politician might not care that he misled you. That might be the goal. He wants to persuade you, and he doesn't care whether he misleads you because it's persuasion, not justification, that he's interested in. In addition, he's got his defense ready. He can say, but I didn't say anything false. What I said was true. If we put all those potential criminals in jail, we're going to reduce the crime rate. Maybe it's also true that we're going to put some innocent people in jail, but we will reduce the crime rate, and that's what I said. And what Grice's maxim of quantity does is it tells us exactly why we have a criticism of him now. We can say he's not cooperating because he's not following the conversational maxim of quantity. He's not giving us all the relevant information that we need in order to achieve our purpose if we have a common purpose. And this politician is pretending to have a common purpose with us, the good of the country, when actually he doesn't have a common purpose with us. He just wants to get elected. And so Grice gives us an insight into what's going on when we get misled in those contexts, and also what we need to do to respond to those types of bad arguments. Now, this distinction between conversational implication and logical entailment is crucial to arguments because it tells us something about how to refute arguments. When you don't like the premise of an argument because it's misleading, because it conversationally implies something false, that's not a way to show that the premise is false. In order to show it's false, you have to show that it actually logically entails something that's false. Then you can infer that the premise itself is false. This will become important later when we look at the role of conversational implication and logical entailment in arguments. But for now, the important thing is to understand the distinction between conversational implication and logical entailment. The speakers usually follow these conversational maxims that Grice enunciated when they speak and when they're cooperating, but they don't always follow these maxims. Sometimes they violate them. And of course, as always, there's a lot more to be said about conversational acts. If you want to learn more about conversational acts, you should look at the chapter in Understanding Arguments in the text that accompanies this course. But I think we've learned enough about conversational acts to move on, because so far we've looked at language in general, at the linguistic level, at the speech act level, and at the conversational act level. Now we want to take these lessons and apply them more specifically to the language of argument, that is, the particular kind of language that gets used in arguments. And that's what will be the topic for the next few lectures. Welcome to week 2. In week 1, we talked about language in general. This week, we want to talk about how language is used in one particular context, namely the context of arguments. We need to understand the language of argument in order to be able to spot an argument, that is, to determine when a passage contains an argument and what part of the passage is that argument. So, how can we tell when an argument is being given? Well, recall the definition of an argument as a series of sentences, statements, or propositions where some of them are premises and one of them is a conclusion, and the premises are intended to give a reason for the conclusion. So the real question of when an argument is being given comes down to the question of when certain sentences are intended as reasons for other sentences. Now the answer is that we can tell a person's intentions when they're speaking by which words they choose. So there are going to be certain words that indicate that some sentences are reasons for others. Just compare these two sentences. I am tall and I am good at sports. And compare that to I am tall, so I am good at sports. Now notice that you can take the first sentence, I am tall and I am good at sports, and switch it around. I am good at sports and I am tall. Switching doesn't make any difference. But it's very different if you say, I am tall, so I am good at sports. That's very different from, I am good at sports, so I am tall. So we know from the fact that you can switch around the and sentence and you cannot switch around the so sentence. The word so introduces something very different from just conjoining the two claims. But then what's the difference? Well, the difference is that when you use the word and, you're simply stating the two facts. I am tall, I am good at sports, and the and says that they're both true. But when you use the word so, you're indicating that one of them is a reason for the other. If you say, I am tall, so I am good at sports, then you're suggesting that the reason why you're good at sports is that you're tall. But if you say, I'm good at sports, so I am tall, then you're indicating that the fact that you're good at sports is some kind of evidence that you must be tall, maybe because you can only be good at sports if you're tall, which isn't true. That just shows it's a bad argument, but it is an argument because by using the word so, you're indicating that one of the sentences is a reason for the other. Of course, the word so is not the only word that plays this role in arguments or has this function. You can also say, I am tall, therefore I am good at sports. I am tall, thus I am good at sports. Or I am tall, hence I am good at sports. Or I am tall, accordingly I am good at sports. All of these different pairs of sentences play the same role. They indicate that there's an argument there, namely the fact that I'm tall is a reason for the conclusion that I'm good at sports. So we're going to call all of these words argument markers because they mark or indicate the presence of an argument. Next, we want to distinguish two different kinds of argument markers. So far, we've looked at so and therefore and thus and accordingly. And each of those indicates that the sentence right after it is a conclusion. And the other sentence in the pair is a premise. So we're going to call these conclusion markers because they indicate that the sentence right after them is a conclusion. But there are other argument markers that also indicate arguments in the same way, but what they indicate is that the sentence after them is a reason or a premise, not a conclusion. For example, I could say, I'm good at sports because I am tall. Now the word because indicates that the fact that I'm tall is a reason for the conclusion that I'm good at sports. It doesn't mean that the sentence after the word because is a conclusion. Instead, it means that the sentence after the word because is a reason or a premise. So we're going to call it a reason marker or a premise marker. And there are other reason markers as well. You could say, I am good at sports for I am tall. I am good at sports as I am tall. I am good at sports for the reason that I am tall. Or I am good at sports and the reason why is that I am tall. There are lots of different ways to indicate that the fact that I am tall is a reason for the conclusion that I'm good at sports. All of these words, both the conclusion markers and the reason markers, indicate that there's an argument present, but only in some cases. You can't just look at the word and figure out whether it's an argument marker or not. You have to think about the role that it's playing. A perfect example of that is another reason marker, since. You can say, I'm good at sports since I am tall. And then it looks like you're presenting the fact that you're tall as a reason why you're good at sports. But the word since doesn't always play that role. After all, you can say, the sun has been up since 7 o'clock this morning. And that doesn't mean that somehow the sun has an alarm clock that causes it to come up right at 7 o'clock. All it's saying is that the sun has been up after the time of 7 o'clock, at all times since then. It doesn't indicate any kind of rational relation, such as the fact that it's 7 o'clock being a reason why the sun came up. Or what about this one? It's been raining since my vacation began. Very disappointing. But you're not saying that it's raining because your vacation began, as if there's some kind of plot against you in the nature of weather. That would be very paranoid. All you're saying is that it has been raining every day since the time when your vacation began, or every day after your vacation began. So the since there indicates just a temporal relation, not some kind of rational relation. And what this shows us is that you can't just look for the word since and always mark it as an argument marker. You have to think about what the word since is doing in that context. And that'll be true for a lot of other reason markers and conclusion markers as well. Here's another example of the same point, but with a conclusion marker, the word so. The word so sometimes indicates that the sentence after it's a conclusion and the sentence before it's a reason, but it can also indicate something entirely different. You don't need to eat so much. So there doesn't indicate that much is a reason for anything. The word so is getting used in an entirely different way. That should be obvious. But the point again is that you can't just look for the word so and label it as an argument marker. You have to think about the function that it's playing in the particular context. But then how can we tell what role a word is playing in a particular context? Here's a little trick. Try substituting another word that's clearly an argument marker. That is, it's clearly a reason marker or a conclusion marker for the original word that you weren't so sure about. Here's an example. He's so cool. Does that mean he's because cool? No. If you substitute because for so, the meaning changes entirely. Not even clear what it means. Or how about he's therefore cool? That doesn't make much sense either. So in this case, you can't substitute another argument marker, because or therefore, for the original word so without changing the meaning of the sentence entirely. And that shows you that in the original sentence, the word so was not being used as an argument marker, either a reason marker or a conclusion marker. Here's another example. Well, since he left college, he's been unemployed. Well, are you saying that because he left college, he's unemployed? Maybe. If that's what you're saying, then you can substitute the word because without changing the meaning of the sentence, and then the word since was being used as a reason marker in that case. But probably not. Probably the claim is simply that since the time when he left college, he's been unemployed. And then, if that's what you mean, then when you substitute because for since, it changes the meaning. And that would show that in that context, the word is not playing the role of an argument marker or a reason marker, because it changes the meaning to substitute something like because that's clearly an argument marker. On the other hand, you might have a similar claim where you can substitute it. Since he failed out of college, he's unemployed. Whoa, now if somebody says that, they don't just mean since the time when he failed out of college, he's unemployed. Probably the meaning has not changed if you simply said because he failed out of college, he's unemployed. So since you can substitute because for since in that sentence, the word since is probably being used as an argument marker. That's the role it's playing. That's its function. That's how it's being used. And notice also that you can tell that the word since in that sentence is a reason marker instead of a conclusion marker, because you can substitute because and you cannot substitute therefore. Therefore he failed out of college, he's been unemployed. That doesn't make a lot of sense. So if you can substitute because without changing the meaning, then the original word, since in this case, was being used as a reason marker. You cannot substitute the word therefore. That shows it's not being used as a conclusion marker. So you can use this substitution test to determine whether the word's being used as a reason marker or as a conclusion marker or as no indicator whatsoever of an argument, but in some entirely different way. One last word that we have to talk about is that little word if. Sometimes it's linked with the word then in an if-then clause, which is also called a conditional. And we'll talk a lot about conditionals later in this course. But for now, I just want to make one point. The word if might seem like an argument marker because it's often used in arguments. For example, I might say, if I'm rich enough, I can buy a baseball team. I am rich enough, so I can buy a baseball team. Now, that would be an argument. But if all I say is, if I'm rich enough, I can buy a baseball team, when I know I'm not rich enough, so I would never assert the if clause that says I'm rich enough, then that little if sentence is not being used to indicate an argument at all. It's just saying, if I am rich enough, then I can buy a baseball team. It's not saying that I am rich enough, and it's not saying that I can buy a baseball team. So the word if by itself does not indicate an argument. It sets a pattern for argument. If one thing, then another. Well, the one thing, therefore the other. But the if one thing, then another doesn't by itself indicate any argument at all because it doesn't assert that if clause, which is also called the antecedent of the conditional. So we are not going to count the word if as an argument marker. Now we've learned how to identify an argument. Pretty simple, huh? But just to make sure you've got it straight, let's do a few exercises. Now that we've identified arguments, and we've also identified premises and conclusions, we need to put them in order. The actual word order doesn't always tell us the order of argument. Compare these two sentences. Because I am a professor, I teach classes. I teach classes because I am a professor. In those two examples, the words I am a professor in one instance occur at the beginning, and at the other instance occur at the end. But they actually express exactly the same argument. Namely, the fact that I'm a professor is a reason why I teach classes. But contrast both of those with this example. I teach classes, so I must be a professor. The point there must be something like nobody but professors can teach classes. And whether or not that's true, the point here is that's a different argument from the first one. And we need to represent the difference between these two arguments very carefully. In order to show what is shared by the first two examples, but's different from the third example, we put the arguments in what's called standard form. And it's really easy. Basically, you put the premise down, and if there's another premise, you put that down. Then you draw a line. Then you put what I call a dot pyramid. It's basically 3 little dots with 2 at the bottom and 1 at the top. And then you put the conclusion after that. It's also useful, we'll see why later, but it's useful to number the premises and to number the conclusion so that we can refer back to the premise and conclusion with the number instead of having to repeat it all the time. And that's all there is to standard form. You just put down the premises on different lines, then you draw a line, put the little dot pyramid, and then write down the conclusion, and then number them all. That's it. And this standard form accomplishes what we wanted it to. Namely, it helps us show what's common to the first 2 examples at the beginning of this lecture that distinguishes them from the third example. So the first 2 examples were, I teach classes because I'm a professor, and because I'm a professor, I teach classes. There, the sentence that's the premise that goes above the line is, I'm a professor. And the conclusion that goes below the line and next to the dot pyramid is, I teach classes. But the next example, the third example at the beginning of the lecture, was, I teach classes, so I must be a professor. Now that means that I am a professor is the conclusion that goes below the line next to the dot pyramid, and the premise is, I teach classes. So when you put these 2 in standard form right next to each other, it makes it absolutely clear what the difference is and what's in common to the first 2 that distinguishes them from the third one. No matter how easy, I think it's still worthwhile to do a few exercises just to make sure we've got it straight, because this notion of standard form will become important later. Now we've learned how to identify an argument and put it in standard form. And we've also learned from the definition of argument that the premises are intended to be reasons for the conclusion. Great. Intended to be a reason for the conclusion. Well, intentions are nice, but success is better. What we need to figure out is when the person succeeds in giving premises that really are reasons for the conclusion. For simplicity, let's focus on arguments whose purpose is justification. Then the question is, do the premises justify you in believing the conclusion? Well, imagine that you don't know whether there's any life on Mars. You have no evidence one way or the other. Then you ask a friend, and the friend says, I know there's life on Mars. I can prove it to you. Here, this argument will show you that there's life on Mars. There is at least one bacterium on Mars. Therefore, there is life on Mars. Now notice that if the premise is true, the conclusion has got to be true. And if you and your friend are justified in believing the premise, then you and your friend are also justified in believing the conclusion. So this argument looks pretty good so far. But, of course, you have to ask your friend, well, how do you know that there's at least one bacterium on Mars? And suppose your friend says, well, I'm just guessing. Then the argument is clearly no good. If there's no reason to believe the premise because your friend is just guessing, then you're not justified in believing that premise. And if you're not justified in believing the premise, then how can that premise make you justified in believing the conclusion? More generally, an argument cannot justify you in believing the conclusion unless you're justified in accepting the premises of that argument. Now, suppose your friend says, but I do have a reason for the premise. I do. Then we have to ask, what kind of reason is it? And at that point, your friend needs to express that reason. And how do we express reasons? In arguments. So your friend has to give another argument for the premise, where the premise of the first argument is the conclusion of the second argument. But wait a minute, now we got a problem. because that second argument is itself going to have premises, and you have to be justified in believing those. So the premises of the second argument have to be the conclusion of a third argument, and so on, because the third argument needs premises that have to be justified, so they have to be the conclusion of another argument, which also has to have premises, and those have to be the conclusion of another argument, and so on and so on. It looks like we've got a real problem here. In order for the premises to be justified, they have to be backed up by an argument, but the argument has premises of its own that have to be backed up by another argument, and so on and so on. This problem is called the problem of the skeptical regress, because you regress back to one argument after another, after another, after another, after another, after another, after another. And it's hard to see how that regress is ever going to come to an end. There seem to be only three ways to get around the skeptical regress. The first is to start with a premise that's unjustified. If it's unjustified, then it doesn't need an argument to back it up. And that means that you're not going to have this chain of arguments going back and back and back and back and back and back and back. The second possibility is to have a structure where the arguments move in a circle. One claim is justified by another, which is justified by another, which is justified by another, which is justified by the first claim. And they just move in a circle. The third possibility is that the chain of arguments goes back infinitely. It never stops. Every claim has an argument to back it up, and there's no end, so you never have a premise which doesn't have an argument to back it up, because it's infinite. Those seem to be the three main options here to avoid the skeptical regress. The first possibility, then, is to start with a premise that's unjustified. And that seems pretty neat if you can get away with it. But we already saw why that won't work. We saw your friend arguing that there's life on Mars because there's at least one bacterium on Mars, and he was just guessing. If you just guess at your premises, you have no reason to believe them, then an argument that uses those premises cannot justify you in believing the conclusion. But in addition, just think about it this way. You could prove anything if we let you start with unjustified premises. If you can just make up your premises for no reason, then there's no stopping you from believing whatever, including things that are obviously false. So it seems to be a real problem to start with premises that are unjustified. Next, the second way to respond to the skeptical regress is to use a circular structure. And it's kind of neat if you think about it, because if you want to prove one claim, you prove it on the basis of another claim. And then you prove that second claim on the basis of a third, and that third on the basis of a fourth, and the fourth on the basis of a fifth, and the fifth on the basis of the first. And now you've got this circle, and the arguments go in a circle, but that means that every premise has an argument to back it up, because you can keep going around the circle forever. But if you think about it a little bit, it'll be obvious that that's no good. And that can be shown by looking at the smallest circle there is. So suppose your friend says, I can prove there's life on Mars. Here's my argument. There's life on Mars. Therefore, there's life on Mars. Clearly, that's no good. And the reason why it's no good is that if you didn't know whether there's life on Mars to begin with, you wouldn't know whether the premise was true. Because if you don't know the conclusion, you can't know the premise, since the premise is the conclusion. So if you're not justified in believing the conclusion to begin with, you're not justified in believing the premise. And that means that the argument didn't really get you anywhere. It just ends up where it started. And in addition, it has the same problem we saw in the first approach involving unjustified premises. Because you can use circular arguments to prove anything. You can prove there's life on Mars. There's life on Mars. Therefore, there's life on Mars. You can prove there's no life on Mars. There's no life on Mars. Therefore, there's no life on Mars. You can do it either way. And the fact that an argument can be used either way to prove either conclusion suggests there's a big problem with that kind of argument. So now we're down to the third and final way to get around the skeptical regress. And that's to use an infinite chain of arguments. But if you think about it in a concrete case, you'll see why that's a problem as well. Suppose your friend says, there's life on Mars, and I can prove it. And you say, fine, give me your reason. Well, there's at least one bacterium on Mars, therefore there's life on Mars. And you go, okay, fine, but how do you know there's at least one bacterium on Mars? I've got another argument. He says, there are at least 2 bacteria on Mars. Therefore, there's at least one bacterium on Mars. But how do you know there's at least 2? Well, there are at least 3 bacteria on Mars. Therefore, there are at least 2 bacteria on Mars. But how do you know there are at least 3? Well, there are at least 4, so there are at least 3. Well, there are at least 5, so there are at least 4. Well, there are at least 6, so there are at least 5. And so on and so on and so on. You could go on infinitely. So an infinite chain of arguments would allow you to prove that there's life on Mars, even if you have no evidence whatsoever of any bacteria. Because you're going to have an argument, but if the premise that you're arguing from doesn't have an independent justification, then the infinite chain is going to be no good at all in justifying the conclusion of that argument. So many people see the skeptical regress as a deep and serious philosophical issue. If the unjustified premise approach doesn't work, and the circular argument structure doesn't work, and the infinite chain of arguments doesn't work, then it's hard to see how we can get around the problem, which is to say, it's hard to see how any kind of argument could ever justify us in believing anything. Philosophers really scratch their heads about that for a long time and worry about it. It keeps them up at night. But we're going to have to look at how practical people solve a similar problem in everyday life. So how do we solve the skeptical regress problem in everyday life? Well, there are various tricks that you can use. For example, one way is to just start from assumptions that everybody shares. So if I say, well, you really ought to buy a Honda because Hondas are very reliable cars, then I'm assuming that you want your car to be reliable. You don't like to have to take it into the mechanic all the time. You don't want it to break down on the road. And if you want reliability and I want reliability, then we can start from the assumption that reliability is a good thing and that that's a reason to buy a car that is reliable. But of course you might say, well, but are Hondas reliable? And then I might appeal to an authority. Well, it's obvious that they are. Or Consumer Reports has done a study that shows that they're reliable. And I can appeal to an authority. And if you accept that authority, go, Consumer Reports, we can trust them. Then my argument's going to work. You're going to have a reason to believe the conclusion, and it might persuade you and make you come to believe the conclusion. But suppose that someone is going to raise an objection. They say, well, Consumer Reports has been wrong before. They might be wrong this time. Well, then I need to discount that objection. I need to respond to it and say, well, maybe they have been wrong sometimes, but this time, they've got a good study and it was careful or whatever. And the but means I'm discounting the objection that you have raised. And I might even discount it in advance. Or I might just guard my claim. I might say, well, they might be right in this case, or they're probably right, without claiming that they definitely are right. So I can assure you, by citing some kind of authority, I can discount objections, and I can guard my premises by saying, well, it's probably right, instead of saying it's definitely right. And those are 3 ways of solving the skeptical regress problem in everyday life that we're going to look at in much more detail in the next 3 lectures. But the point of this lecture has been more general. In order to solve the skeptical regress problem, you have to find some assumptions that you and your audience share. They might be assumptions about the premises of your arguments. They might be assumptions about authorities that supposedly support your premises and that they accept as authorities, or whatever. But there have to be some assumptions that you share with your audience in order to get the argument going. And that's kind of tricky because it's going to depend on the context. If you're dealing with an audience that shares a lot of your assumptions, then argument's going to be relatively easy. But if you're dealing with an audience that doesn't share any of your assumptions, it's going to be impossible. And in areas where there's lots of disagreement, it's going to be hard to get your arguments going because your premises are going to be questioned and denied or rejected by the people in the audience. So what these tricks do is they give you ways to get the argument going, but they're not going to work in every case. And we'll have to look at that as we're looking at these three different ways to solve the skeptical regress problem in the next three lectures. In the previous lecture, we looked at the skeptical regress problem, and I kind of introduced three different ways of solving that problem in practical life, namely assuring, guarding, and discounting. Those are three ways to solve the skeptical regress problem in practical life. And in the next three lectures, what we're going to do is look at each of these in much more detail and more carefully so as to understand how they work. Let's begin with assuring. Here's an example. I assure you that smoking is bad for your health. If I say, I assure you, then I'm trying to get you to accept that claim on my authority. Now, I might have some reason for saying that smoking is bad for your health. Namely, I've read the U.S. Surgeon General's report, which cites the scientific evidence to show that smoking is bad for your health. But notice I don't actually say it. When I say, well, it's obvious that smoking is bad for your health, or everybody knows that smoking is bad for your health, or I assure you, certainly, clearly, smoking is bad for your health, then what I'm doing is I am trying to get you to accept that premise without actually citing the Surgeon General or anybody. I haven't cited the evidence. I simply have indicated to you I do have evidence. I do have a reason to believe that smoking is bad for your health, but I haven't given you what the reason is. So what good is that? It's a lot of good, because what it means is that if I don't give the reason, you can't question the reason. If I simply say everybody believes it, it's certainly true, then you can't ask whether those people who believe it have any reason to believe it, or whether I have any reason to be so certain about it. If I don't give the reason, I've cut off your attack on the reason that I would give. So assuring is kind of tricky. I say I assure you, and if you can trust me, that's fine. But if you can't trust me, then you should be asking, well, what kind of reason does he really have? Now, there are many ways to assure people. There are three kinds that we're going to look at: authoritative, reflexive, and abusive. Let's start with authoritative. Authoritative is just what it says. It cites an authority. So I might say, I assure you that smoking is bad for your health. The Surgeon General has shown that smoking is bad for your health. And I cite an authority, the Surgeon General. Okay, fine. But have you seen the studies? Have I cited the numbers? Have I told you when the studies were done, how many subjects, under what circumstances, which statistical tests were used, how do you know it's causation instead of correlation, and so on and so on? No, I just say the Surgeon General has shown this, and you're supposed to take my word for it that those are good studies, unless, of course, you share my assumption that the Surgeon General is trustworthy. So that's the way an authoritative assurance works. It cites an authority that the audience shares as an authority with the other person. They share the assumption that that authority is trustworthy. Now, sometimes it's the Surgeon General, and the Surgeon General is pretty reliable, but you also get this kind of thing from reporters. They say, an unimpeachable source close to the president has assured me that the president's plans are such and such. And they cite an unimpeachable source, but they won't tell you what the source is, and they won't tell you how the source knew it was true. So they're citing an authority, but they're not telling you what the authority is or what reason the authority has for what the authority claims. Now, if you trust that authority, then that's fine. And if the authority is reliable, then you might be safe. But if you don't know who the authority is or where they got their information, there can be problems. Oh, and here's my favorite. Here's my favorite. I sometimes hear students say, but Professor Sinan Armstrong, my teacher in the other course, said that blah, 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 blah. Well, why do you trust your professors? I mean, why do you trust me? You shouldn't be trusting me or your other professors any more than you're trusting an unimpeachable source close to the president. So you have to trust somebody sometime, and you have to decide who you're going to trust. And then it's going to be okay to cite an authority in this kind of assurance, but you have to watch out for tricks when people start citing authorities that aren't really authorities, because even the best authorities sometimes do studies that aren't very careful and might even be wrong. A second kind of assurance is what I call reflexive. Reflexive because it's talking about yourself. I believe that. I know that. I am certain that. I feel sure that. And you're citing something about your own mental state. You feel sure. Great, you feel sure, but why do you feel sure? Notice, however, that this assurance works because people don't want to question what other people feel sure about. If I say, well, I feel sure that this is going to happen, in many societies, it's going to be impolite to go, well, I don't feel sure. Matter of fact, I think you're wrong. Or, why do you feel sure? Because then you're questioning the person. And if that's impolite, then using this type of phrase, I am certain that, will get people to shut up and not say anything. So here's an example from Monty Python.
Now, let's get one thing quite clear. I most definitely told you.
But my favorite is when people say, I've held this opinion for years, or I've thought about it year after year. It's really bothered me, and after careful consideration, I'm come to the conclusion that blah, 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 whatever. And you're supposed to say, well, since you've thought about it so much, I'll save myself a lot of trouble of thinking about it and trust you and go along with what you say. Well, if you let other people do your thinking for you, then that's up to you. But you're going to be misled in some cases because they've thought about it for years and years and gotten themselves in a tizzy and ended up with the wrong conclusion. So the fact that somebody's thought about it for years doesn't necessarily mean it's right. But somehow in conversation, when you say, I've thought about it for a long time and checked all the sources I could, then people take the fact that you have reached a certain conclusion to be okay for them to reach the same conclusion. And that's how this reflexive type of assurance works. But the most fun of all is the abusive assurance. Here's another example from Monty Python.
No nonsense.
Maybe he's right. Maybe it is nonsense. But the point is that he gets you to accept what he believes by abusing you and calling it nonsense. And the same thing happens when somebody says, nobody but a fool would think that. Everybody knows this. If you say everybody knows it, then you're saying, well, if you don't know it, then you're a dummy. And so they're abusing you in order to get you to agree with them by making a conditional abuse that applies to you only if you don't agree with them. And you don't want to be a dummy. You don't want to speak nonsense. You don't want to say something that's stupid. So if somebody says, you'd have to be stupid to disagree with me about this, then that's going to incline you to agree with them. Some of these abusive assurances are a little bit more subtle, so it's worth mentioning one that's used all the time. And this is what might be called appeal to common sense. Someone says, it's just common sense that such and such. And it doesn't matter what the such and such is. The point here is simply that if you deny that, then you're telling that person you lack common sense. And nobody wants to lack common sense. So by saying it's just common sense, that it's just plain common sense. People say it all the time, but what they're doing is they're abusing their opponents by saying that their opponents lack common sense. So it's a little bit more subtle, but it shows that abusive assurances occur either subtly or openly all the time. So we've seen three different types of assurances. Okay? The first is authoritative, the second is reflexive, and the third is abusive. And they're all used in common speech to stop the skeptical regress problem. So why do we need any of these assurances in the first place? And the answer is, we've got limited time. You can't go out and check every study. You can't go out and look into every issue. You've just got to accept authorities and listen to other people and learn from them, or you'll never be able to figure out the issues that matter to you in life. So assuring can be a perfectly good thing. If you trust the Surgeon General of the United States instead of going out and starting your own laboratory and doing your own statistical studies, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But when you start trusting authorities that are not worthwhile or not trustworthy, then you can get yourself into trouble. And we'll talk later in the course about ways to tell which authorities are reliable or trustworthy and which ones are not. That tells you why assurances are needed in general. But what about particular cases? Well, when you're talking to a certain audience, if they share your trust of a certain authority, or if they trust you when you give a reflexive assurance, or if what you're saying really is something that everybody with common sense believes in, then again, it can be perfectly fine to use an assurance. It saves you the time of having to go check out every issue, and it helps you avoid the skeptical regress problem in a very practical way. So assuring can be a really useful tool in argument. But you have to be careful, because assurances are also subject to a lot of tricks that you have to learn to watch out for. We've already seen that you can cite authorities that aren't trustworthy, and that's kind of obvious. But something that's maybe a little less obvious is that people use assurances at points in their argument in order to distract you. When something really is questionable, they often say, well, that's obvious, in order to get you to not pay attention to it. So when someone says, that's obvious, it's certain, I'm sure, it's worth looking carefully at what they're so sure about and asking yourself whether you agree with them. Because people try to paper over the cracks in their arguments with these assurances, at least in some cases, and you have to learn to watch out for that. Another trick is when assurances get dropped. People will start off saying, you know, he believes this, I believe that, and then they drop it and start talking as if it's true. You know, my favorite example of this was a case a few years ago when there was a person caught in Germany for cannibalism. And it started off with the reporters saying, well, he, the person accused of cannibalism, says that there are lots of other cannibals in Germany. And then it becomes, it is reported that there are lots of cannibals in Germany. And then it became, sources have said that, as if the sources are reliable. And pretty soon they were saying there are lots of cannibals in Germany. And it moved from, he believes it, to there are lots of them. And that's the trick of dropping the assurance in a way that can be illegitimate. So assurances can be useful, and they can also be misleading. And that's going to be true of all the different ways of stopping the skeptical regress. There can be uses and abuses of all of these tricks. For assurances, we want to have an assurance when, first of all, somebody might question it. Second, the audience accepts the authority that is being referred to. And third, it would be too much trouble to actually cite the study and all the numbers and the evidence in the particular people. But assurances are not appropriate when nobody would question the claim anyway, then why are you wasting your time assuring people? When the authority that you're basing your assurance on is not really trustworthy, because then why should they believe your assurances? And third, when you've got plenty of time and it would be really easy to give the reason straightforwardly instead of simply assuring them. So we've got good and bad uses of assurances, and I hope we understand what they are and how to distinguish them. But let's do a few exercises just to make sure that we've got the general idea. The second common move in arguments that's supposed to solve the skeptical regress problem is guarding. The basic idea of guarding is very simple. It's just making the premises of your argument weaker so that there'll be fewer ways in which your opponents can raise trouble for them or show that they're false. So here's an example. Suppose someone says, we ought not to build any new nuclear power plants because they'll explode. Now, wait a minute. How do you know that any of them really will explode? How can you tell that in the future? You don't even know what kinds of standards they're going to be built to. So someone can object to that argument by saying, you're not justified in asserting that premise that these new nuclear power plants will explode. So how do you stop that problem? Well, you simply say, well, we ought not to build any new nuclear power plants because some of them might explode, or even weaker, because I believe that some of them might explode. Now we've got a premise. I believe that some of the new nuclear power plants might explode. That's going to be hard to deny. I mean, what's an opponent going to do? Show that you don't really believe it? Show that it's not true that they might explode, that there's no possibility that they'll explode, or that any of them will explode? You're not claiming all of them will, just some of them. So by guarding the premise in this way, you make it more likely to be true and less subject to objection. And that's what guarding does. It enables you to start an argument with that premise if other people agree that it's true because it's so weak. You get them to agree to share your assumption by weakening your premises. Now, of course, what happens now is someone says, wait a minute, they might explode, sure, and the sun might not come up tomorrow. All kinds of things might not happen or might happen. Might's too weak to establish that we shouldn't have new nuclear power plants. So what you're suggesting is not just that it might happen, but that it's likely to happen. And if the chance of it happening really is so slight as to be negligible, then you weaken the premise too much. And it's not going to follow that we shouldn't have nuclear power plants. So the issue is going to come down to, is the risk of them exploding, or some of them exploding, enough to justify the conclusion that we ought not to have them? And that's going to depend on exactly how much risk there is. And by looking at the guarding term, at the might term, and questioning it and saying, can we replace might with probably or something like that, then we're going to have a better handle on how to assess the argument. So when you see someone using guarding like this, you need to ask, why did they put in the guard? And have they put in too much guarding? That is, weakened it so much that the conclusion no longer follows. So the general trick of guarding is to weaken the premise so it's going to be harder to deny. And that's how your argument gets going. But there are at least three different ways to do this. Okay? One is the extent, the other is probability, and the other is mental. First, guarding by extent. We need a new alcohol officer on our campus because all students drink too much. Well, that's clearly false. Not all students drink too much. Most students drink too much. Well, not most. Maybe not most. Many students drink too much. Okay, many, too many, because it's too much. Some students drink too much. Notice that you can guard or weaken the claim, the premise, from all students drink too much to most students drink too much to many students drink too much to some students drink too much. And as you move down that scale, the premise gets harder and harder to deny. So whether this counts as guarding depends on the expectation. If you expect the claim that most or all students drink too much, then it's guarding to say many, or certainly to say some. But if you don't expect that many or most or all, then to say some is simply to say that you're talking about some. So it's guarding when you weaken it beyond what would otherwise be expected in the context. This standard is going to be hard to apply because it might be difficult to say what the expectations are of the different people involved in a conversation. But That's what guarding is. It's not guarding every time you use the word many or most. It's only guarding when you were expecting all and the person instead merely claimed many. The second kind of guarding concerns probability. Now, some people would say it's absolutely certain that O.J. Simpson killed his wife. And other people say, well, he probably killed his wife, or it's likely that he killed his wife. And others will say, there's a chance he killed his wife. And others will say he might have killed his wife. So when you change from it's certain to it's probable, or it's likely, or there's a chance, or he might have, again, you're moving down a continuum. And the further you move down that continuum, the easier it is to defend your premise because you're claiming less. And the question is going to be whether you've done it too much. If you simply say, he might have killed his wife, therefore he ought to be convicted, that's clearly wrong. If you say he probably killed his wife, so he ought to be convicted, that might be wrong too if there's a strong burden on the prosecution to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. But you don't want to require that it's certain that he killed his wife, because then you'll never be able to convict any criminals. So you need something like almost certain, which is a bit of a fudge word, or beyond a reasonable doubt. In any case, however you assess whether or not he should have been convicted, depending on how you assess how likely it was that he really did what he was accused of, apart from all those questions, the point here is simply that in arguments in general, you can make the argument more defensible by weakening the premise, so there are fewer ways to show that the premise is wrong. And that's the second type of guarding. Now, the third kind of guarding we can call mental, because it has to do with the mental state of the person asserting the premise. You might say, well, I know that the president is 50 years old. But you might say, I believe that the president is 50 years old. You might say, I tend to believe, or I'm inclined to believe that the president is 50 years old. And there's another continuum. As you move from knowledge to belief to inclination to believe, again, you're making the premise weaker and weaker, which makes it harder and harder to question or deny or doubt that premise. So you have avoided a problem for your argument, and potentially this is a way to stop the skeptical regress. Now, the third common move in arguments to protect premises and avoid the skeptical regress is discounting. Discounting is basically citing a possible objection that you think other people might be thinking of in order to head it off by providing a quick and dirty response to it right then and there. For example, you might be talking to someone and say, well, I'm thinking of buying that ring and it's really beautiful. And you're thinking, well, they're going to object that the ring is very expensive too. So you say, well, the ring is expensive, but it's beautiful. So what you're doing is citing the objection. It's kind of odd if you think about it. If you want to buy the ring, why are you saying that it's expensive? And the reason is that you have already cited that objection, which makes it less likely that a person on the other side who doesn't want you to buy the ring is going to say it, because you've already said, I know that, but it's more important to me that the ring is beautiful, so I want to buy it. So when you say the ring is expensive, but it's beautiful, you're saying that it's expensive. That's the first thing. You're saying that it's beautiful. That's the second thing. You're saying with the word but that there's a contrast between the two, and you're indicating that the fact that it's beautiful is more important than the fact that it's expensive. You're saying all of that simply by saying that the ring is expensive, but it is beautiful. So first, to say that the ring is expensive, but it's beautiful, is to say two things. It's like saying the ring is expensive and it's beautiful. But in other ways, it's very different from and. Because if you say the ring is expensive and it's beautiful, you can switch them around. It's beautiful and it's expensive. It's expensive and it's beautiful and it's expensive. You can say it either way. If you say it's expensive, but it's beautiful, that's very different from saying it's beautiful, but it's expensive. Think about it. If you were trying to argue for buying the ring, which would you say? Well, I would say it's expensive, but it's beautiful. And if I'm trying to argue against buying the ring, I would say it's beautiful, but it's expensive. Because the word but indicates that the sentence after it is in some way more important than the other clause. You're discounting the other objection and citing after the but clause the reason for the belief or action that you favor. Thus, and but are very different. The sentences on either side of and are reversible, and the sentences on either side of but are not reversible. And there are other words that are discounting phrases like but that work the same way but fall in a different place. Consider the word although. You can say, although the ring is expensive, it's beautiful. And that sounds like the ring is expensive, but it's beautiful. Those are the sentences that someone would use if they're arguing for buying the ring, because they want to emphasize that the ring is beautiful. The difference is that the word but occurs right before the clause that's getting emphasized, whereas the word although occurs before the clause that's de-emphasized, and it's the other clause that cites what the speaker takes to be more important. So but and although are each discounting words, but the but occurs before the emphasized clause and although occurs before the de-emphasized clause. And what's common to these words, like but and although, is that they do three things. They assert two claims, they contrast those two claims, and they indicate that one of those claims is more important than the other. And there are lots of words that perform these functions. It's not just but and although. You have even if, even though, whereas, nevertheless, nonetheless, still. And as with other words that we've been studying, like argument markers, for example, some of these words get used in other ways. So the word still isn't always a discounting term. When you say he's sitting still, you're not discounting an objection. It's when you use the word still at the beginning of the sentence. Still, the diamond is beautiful, or something like that. Then the word still is getting used as a discounting word. And like with the other words we've studied, if you want to know in a particular case whether the word still is being used as a discounting word, you ask whether you can substitute a different discounting word, and the sentence will function in basically the same way and mean basically the same thing. And if it does, then still is being used as a discounting word, and if it's not, then it's not being used as a discounting word. So we can use this substitution method to test for what the function of the word is. So why do people use discounting words like these? They use them in order to head off objections, because if you state the objection first, then your opponent seems a little silly to be saying it again. You just responded to that. And so you can defend your premises or protect your premises and avoid the skeptical regress by discounting the kinds of objections that people would raise that might seem to call for further argument. And that's a perfectly legitimate use. Sometimes you want to do that. You don't want to let your opponent raise an objection because that might be misleading and get you off on a tangent. And it's a perfectly effective and useful, legitimate move in an argument. But you also have to watch out because there's some tricks associated with discounting terms. In particular, I want to talk about the trick of discounting straw people. Well, one effective move in argument, if you're just trying to persuade people, is to make them not see the problems with your position. And one way to do that is to say, I've got 5 objections I'm going to respond to. You know, you might say this, but. You might say that, however. You might say this, whereas. You might say that, still. You might say that, although. Right? And you discount each of those 5 objections. And yet what you do is you get to pick the objections. Right? So you can pick the easiest objections, not the hardest objections. And then you've got the whole discussion focusing on the easiest objections. And as people are trying to keep all 5 of those in their mind straight, they forget about the other objections, which might be even stronger. So you discount these straw people, straw meaning easy to knock over, easy to destroy, and make people forget about the objections that are harder to destroy, that are going to cause more serious problems for your theory. So if you don't really want to know whether your theory is right or wrong, you're just trying to persuade people, that can be an effective move. And if you don't want to be persuaded by people who are trying to trick you like that, then you have to watch out for other people discounting straw men and not facing the really more difficult objections to their views. And here's an even trickier trick. You can combine this trick of discounting straw people with other tricks that we saw for other words. So suppose somebody says, well, you know, the president is all in favor of some kind of public health service, but a public health service is not going to solve all of the medical problems of our people. So I think the president is off on the wrong track. Well, notice what's happened here is you've discounted the objection that the public health service is going to solve all of the medical problems of our people. Who ever thought that a public health service would solve all of the medical problems of the people? So you're discounting a straw man by using an unguarded term, all. You put the unguarded term in the mouth of the objector. By not guarding it, you make their view more susceptible to refutation and make it easier for you to respond to that objection. Whereas the objector really would never have used the unguarded term, but would have used a guarding term like most or many of the health problems of our people. So by using discounting terms along with guarding terms and also assuring terms, you can make moves in argument that will point people towards issues that are framed in the way you want them to be framed instead of the way that they want them to be framed. That's the trick that you have to learn to watch out for. So here's a simple rule of thumb. When you think someone is trying to use discounting terms to lead you to look at the easiest objections instead of the most difficult objections, then you can think about just forgetting the ones that this person mentions and ask, what did they leave off the list? And as a rule of thumb, that's usually a good idea, but it's not always going to work. You're going to have to use your judgment. Still, try it. Maybe it'll work in some of the cases where you want to stop other people from tricking you. Now, you should have a pretty good grasp on assuring, guarding, and discounting. 3 common moves in argument that are aimed at stopping the skeptical regress and building common assumptions with the people you're talking to. Let's do a few exercises in order to contrast these 3 and make sure you understand them. There's one more kind of language that we need to discuss because it's also used to stop the skeptical regress, much like assuring and guarding and discounting. And this language is evaluative. Just imagine that a politician says, you ought to support my health care plan because it would be good for the country. What is the word good doing here? Now, some philosophers are going to tell you that the word good is just a way of expressing your emotions or maybe telling you what to do. So the politician is saying, yay for my health care plan, or telling you in an imperative form, you ought to support my health care plan. But that can't really be the whole story, because when someone says, yay Duke, like I do when I cheer for the Duke team, first of all, I'm not saying that the team is good. I might cheer for the Duke team even when I know they're not good. And secondly, you can't ask me why. If I go, yay Duke, it doesn't make any sense if you turn to me and say, but why? Why yay Duke? That doesn't make any sense. So merely to express your emotions with something like yay Duke is very different from saying Duke has a good team. And saying yay for my health care plan is very different from saying that the health care plan is good for the country. Similarly, if I say, I don't like fish, so we shouldn't have fish for dinner. Well, I don't really owe you a reason. I can just say, I just don't like the taste of fish. End of story. Leave me alone. I don't owe you a reason for why I don't like fish. I just don't. But if I say, it's immoral to eat fish, it's wrong to eat fish, you ought not to eat fish, it's a very different story. Now, I owe you a reason. If I say it's immoral to eat fish, I need to say what's immoral about it. I need to point to some feature of eating fish that makes it immoral. I can't just use that evaluative language without some kind of reason to back it up. That would be illegitimate. So what that shows is that merely expressing preferences is very different from making an evaluation and saying that something is good or bad or right or wrong or immoral or moral. And one way to capture this feature of evaluative language is to interpret a word like good as meets the standards and bad as violates the standards. Notice it's very vague because it doesn't tell you what the standards are, and those standards will change from one context to another. If you're talking about a good painting, the standards of a good painting are different from when you're talking about, say, a good investment, where the standards are going to be completely different from the aesthetic case. So if we interpret good as meets the standards and we say my healthcare program is good for the country, then that means it meets the standards for what will make the country function in a certain way. Whereas if we say eating fish is immoral, what we're saying is that eating fish violates a certain kind of standard, and more specifically, it's a moral standard. That's why we use the word immoral. So we can interpret this language in terms of meeting or violating standards, and then to give the reason why it's good or bad or right or wrong or moral or immoral, we can cite the standard and apply it to the case in order to give a reason for why the evaluation holds. But now here's the trick. When we call it good, we don't say what the standards are. We leave that up to the context to specify what kind of standards we're talking about. So it's kind of like assuring. When you say, I assure you, and you might cite some authority or tell them that you do have some reason, and you don't tell them what the reason is. When you call it good, you say it does meet the standards, but you don't say what the standards are. So by alluding to the standards without actually laying them out, you have made your claim a little more defensible, because if you laid out the standards, they might be questionable and your audience would know exactly what to question and what to deny and how to object. But if you simply say it's good and all you're saying is it meets the standards, then you've avoided an objection and made your premise more defensible. And that's how this type of evaluative language might help to stave off the skeptical regress. And here's another way evaluation can help. We don't always have to agree about what the standards are. Suppose you're driving down the road and I say, yeah, we ought to turn left here. And you say, yeah, we ought to turn left here. Well, I might think that we ought to turn left here because that's going to be a quicker way to get to our destination. But you might think that we ought to turn left here because that's going to be a more beautiful view and you'll be able to look out on the hills. But we can agree that we ought to turn left here because we both agree that turning left meets the standards, even though my standards are efficiency and getting there quickly, and your standards are aesthetic and getting beautiful views. So if you can get more people to agree to your premises simply by saying, this healthcare plan will be good for the country, without saying exactly how it's going to be good, then you've avoided people disputing your objections because they can agree to it since they can use their own standards to determine whether it's good or not. And that can be yet another way to avoid the skeptical regress. Notice that evaluation can occur at a lot of different levels. We have some words that are very abstract, like good and bad and ought not, should not, right, wrong. And those words can be used in a lot of different contexts. You can have the wrong investment or a good investment or an investment that you ought to make. But you can also drive on the right path or a bad path or a way that you ought not to go. And so You can have navigational standards and economic standards, but they can all be expressed by these very general and abstract evaluative words like good and bad and right and wrong and ought not and should not, and so on. But other evaluative words are much more specific. Now, for example, you can call a painting beautiful or ugly, but you don't call fertilizer beautiful or ugly. You would never say that a stock is beautiful or ugly. They're just not the kind of thing to be evaluated in that way. So an evaluative word like beautiful or ugly is more specific. It only applies to a small range of things, whereas other words apply, like good and bad, apply to almost anything. Here's another example. Cruel or brave. A person can be cruel or brave, but you can't say that a painting is cruel or brave, or a desk is cruel or brave, or a chair is cruel or brave. A chair might be comfortable, but a painting's not comfortable, and a soldier's not comfortable. Soldiers are brave or not. Chairs are comfortable or not, but chairs are not brave or not, and soldiers are not comfortable or not. So these evaluative words like brave or cowardly and beautiful or ugly or comfortable or uncomfortable apply only to limited ranges of things rather than to just about anything. So we have very general or abstract evaluative words, and we have more specific or concrete evaluative words. And of course, which ones are specific or concrete will vary. Some are more concrete than others. It's not an absolute dichotomy, but some words that are evaluative really will apply to almost anything, and other words apply to a more limited class, and they vary in how limited that class of things that they apply to will be. So you might ask, why are all these words evaluative words? And think about it. If you want to explain a more limited evaluative word like beautiful, you want to explain what it means, you need to define it in terms of the more general words like good. If you want to say it's beautiful, you can say that kind of means looks good. I know that's not quite right, but basically when you want to define the word beautiful, you need to cite one of the more general words, good, and then cite the specific way in which it's good, namely the way it looks. And when you want to say an economic word like bargain, bargain means a good price. It sells for a good price, and a good price is a low price. So when you define what a bargain is, you need to cite the word good in order to define bargain. So the relation between these very general evaluative words and the more specific evaluative words that makes them all evaluative is that you need to define the specific evaluative words in terms of the more general ones. So it all comes down to what makes something evaluative is its connection to what's good or bad or right or wrong or what ought or ought not to be done or shouldn't be done and so on. Now the trickiest cases of evaluative words are words that are contextually evaluative. They don't actually get defined by good or bad or right or wrong as their general meaning, but they do suggest an evaluation in a particular context. Let me give you an example of what I mean. A conservative politician might criticize her opponent by saying, well, his policies are way too liberal. Now, by calling them liberal, is that a criticism? Well, she intends it as a criticism, but does the word liberal mean that it's bad? Not really, if you think about it, because the opponent might say, I'm proud to be a liberal. Being liberal's good. Yes, it's liberal. So what? Yes, it's liberal. Nothing wrong with that. The word liberal by itself doesn't mean that it's bad, even though the conservative thinks that things that are liberal are bad. So that word liberal is not evaluative in the strict sense because it doesn't get defined by the words good or bad or right or wrong or should not. It's only evaluative in the context. It suggests an evaluation because of the assumptions of the speaker, but it doesn't in and of itself mean that anything is bad or good for that matter. Because of this difference, we will call language evaluative only when it's openly and literally evaluative, so that it gets defined in terms of words like good or bad or right or wrong, and not when it's merely contextually evaluative. That is, in the context, given the assumptions of the speaker, this person means to be suggesting an evaluation. If they're not openly saying this is good or bad or right or wrong, then they're not really using what language that we will call evaluative. But there are a couple of tricky examples that are worth bringing up, okay? You might think that if you take two good things and put them together, it gets even better. And when you add a bad thing to a good thing, it makes it worse. At least that's the way it usually works. But notice that when you say something's good, that suggests it's good. But when you say, it's pretty good, then you just added pretty, which is something good, to the word good. But pretty good, it's not really any better than good. It might even be worse. But then you can add a negative word in the middle. Yeah, that was pretty darn good. Well, that means it's very good. So you've actually taken a negative word, darn, and put it in the middle of two positive words, pretty and good, and made something that means very good. So you really have to think carefully about exactly what the language means. It's not going to be a simple formula of adding and subtracting goods and bads to figure out whether the language is evaluative. Now, another word that's surprising is the word to. I like spicy food, so when I say this food is spicy, that's good, or at least it's neutral. To say it's spicy to me means I'm probably going to like it. But notice that if we just add that little word to, if I were to say this food is too spicy, that means it's bad. The little word to takes a positive evaluation, or sometimes just something that's neutral, and makes it bad. So the word to is actually a negative evaluative word because it turns what was neutral or positive into something bad. It moves it in that negative evaluative direction. So it's a negative evaluative word. So is there anything wrong with using evaluative language? No. Some people seem to think that you shouldn't evaluate at all, you should just describe. But they're just kidding themselves. Try going through life without deciding what's good or bad or right or wrong or what you ought or ought not to do. You can't really live your life without making evaluations at some point. So it's a mistake to think that evaluation is always bad. Of course, when you do evaluate, it's not like saying, yay, Duke. You have to give a reason. So you should think about the standards that you're applying and why they apply to this case. That's going to be your reason for evaluating the thing as good or bad. Now, it's often going to be hard to come up with the exact standards that you're applying because people tend to think of things as good or bad without getting very specific about what the standards are. So you're not always going to be able to tell people what your standards are, and when you ask them, they're not always going to be able to specify what their standards are. But it's still going to be a useful exercise whenever you make an evaluation to think about why you think this thing is good or bad or right or wrong. What are the standards that you're applying? And when somebody disagrees with you, to ask about what their standards are so that you can understand where the disagreement is coming from. Although evaluation can be very useful and legitimate, it can also be dangerous because some people use evaluative terms without reasons. Let's call that slanting. You slant when you use an evaluative word and don't give any justification for that use of the word. So you might call somebody an idiot or queer, and you're using an evaluative word, or at least you take it to be negatively evaluative, and you haven't given any reason why there's anything wrong with what you're calling that nasty word. Now, that's slanting if you don't have any reason, and that can be terribly illegitimate. When do people do it? Well, they typically do it when they don't have any reason. If you don't have any reason for your evaluation, you just use some nasty name like you idiot. And so when people start using language like that, when they start slanting, then that's a good indication to you as a critic that that's the point at which their argument is probably weak. They're using that kind of language to paper over cracks, as I put it before, in their argument, so as to hide what's the real weakness. So we can use evaluative language in arguments and how it gets placed at certain points to signal where the weaknesses and the strengths in the argument are. So now what we've got is we've got argument markers, we've got assuring terms, guarding terms, discounting terms, evaluative language. And in the next few lectures, we're going to look at a general technique that looks at all those different types of language and uses those different categories to analyze some real passages that we found in newspapers. But before that, let's do a few exercises just to make sure that you understand evaluation. So far, we've looked at the language of argument in some detail because we've separated the reason markers from conclusion markers. And we've talked about assuring and guarding and discounting and evaluative words. So we've picked out a lot of different words in language that play distinct roles in arguments. But what we need to do for a real argument is to bring it all together and show how these types of words can work together in a single passage. And to do that, we're going to learn a method called close analysis. Now, what you do with close analysis is you simply take a passage and you mark the words in that passage that play those roles. So a reason marker you can mark with an R, and a conclusion marker you can mark with a C, a assuring term you mark with an A guarding term you mark with G, a discounting term you mark with D, an evaluative term you mark with E, and if it's clear, you put a plus or a minus to indicate whether it's positive evaluation or negative evaluation. Now these marks will just be scratching the surface. There's obviously a lot more that you can do and need to do in order to fully understand the passage. So when it's a discounting term, you ought to think about which objection is being discounted. And you also ought to think about the rhetorical moves, the metaphors and irony. We'll look at rhetorical questions, and we'll basically go through the passage very carefully, word by word, in order to figure out what's going on in that passage. So, how do you learn the technique? The answer is very simple. You practice, and then you practice again, and then you practice and practice and practice and practice. Practice won't make perfect, because nothing's perfect. But practice will surely help a lot, and we'll get better and better the more we practice. So in this lecture, what we're going to do is go through one example in a lot of detail and mark it up very carefully in order to practice the method of close analysis. The particular example we chose for this lecture is by Robert Redford. It's an op-ed that was written for the Washington Post. We chose it because it's an interesting issue. It's about the environment, but it's not an issue that people will necessarily have very strong emotions about because you might not even know the particular part of the environment that he's talking about. We also chose it because it's a really good argument. You learn how to analyze arguments and how to formulate your own arguments by looking at good examples. Of course, it's fun to tear down bad examples, but we need a nice model of a good argument in order to see what's lacking in the arguments that are bad. So we're going to go through an example partly because it's actually a pretty good argument. We're also going to go through this passage because it's really thick with these argument words. So you'll see that we're marking a lot of different things, and we'll have to go through it paragraph by paragraph and sentence by sentence and word by word in great detail. This lecture will seem like it's looking at the passage with a microscope. And that's the point, to learn to analyze with a microscope the passages where people give arguments. Okay, so the first sentence says, just over a year ago, President Clinton created the Grand Staircase Escalante National Monument to protect once and for all some of Utah's extraordinary Red Rock Canyon country. Word number one, just. Well, justice is a good thing, right? So that must be an evaluative word. No. One of the first lessons in close analysis is that simply because you have the word just doesn't mean you're talking about justice. When he says just over a year ago, he means slightly over a year ago, or somewhat over a year ago, or some time over a year ago. So maybe he's guarding. You might want to mark this one as a guarding term by putting a G out there. But he's not using an evaluation. To say just over a year ago, well, why would he guard? Because he's not very precise. He's not going to say 17 days over a year ago. He's saying just over a year ago so that nobody will raise a question at this point. He does not want people raising questions this early in the op-ed. So let's keep going. Just over a year ago, President Clinton created the Grand Staircase Escalante National Monument to protect once and for all some of the extraordinary Red Rock country. Okay? What about the word to? Might seem like not much because it's such a short word, but it's actually doing a lot of work there if you think about it. We actually, I think, should mark it as an argument marker of some sort. Is it a reason marker or is it a conclusion marker? We'll come back to that. But first, let's get clear that it's an argument marker of some sort. When he says that he created the monument to protect once and for all, he means in order to protect, because he wanted to protect once and for all some of that country. It's an explanation of why he created it. It's giving you the teleological explanation, which tells you the purpose for which he created it. So, the bit that comes out, protect once and for all some of the country, is the reason why he created it, that explains the conclusion that he did create it. So this is a reason marker. Now the next word, protect. Well, you might think that protect is a neutral word because, after all, protectionism is criticized by some people. But actually, to protect something is to keep it safe from harm, to keep it safe from bad things happening to it. So to explain what counts as protection and what doesn't count as protection, you have to cite what's good or bad. And that makes it an evaluative word. And in this case, protecting is a good thing, so it gets marked as E+. Okay, the next words are once and for all. What does once and for all do? Nothing. Some of these words are going to get marked as nothing whatsoever. Because once and for all doesn't guard, it says once and for all. It's the absolute limit. But the next word, some, now what does that do? That guards. It's saying that what's protected is not all of Utah's Red Rock country. It's only some of it. And it's important for him to guard that because he wants to say later on, as we'll see, that there's lots of it outside the monument that's not getting protected. So he wants to guard it and say it's not all. That's going to be important to his argument. Now, Utah's pretty neutral. Unless you're from that state, then you love it, and you might say that's an evaluative word, but let's skip that group of people right now. Extraordinary. What about extraordinary? Is that an evaluative word? Might seem to be an evaluative word because clearly what Redford means is extraordinarily beautiful or extraordinarily good Red Rock country. But the word extraordinary doesn't say extraordinarily good. You can have things that are extraordinarily bad. To say it's extraordinary is to say it's out of the ordinary, and the Red Rock country might be extraordinarily ugly. So the word extraordinary itself is not by itself an evaluative word, so it should be marked as nothing. And Red Rock country also is going to be neutral. It's beautiful stuff, but simply to describe it as made out of red rock doesn't say that it's beautiful, even though we all know that it is. Just look at the picture. So, now we've finished a whole sentence. Isn't that great? A whole sentence! All right! And all we did was find 6 things to mark in that sentence. Well, 4 were marked and 2 were nothing, but it shows you that you can go through a single sentence and do a lot of analysis in order to figure out what's going on, and we're just getting started. Now let's move on to the second sentence. It starts, in response to plans of the Dutch company to mine coal, President Clinton used his authority to establish the new monument, and so on. Let's go to in response to. What does that tell you? It tells you that what's coming after it explains why President Clinton used his authority. It was a response to the plans of the Dutch company, which means that it's an explanation. Notice that the previous explanation says why Clinton wanted to do it in general. This explanation tells you why President Clinton did it at that particular time rather than earlier or later. It's because he was responding to particular plans by a particular company. So the in response to is an argument marker. Now, is it a reason marker or a conclusion marker? Well, the conclusion, the thing that's getting explained, is that Clinton used his authority. So this must be a reason or a premise marker. You can also put P for premise marker or R for reason marker. Now, in response to plans of the Dutch company Andelex to mine coal on the Kaiparowitz Plateau, President Clinton used his authority under the Antiquities Act to establish the new monument. Now, this is actually a pretty tricky one. We know that the plans of the company are the premise that explains the conclusion that Clinton used his authority. But what's the word under doing? Well, under means it's the Antiquities Act that gave him that authority, that explains why he had the authority and justified him in doing what he was doing, namely establishing the monument. So the word under suggests that there's another argument in the background here, that the Antiquities Act gives the president the authority to establish monuments, and President Clinton used that authority. So the Antiquities Act is, again, a premise, or, as I said, you can call it a reason marker, for the premise that the Antiquities Act gives the president that authority, and that justifies Clinton in using his authority or explains why he was able to establish the monument. And the word to also indicates that what comes after it is establishing the new monument. That's what he was trying to do. That also is an argument that explains why he did it. He had the authority, but you don't always exercise your authority, right? And so the point of exercising the authority, the reason why he exercised his authority, was to establish the new monument. Again, it might seem tricky to keep citing the word to as an argument marker, but think about it. You can substitute in order to, he used his authority in order to establish the new monument, or because he wanted to establish the new monument. And we learned a few lectures ago that if you can substitute another argument marker for this particular word, then that shows that in this case, the word to is getting used as an argument marker. In this case, the premise, because it's his wanting to establish the monument that explains why he used his authority. Okay? And here's a tricky one. What about the word authority? Well, that's a really tricky word. And sometimes it's not completely clear how you want to mark it. Right? You might think that this word is getting used as a discounting word, namely answering a potential objection. Some people might say he didn't have the authority to do that. But you might think it's a positive evaluation. Having authority is a good thing. And you might think that it's an argument marker because it's a reason why he would have the ability to set up the monument, namely that he had the authority. But it doesn't actually say openly any of those things, so I would probably mark that as a nothing, but I think it's better to just put a question mark, because sometimes words are not going to have one clear function or another. You know, we're doing our best to put them into these little bins of the different types of words, but sometimes they're not going to fall neatly into one or the other, and you just have to recognize that. Of course, when it comes to the quizzes, we're not going to ask you about those kinds of words, but it's worth knowing that they're there. Okay? Now, let's move on. Setting aside for protection what he described as some of the most remarkable land in the world. Again, what is that telling you? Setting aside for protection, that tells you why he used his authority to establish the monument. So again, we've got an implicit reason here, but notice there's just a space. There's no actual word that can be marked as an argument marker. But still, there is a separate argument here. He set it aside for the protection. That was why he established the monument. That's why he used his authority to establish the monument, if you want to include that part of the argument as well. Okay? For protection. Protection, again, that's going to be evaluative, right? Because to protect something is to keep it safe from harm. Harm is bad, so protecting it must be good. When you explain what protection is, you're going to need to use the words good and bad, as we saw in the first sentence. What about these little quotation marks? I love quotation marks. You got to watch out for them. What he described as some of the most remarkable land in the world. Why is Robert Redford quoting President Clinton and saying how Clinton described this land? Because if you're trying to convince Clinton and trying to convince the general public to try to convince Clinton, there's nothing better than quoting Clinton himself. I mean, after all, Clinton can't say, I'm not an authority, right? So those quotation marks and saying that he described it, that all amounts to assuring. He's assuring Clinton that that has to be true because, after all, you said it yourself. And then he says, I couldn't agree more. Well, that's a different type of assuring. Remember when we saw that some assuring terms were authoritative and other assuring terms were reflexive. Well, quoting President Clinton is an authoritative assurance. It's citing an authority. I couldn't agree more says how much he agrees or how much certainty he has, it certainly suggests. And so he seems to be assuring you, but on a different basis. Clinton and I both agree. We might disagree about other things, but we agree about this, which gives you some reason to be sure that it must be true. Next, for over 2 decades. The word for is sometimes an argument marker. Is it an argument marker here? No. How can you tell that? It's actually nothing here. But how can you tell that? Try substituting an argument marker. You can't say, because over 2 decades many have fought battle over battle. It's not because, it's just saying during that period. The term for and the words after it, over 2 decades, are simply being used to indicate time, not to indicate any kind of reason in this case, so it should be marked as nothing. Many have fought battle after battle. Is that a guarding term? Sometimes many is a guarding term. Instead of saying all, you say many. But here, you're saying many have fought battle after battle. Nobody thinks all have fought battle after battle to keep the mining conglomerates from despoiling the country. After all, the mining conglomerates themselves didn't, so it can't be all. So nobody would expect the word all. So in this case, the word many is not functioning to guard the term by weakening it, because it never started out as the strong claim all. There was nothing to weaken. They fought battle after battle. Well, you might think that battles are a bad thing, so you might mark that as E-, because after all, conflict is a bad thing, and in battles people get hurt and try to hurt each other. So to explain what a battle is, you need to introduce an evaluative word. And what did they fight those battles for? To keep mining conglomerates from despoiling the treasures, right? Again, to can be seen as in order to. That's why they fought the battle. It explains the battle. Or because they wanted to keep the mining conglomerates from despoiling the countries. So it looks like to there is indicating the premise in an argument that explains why they fought battle after battle. Okay? Mining conglomerates. Is mining bad? No. Are conglomerates bad? Not necessarily. You can explain what a conglomerate is without talking about good or bad. From despoiling. Now, wait a minute. Now we've got an evaluative term. It's an evaluative negative term. Despoiling means spoiling things or making them bad. And what about treasures? Treasures is going to be an evaluative plus term because treasures are good things. Now, the next word of the last sentence of this paragraph, just a temporal indicator, so that's nothing. We thought, okay? Thought means it's not really true. He's just guarding it. It's not really true that some of it was safe. We thought it was. Some of it was safe, or even at least some of it was safe. Now that's going to be a guarding term because it's not saying all of it was safe. It's just a little part of it, and that'll become important later in the argument. Whoa, look at this diagram. It's got letters all over the place, and they're running into each other. That shows you what close analysis does. When you start looking in detail, a lot of the different words are doing things that you can find out by trying to put them into these different categories. So, we've finished the first paragraph. An entire paragraph! Oh my God! Joy! On to the second paragraph. The first sentence is really simple. Not so. Of course, it's referring back to the last sentence of the first paragraph, which said, now we thought at least some of it was safe. And it's saying, no, it wasn't safe. So what are we going to say about this sentence? Well, what about the little word so? So can be an argument marker. It can indicate that what follows it is a conclusion. But is that what it's doing here? I don't think so. As we just saw, like in I don't think so, the word so can be used in many ways where it's not an argument marker. And this is saying it's not so. It's not that way. So there's no argument here. So that would get marked with a big N for nothing. Now, what about shocking as it sounds? Shocking. Well, is shocking always bad? Remember we saw in the first paragraph the word stunning. Well, stunning stuns you and shocking shocks you, and it's telling you that you have some kind of reaction, but it's not telling you whether that reaction is due to the thing being good or the thing being bad. You can get shocked by something good or bad. It can be shockingly good or shockingly bad. And so the word shocking by itself doesn't indicate that it's E plus or E minus, so again, we get a nothing. I mention it only because it's clear that Robert Redford thinks that shocking is bad, that this should not have happened. He's suggesting that it's bad, but the word shocking itself is not an evaluative word. What about as it sounds? Well, he's saying that it sounds that way. He's not saying that it is that way. He's not saying that it may sound that way. He's saying that it does sound that way, which is to say it seems that way to him, which is not to say it really is true, so he's guarding the claim. He's not saying that it really is shocking. He's saying that it seems shocking, so he's guarding the claim in order to avoid someone objecting that it's not really all that shocking after all. He's saying, well, it sounds shocking, and in order to make that part of his argument more defensible, because it's not really essential to his argument that it's shocking or not. So what's supposed to be shocking? Clinton's Bureau of Land Management, or BLM, has approved oil drilling within the monument. Notice that there's no guarding at all here. He just states it. They did it. They approved oil drilling within the monument. And that's because it's not really something he's arguing for. He's actually opposed to it. It's something that his opponents might support, but he doesn't. So he doesn't want to guard it, since he wants to say it just happened as a matter of fact that they approved it. So there's nothing that we need to mark in that particular sentence. Next sentence. BLM, or the Bureau of Land Management, has given Conoco Incorporated, a subsidiary of the corporate giant DuPont, permission to drill for oil and gas in the heart of the new monument. Well, there's a lot going on here that we could mention. BLM has given Conoco a subsidiary. That explains how they got permission by citing the BLM. It's a subsidiary of the corporate giant DuPont. He's certainly suggesting that giant suggests that he's the small guy, up against the big corporate giant. And it might even have some connotation of corporate giants being bad, but it doesn't actually say that. And so, again, giant should be marked as nothing. What about permission? To say that someone's permitted to do something is to say that it's not wrong. That's what permitted means. Now, of course, if you're talking about a legal permission, then to say that it's permitted is to say that it's not legally wrong. It's not forbidden by law. It still might be morally wrong, but at least it's legally permitted means it's not legally forbidden. And so if forbidden and wrong are valuative words, to deny them and say it's not wrong looks like an evaluative as well. But one of the interesting things about this evaluative word is it's not clear whether it's positive or negative. It means it's not wrong, but that doesn't mean it is good or is right. It simply means it's not forbidden. So it's not clear whether to put plus or minus. I'll just leave it as a plain E in that case. Okay? Now, what did they have permission to do? To drill for oil and gas in the heart of the new monument. Okay? That's what the permission was, a permission to do. The word to there is not being used as an argument marker in this case because you can't say they give permission in order to, right? What they gave permission to do was to drill. Okay? What about drill? Well, clearly Robert Redford doesn't want them to drill, so he thinks that's bad, but he doesn't say it's bad, he just calls it drilling. And they're drilling for oil and gas. Well, a lot of people think that oil and gas are good things, but they don't say here that they're good. They're simply saying that they're oil and gas. The coolest part of this sentence, I think, is that metaphor at the end. I mean, you've got this image that there's this poor monument, and somebody's drilling right in its heart. You know, like what could be crueler than to drill in the heart of a young monument, the poor innocent thing? So this metaphor of the heart is a nice rhetorical device that fits with the drilling and is building up people's opposition to what Redford wants them to be opposed to. But it doesn't actually give an argument. It's just stating it in a flowery or metaphorical way that'll get their feelings going. Okay? You may wonder. Notice he doesn't say you do wonder. He says you may wonder. So this is, tell me, a guarding term. So you should mark it with G. You may wonder, as I do. As is sometimes used as an argument marker, but here you're not saying that you wonder because I do or I wonder because you do. The word because can't be substituted for as. So to say as I do is simply to conjoin the two and say you wonder and I also wonder. Or you may wonder because I don't know whether you are or not, and I do. And what we wonder is, how can this happen? Now we have a rhetorical question. How can this happen? Well, that's obviously suggesting it shouldn't have happened. You know, how could something have gone so wrong as it did in this case? But he doesn't actually say that. He simply asks the rhetorical questions. And that's really the trick of rhetorical questions. Notice there are a bunch of them here. Wasn't the whole purpose this? Didn't the president say he was doing this? Then these three sentences in a row are all rhetorical questions. So what's the trick of rhetorical questions? The point of a rhetorical question is to get you to give the answer. If I say, how can this happen? And someone thinks to themselves, well, the government messes up all the time. Then you've got that audience member who answered the question to be saying it themselves. And there's nothing more forceful in an argument than to get your audience to say it themselves when you don't have to say it. And that's the trick of a rhetorical question. And what Redford's doing here is putting three of them right in a row so that you'll have to go along with him 3 times in a row. And then that obviously has an effect on your feeling like you're with him, on you feeling like you agree with him. That's the effect he's trying to create by using these rhetorical questions. Okay, what's the whole purpose of creating? Notice the whole purpose is to preserve. That phrase, the whole purpose, goes with it because we say the purpose is to preserve. And there, as before in the previous paragraph, we're signaling an explanation. Because if you want to explain why Clinton created the monument, then the answer was to preserve the colorful cliffs and sweeping arches and so on. So this is going to be an explanation, and to say that's the purpose is to say that you created it because you wanted to preserve or in order to preserve. Then this whole purpose marks the conclusion, and the to preserve marks the premise. And we have a little argument. He wanted to preserve his colorful cliffs, therefore he created the monument. And we've got the conclusion marked by the whole purpose, and the premise or the reason marked by the word to. Okay, preserve, we've already seen a word a lot like that, namely protect. And we saw that when you protect something, it has to be good. Preserve also means to preserve it against things that would harm it. If harm's bad, then preserving and protecting against harm must be good. So we can mark that as E+. It's colorful cliffs. Colorful sounds good, but of course colorful just means it's colorful. Sweeping arches. Broad and sweeping in curves. Well, that sounds good. It sounds beautiful the way he describes it. And it surely is, as you can see in any picture. But sweeping doesn't itself say it's good or beautiful or so on. Another extraordinary. We already saw extraordinary. So colorful, sweeping, and extraordinary, they're certainly being used here by Redford to suggest that these are good, but they're not openly saying they're good, so we don't want to mark those as evaluative words. But resources, now resources are things that can give you abilities. When you have more resources, you're able to do more. So abilities sounds like a good thing, and resources are the things that make you more able. They give you more freedom and more power. So at least many people would want to mark that as an E+ word. Some of these are going to be questionable. They're not as obvious as others. So I'm suggesting one way of interpreting this passage, and I hope you're following along. But if you have some questions about the particular cases, that's going to be natural. It's partly because our language is not totally precise. Okay? Large-scale mineral development, well, that's not bad if it's done in the right places, so I don't think that's evaluative either. Didn't the president say that he was saving these lands? Well, didn't the president say that he was saving these lands? Well, that suggests that he's assuring you that, in fact, he was saving these lands. He should know whether that's what he was doing, since, after all, that's what he, did himself, so he should be able to say what he did and why. Didn't the president say he was saving? Saving could be marked as E+, just like protect and preserve, because it saves it from something bad happening. These lands from mining companies for our children and grandchildren. Now, what about the word for? This explains, again, why he's saving these lands. He's saving them for our grandchildren and children. That means the reason for saving these lands is to benefit our grandchildren and children. So for is going to be a reason or premise marker. It marks the reason or premise that justifies saving the lands and explains why, in fact, the president did want to save the lands. Okay? So now we're through with paragraph 2. And I hope you're kind of getting the feel for how to do close analysis. And so what I want to do now is give you a chance to practice the skill on your own. We'll put up paragraph 3, mark certain words, and your task in the exercise will be to put the right letter next to or to indicate the function of that word in the paragraph. And the letter you put should be either R or P for premise marker, C for conclusion marker, A for assuring, G for guarding, D for discounting, E+, E- for positive and negative evaluation. And you can go through the third paragraph yourself in the exercise. Welcome back. Now you've done paragraph 3 yourselves, and we're going to go on to paragraph 4. It might seem like we're doing an awful lot of this, but remember, the only way to learn close analysis is to practice, 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 practice over and over again on as many passages as you can find. So we're going to spend one more lecture going through paragraphs 4 and 5 of Robert Redford's piece in the Washington Post from 1997. The title was A Piece of God's Handiwork. And paragraph 4 starts, sounds like Washington doublespeak to me. Well, what is it that sounds like Washington doublespeak to him? It's the sentence at the end of the previous paragraph that you analyzed. And that's the claim that they issued the permit without a full review, using an abbreviated review, and they didn't even look at the leases on other federal lands. So he's saying that sounds like the kind of thing Washington does when they doublespeak. Doublespeak's obviously a metaphor, right? It's a metaphor for saying one thing to one person, another thing to another person, or sometimes saying one thing that seems to mean one thing when what they really mean is another thing. But however you interpret the metaphor of doublespeak, it's not good. So we can indicate that doublespeaking is a negative evaluation. And it's a metaphor, but clearly negative in its meaning. You wouldn't say someone who's speaking properly is doublespeak. Notice, however, that he has this phrase, sounds like. And it sounds like it to him. What sounds like doing? Well, he's not saying that it is Washington doublespeak, so he's guarding it. He's weakening the claim. He's not saying it is, he's saying it sounds like. And so that can be labeled as a guarding term. Okay, so he's guarded that claim, but now he's going to go on and argue against the plan that Washington was using. I've spent considerable time on these extraordinary lands for years. I've spent for years, let's just circle that whole thing to indicate that whole phrase, because it's all doing the same thing. What's it doing? It's assuring you. He's saying, because I have spent so much time on these lands, I spent so many years on them, you can trust me to know what's going on. I've got the evidence. Notice, like other assuring terms, it's not giving you the evidence. It's saying you ought to trust me because I've got the evidence. I've had the experience. So it's a perfect example of assuring because it's saying that he has reasons without actually giving the reasons. And that's why you can't question his reasons, because you haven't spent considerable time on those extraordinary lands. And of course, he follows that up with another assuring term. He says, and I know. When you say I know, that's an assuring term, a mental assuring term, because it's describing the mental state as being one of knowledge. If knowledge implies truth, then to say I know it is to imply that it's true, to assure you that it's true. Okay? And what does he know? He knows that an oil rig in their midst would have a major impact. Now, what about that? A major impact. Okay? Now, he's clearly saying it would be a bad impact, but does he come out and say it's bad? No, he just says it's major. Okay? So it's not an evaluative term. That would be labeled as nothing if nothing is an option. So he's clearly suggesting that it's bad, but he's not saying it, so it shouldn't be marked as an evaluative term. Okay? Next, what's more? Well, what's more is kind of a conjunction, but what came before this was an argument that it would have a major impact based on his assurance. And so when he says what's more, he's suggesting that what's going to come next is yet another argument for why we shouldn't have these permits issued. He's going to tell you other bad things about them. So that can be a premise marker, because what comes after it is the premise. They want to drill to find oil. Well, we can say to find oil. It's in order to find oil. That is going to explain why they want to drill. It's a teleological explanation, as we saw in an earlier lecture. And so that is going to be a reason marker, because their desire to find oil is what explains their desire to want to drill. Okay? Inevitably. What's that? Assuring. It's assuring you that it's obviously true. There's no way around it. It is inevitable. What's inevitable? More rigs, more roads, new pipelines, toxic wastes, and bright lights would follow to get the oil out. Okay? He's assuring you that all of those things are going to happen. The previous argument, before the what's more, was simply an oil rig. Notice it's just an oil rig, one oil rig up there in that sentence. But now we've got more rigs, more roads, new pipelines. So if an oil rig has a major impact, all of this other stuff's going to have a lot more of an impact. That's the point of the what's more. He's adding additional reasons why the permits should not be issued. Okay? And they would follow, that means it's going to follow what? In time. It's just temporal. It's not saying anything more than it's going to follow at a later time, but they're going to follow to get the oil out. That explains why they would follow. Because, right, you would need them in order to get the oil out. So that's going to be an argument marker itself. Is it a reason marker or is it a conclusion marker? Well, the conclusion is that all that's going to follow, right? And the premise is that it's needed in order to get the oil out. So this is going to be a premise marker. And the conclusion is that you get all that stuff, the pipelines, the roads, the wastes, and so on. Okay? So those are his reasons against giving a permit. And then he says the BLM couldn't see this. Okay? Just states it as a fact. But, what's the but doing there? Remember what kind of word a but is? But is a discounting term. He's answering an objection. The objection is, well, you say all that would follow, but the BLM would disagree with you. And they looked at it very carefully, and they're an authority or an expert. So the answer to that objection is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Environmental Protection Agency did see this. Notice that what comes after the but is more important than what came before it. What he's doing, he's saying that there's a contrast between what the BLM couldn't see and what the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Environmental Protection Agency did see. But in addition to the contrast between those two, he's also saying it's more important that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Environmental Protection Agency did see it. Okay? So what comes after the but is taken to be more important. And what did they see? Both of these agencies recognized. Recognized implies you can't recognize things that aren't true. You know, if you see somebody and you say, I recognize my sister, and it wasn't your sister, you didn't really recognize them. So to say you recognize is to assure people that it's really true. The devastating, now devastating can't be good, so that's E-. Effects of extensive oil drilling. Extensive, is that bad? No. Extensive oil drilling's good in the right places. Gives us the kind of energy we need to be able to accomplish the goals that we want. Maybe you wish you didn't need extensive oil drilling, but if you need it, then it's good when it's done in the right place. And that drilling would have devastating effects on this area, and then those two agencies urged the BLM to refuse to allow it. Okay? Why? In order to protect the monument. And again, we've seen this kind of argument repeatedly at several points during this particular op-ed. That's saying that the goal is to protect the monument, and that's what justifies urging the BLM to refuse to allow it. So this is going to be a premise marker. We've seen in order to protect, in order to preserve, because we want to protect, and so on. He keeps repeating that. That's not a bad thing. Many times when someone's giving an argument, they repeat pretty much the same words as in other areas because they're giving several arguments for a single conclusion. We'll actually see how those different reasons can fit together in the next section of the course. But for now, all we're doing is marking the words, and in order to is a premise marker. We finished 4 paragraphs. All right. We're almost done. Yes! Now we're on to paragraph 5. And it starts, maybe the problem comes from giving management responsibility for this monument to the BLM. What about the word maybe? The word maybe is about as clear a case as you can get of a guarding term. It's saying it might be the case, it might not be the case. I'm not going to definitely claim that's where the problem comes from. I'm just suggesting that maybe, so if somebody comes along and says that's not really true, I'm going to say, well, maybe it's true. That's all I was claiming. And so I'm now able to defend my premise. Okay? Problem? What about problem? Got to be E-, right? Another clear example, because you can't have good things if they're problems. Sure, you can have problems on math tests that are good, but that's not the kind of problem we're talking about here. These kinds of problems are bad, and so that word gets marked as E-. So the problem comes from, namely, is explained by giving management responsibility for this monument to the BLM. So comes from can get marked as a premise marker. It's the giving management responsibility to the BLM that explains why there's a problem in the first place. And that could be put in the form of an argument. That explanation could. Okay, so why is giving management responsibility to the BLM create a problem? Because, the next sentence tells you, this is the BLM's first national monument. It's the first time they've ever done this. Almost all the other monuments are managed by the National Park Service. Okay? Nothing wrong in itself with being the first. There always has to be a first. So there's nothing evaluative there. What about almost all? Clearly, guarding, right? Because it's not all, it's almost all. So the claim is more defensible. Almost all the others are managed by the National Park Service. The Park Service's mission is to protect the resources under its care. Okay? Protect, good, resources, good. So those both get E+. While. What about the word while? Well, it's not completely clear. You could read this as simply setting up a contrast between the Park Service's mission and the Bureau's mission. But you can also read it as responding to an objection. Well, doesn't the government protect those resources? And the answer is, well, the Park Service does, but the Bureau has a different role. The Bureau has always sought to accommodate economic uses. Okay? So if you read that while as but, and you replace it with but, it seems to make sense. The Park Service's mission is to protect, but the Bureau has always. It looks like you can replace it with the discounting term, which means that while is functioning here as a discounting term. Okay? The Bureau has always sought, no guarding there. It's always sought that, right? To accommodate economic uses of those resources under its care. Even so, starts the next sentence. What is even so doing? Well, even so is a discounting term because it's discounting an objection. The objection is, well, they've always sought to accommodate those uses. Well, then how do you explain the fact that they got off to such a good start? They seem to be, okay? They seem to be. That's a guarding term. It's not saying they were. It's saying they seem to be getting off to a good start. Good. Boy, there's an evaluative plus. You can't beat that for a clear evaluative plus. To a good start by enlisting broad public involvement in developing a management plan for the area. Well, what was good about it? They enlisted broad public involvement. Therefore, it was good. Looks like by enlisting could be a premise marker. The premise is they enlisted broad public involvement. Therefore, they got off to a good start. Yet, what's yet? Another discounting term. The agency's decision to allow drilling in the monument completely undercuts this process just as it's beginning. The objection is, so if they got off to a good start, what's the problem? If they enlisted broad public involvement, what's the problem? Well, that's the objection, and the response is, now they've decided to allow drilling in the monument, and that completely undercuts the process that did enlist public involvement, right? So the yet is discounting the objection that says, there's no problem here. They're doing just fine. They got broad public involvement. They're saying the response to that objection is, but now they have not got public involvement. They're doing it without a complete review, and so on, as mentioned in the preceding paragraph. The agency's decision to allow oil drilling in the monument completely, no guarding, right? Completely undercuts. When it's that strong a word like completely, you can almost say it's, I'm assuring you. It's not just partially undercutting, it's completely undercutting. That's a way of of making you confident that it really does, at least partially, undercut the process. And undercuts sounds like something bad. I suppose you might not want to mark it as evaluative because, you could undercut a bad process and that would be a good thing. So literally, you probably should not mark that as evaluative, but it's clear what Robert Redford thinks about undercutting this process. And now, just. Just stands for justice, doesn't it? No, remember from the very first word of this op-ed, just is nothing here. It means at the same time when it was beginning. It's not an evaluative term, even though just sometimes means something about being just or fair or good. Here, it doesn't mean that at all. So we're back to the very word that we began this op-ed with, and so that seems like a good place to stop. I'll stop marking here. There are other things you could mark. There are other things to discuss. These paragraphs, these op-eds are always extremely complex and interesting to try to get the details straight. But I'll give you a chance to look at the next 3 paragraphs. They're all pretty short. Look at those paragraphs and see if you can do a close analysis on those. Because as I've emphasized several times, the best, indeed the only way to learn close analysis is to practice, 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 practice. Great. We can do close analysis. We can identify the premises and conclusion. We can put them in standard form. What's next? Well, the next step is to take those parts and put them in a certain order and fill in the missing gaps. We need to learn how to reconstruct arguments. Are you ready? Well, there are lots of ways to reconstruct. Think about constructing a house or a building. In order to construct a good building, you got to know what the goal is, what the standards of a good building are. And the same thing goes for reconstructing arguments. In order to reconstruct an argument properly, we need to know what the standards are for reconstruction. We're trying to reconstruct it so as to meet those standards. Because the goal is not to reconstruct the argument in order to make it look bad. The point is going to be to reconstruct arguments so as to make them look good. Because by making your opponents look bad or silly, that doesn't do anybody any good. If you want to learn about their perspective and you want to learn from their views, then you need to reconstruct their argument so as to make it look as good as possible. And to do that, you need to know about the standards for arguments. That is, the standards that make arguments good or bad. So what we're going to do this week is we're going to look first at some standards for arguments, validity and soundness in particular. And then we're going to use those standards to develop a method called reconstruction or deep analysis. I'll explain those terms later. And then we're going to apply that method to a few concrete examples in order to be able to take a passage and take those premises and conclusions and fill them out and get a full-fledged argument that, if we've done it properly, will be as good as it can be and that we can learn from. That's the goal. Now, because an argument consists of premises and a conclusion, and the premises are supposed to be related in the right way to the conclusion, there can be 2 main ways for an argument to go wrong. 2 main vices of argument, you might say. The first is there might be something wrong with the premises. In particular, they might be false, or at least one of them might be false. Second, there might be something bad about the relation between the premises and the conclusion. The premises might fail to give a good reason for the conclusion. Now, each of these problems is something that we need to avoid, and when we do avoid them, we get the corresponding virtues, namely validity and soundness. And those are the 2 notions that we want to discuss in this lecture and the next. Let's begin with the relation between the premises and the conclusion. What kind of relation between the premises and the conclusion is good for an argument, or makes an argument good? Well, that depends. Some arguments are deductive and others are not. So let's focus for a moment on deductive arguments. In deductive arguments, the conclusion is supposed to follow from the premises. What does that mean? What does it mean for a conclusion to follow from the premises? That's a really hard notion to pin down. So what logicians usually do, and what we're going to do, is focus instead on the notion of validity. And the idea is that a deductive argument is trying to structure itself so that it's valid. And we'll explain what validity is. But for now, I want to emphasize that we're only talking about deductive arguments. There's going to be another class of arguments called inductive arguments that we'll get to later in this course, where they don't even pretend to be valid. They don't even pretend that the conclusion follows from the premises. But just for simplicity, let's focus on deductive arguments now. And the idea is that the deductive argument should be structured in such a way that it's valid. Then the next question is, what's validity? Let's start with a simple example. Suppose that you know Mary, but you don't know her children. However, you do know that she has one child who is pregnant. And you also know that only daughters can become pregnant. So you have all that you need to know in order to draw a further conclusion, namely, Mary has at least one daughter. So here's the argument. Mary has a child who is pregnant. Only daughters can become pregnant. Therefore, Mary has at least one daughter. Now, if you think about it, there's just no way, no possibility that both of those premises are true and the conclusion's false. That is the feature that we're going to call validity. More generally, we can define validity in an argument so that an argument is valid if, and only if, it's not possible for the premises to be true and the conclusion false. That is, it's not possible for there to be a situation where both of those hold. That is, a situation where the premises are true and the conclusion is also false. Now that might strike you as a pretty simple notion, but actually that little word possible is a problem. How do you tell what's possible or what's not possible? Well, there's no mechanical solution to that, and we'll struggle with that a little bit throughout this course. But for now, since we're right at the start, let's think of it this way. Is there any way for you to tell a coherent story where the premises are true and the conclusion's false? Can you describe a situation with that combination of truth values, that is, the premises being true and the conclusion false, in the same situation? If you can tell a coherent story with that combination, then it's possible and the argument's not valid. But if there's no way to tell a coherent story where the premises are true and the conclusion's false, then the argument's valid. Now let's try that test on our example. Mary has a child who is pregnant. Only daughters can be pregnant. Therefore, Mary has a daughter. So is there any way to tell a coherent story where the two premises are true? That is, where Mary has a child who is pregnant and only daughters can be pregnant, but the conclusion's false. Mary does not have a daughter. Well, just try. Suppose Mary has only one child and it's a son. There's the conclusion is false. Good. What about that? But then, is that son pregnant? Well, if the son is not pregnant, then the first premise is false. Mary doesn't have a child who is pregnant. But if the son is pregnant somehow, don't ask me how, but if the son is pregnant, then the second premise is not true. It can't be true that only daughters can be pregnant because this child is a son. Okay, what if Mary has two children? Try that. Try to tell the story that way. Mary has a daughter and a son. Now she's got a child who is pregnant, the daughter, and only daughters can be pregnant, but she has a son. Wait a minute, she's got a son and a daughter, so now the conclusion's true because she does have a daughter, even though she also has a son. Oh, wait, how about this one? What if Mary has a child who is biologically female, but sees himself as a male? And so she sees that child as a male, but that child is pregnant, because after all, they're biologically female. Now, are the premises true and the conclusion false? Does that story make sense? Wait a minute. Either her child is a daughter or her child is a son. Now, if it's a daughter and it's pregnant, no problem, the conclusion's true. If it's a son, because that child sees himself as a male, then you've got a choice. Well, what about the first premise? The first premise is going to be true. She does have a child who is pregnant, but what about the second premise? Only daughters can be pregnant. Wait a minute. If that really is a son, if we're going to call that a son, then it's no longer true that only daughters can be pregnant. So now the second premise is false. So try it again. Try it with, sex changes, and try it with hermaphrodites. Tell the story any way you want about Mary's children. And there's no way that both premises come out true when the conclusion's false. That shows that the argument is valid. It might be just that we can't imagine the coherent story which makes it invalid, but the fact that we've tried hard and looked at all the possibilities we can think of at least gives us a good reason to think that this argument is valid. Now, some people like to think of it in the reverse direction. They say, let's imagine that the conclusion's false, and then if it has to be the case that at least one of the premises is false, the argument's valid. Then you can define validity as it's necessarily the case that if the conclusion is false, one of the premises is false. Or in every possible situation, if the conclusion's false, one of the premises is false. We can apply this new account of validity to the same old example. It's got to be the case that if Mary doesn't have a daughter, then she doesn't have a child who is pregnant, or else there are at least some children who are pregnant who are not daughters. So notice in this case, you're reasoning back from the falsehood of the conclusion to at least one of the premises has to be false. Whereas in the earlier definition, you were saying it's not possible in the situations where the premises are true for the conclusion to be false. You can look at it either way, either direction. Just pick the one that works for you and go with that definition, because in the end, the two definitions are equivalent. It's just a matter of what's going to help you understand which arguments are valid and which ones are not. In addition to understanding what validity is, it's also very important to understand what validity is not. A lot of people get confused by the notion of validity in this context because they're thinking that to call an argument valid must be to call it good, right? You call a driver's license valid when it's good in the eyes of the law. But that's not what we're talking about here. The notion of validity is getting used by logicians here as a technical notion, and it's very, very, very important to remember that to call an argument valid is not to call it good. For some arguments, like deductive arguments, being valid might be necessary for them to be good, but it's not enough, and we'll see a lot of examples of that later on. The second point about what validity is not is that validity does not depend on whether the premises and the conclusion are actually true or false. Instead, it depends on what's possible, whether there's a certain combination, true premises and a false conclusion, that's even possible. So, whether the premise is actually true in the actual world is not what's at issue. And we can see this by seeing that some arguments with false premises can still be valid, and some arguments with true conclusions can be invalid. So let's look at some examples of that. Indeed, there are 4 possibilities, because remember, the conclusion could be true or false, and the premises could be all true or at least one false. So we've got 4 possibilities. And all of those are possible, except for one. The one combination that's not possible for valid arguments is true premises and a false conclusion. But if you've got true premises and a true conclusion, it might be valid, it might not. If you've got false premises and a true conclusion, it might be valid, it might not. if you've got false premises and a false conclusion. It might be valid, it might not. So let's look at some examples of each of those possibilities in order to better understand the relation between premises and conclusion that exists when the argument is valid. It's hard to give examples with true premises and false conclusion or any of these other combinations when the truth is controversial. So we're going to have a really simple example, and we're going to start just by stipulating what the facts are. We're going to assume that all Ford cars have 4 tires. But some Ford cars do not have 4 doors. We're also going to assume that Henry's car is a Ford that has 4 doors, and Jane's car is a Chrysler that has only 2 doors, not 4 doors. And we're just going to take those facts for granted and assume that that's the situation we're talking about. And then we can give examples of all the combinations that we discussed before. Let's begin with true premises and a true conclusion. So here's an example of that sort. All Fords have 4 doors. Henry's car is a Ford, therefore Henry's car has 4 doors. Is the first premise true? Yes, that's what we're assuming. That's one of our assumptions. Is the second premise true? Yes. That's another one of our assumptions. Is the conclusion true? Yes. So they're all true, and now, is the argument valid? Is it possible that all Fords have 4 doors, Henry's car is a Ford, and yet it's not true that Henry's car has 4 doors? I mean, just think about it. How would that happen? Well, for the conclusion to be false, it would have to not have 4 doors. Suppose it has 2 doors. Well, then, either it's not a Ford, or there's some Ford, namely Henry's Ford, that only has 2 doors and not 4 doors. So there's just no coherent story you can tell where the premises of this argument are true and the conclusion's false. Or, in reverse, if you start off with the assumption that the conclusion's false, you can tell from that that at least one of the premises has to be false as well. Nonetheless, there are other examples where the premises are true and the conclusion's true, but the argument is not valid. Instead, it's invalid. Here's an example of that combination. All Ford cars have 4 tires. Henry's car has 4 tires. Therefore, Henry's car is a Ford. Now, in this new argument, are all the premises true? Yes. The first premise says all Ford cars have 4 tires, and that's true by our assumptions. The second premise says Henry's car has 4 tires, and that's also true by our assumptions. And is the conclusion true? Yes, our assumptions also tell us that Henry's car is a Ford. But is it possible? Is there any way to tell a coherent story where those premises are true and the conclusion's false? Yes, absolutely. All that has to happen is that Jane and Henry switch cars. Then the first premises can be true because all Ford cars have 4 tires. And the second premise is going to be true because Henry's car has 4 tires. Of course, now it's a Chrysler because he got it from Jane. But the conclusion is going to be false. Henry's car is not a Ford because Ford and Chrysler are different companies. So if he switches cars with Jane and he has a Chrysler, then he doesn't have a Ford. His car is not a Ford. Okay? So now you've got a situation where the premises are true and the conclusion false. It's not the actual situation, but it's a possible situation. You can tell a coherent story where the premises are true and the conclusion's false. And that tells you that the argument is invalid. Next, let's consider an example with false premises and a true conclusion. Premise 1, all Fords have 4 doors. Premise 2, Henry's car is a Ford. Conclusion, Henry's car has 4 doors. Is the first premise true? No, it's not true that all Fords have 4 doors. Our assumptions tell us that. Second, is Henry's car a Ford? That's true. So one of the premises is false and the other one's true. That means they're not all true. And the conclusion, is that true? Yes, it is true that Henry's car has 4 doors. But remember, the fact that that's actually the case doesn't tell us whether or not it's valid. So, is it valid? That depends on whether it's possible for the premises to be true and the conclusion false. Premises aren't actually true, but is there a possible story that you could tell that would be coherent, where the premises are true and the conclusions false? That's the test of validity. So let's apply it to this case. Well, just imagine that the conclusion's false, that Henry's car does not have 4 doors, it's only got 2 doors. Then, there are really only 2 possibilities. Either it's a Ford or it's not a Ford. If it is a Ford, then the first premise is false. It's not true that all Fords have 4 doors. But if Henry's car is not a Ford, then the second premise is false, because it says that Henry's car is a Ford. So there's no coherent way in which it could possibly be true that both of these premises are true and the conclusion's false. So this argument's valid. And notice that that shows that an argument can be valid even though it's got a false premise. Now you might be thinking to yourself, this is crazy. How can an argument be valid when one of its premises is false? I mean, an argument's no good when its premises are false. But notice what that does. That confuses the notion of valid, like in a valid driver's license, where to be valid is good, with the technical notion of validity that we're using here. The technical notion of validity that we're using here has to do with the relation between the premises and the conclusion, and in particular, it has to do with possibilities and not with the actual falsehood of the premise. So what we have to ask ourselves is, what would happen if it really were true that all Fords have 4 doors? It's not true in the actual world, but we're concerned with possibility. And if all Fords did have 4 doors, and if Henry's car was a Ford, then it would have to have 4 doors. So that possibility of the premise being true, even though it's not, is what's crucial for determining validity, because it's not possible for the premises to be true and the conclusion false. That makes it valid in our technical sense, even if it's not valid in the common sense notion of validity as goodness. We're not saying that the argument's a good argument, we're saying that it meets this technical definition of validity that logicians use. Now, the only combination of truth values and premise and conclusion that you cannot get with a valid argument is to have true premises and a false conclusion. So here's an example of that. Premise 1. Some Ford cars do not have 4 doors. Premise 2. Henry's car is a Ford. Conclusion. Henry's car does not have 4 doors. The premises, by our assumptions, are both true, and the conclusion's false. And it's not valid because it's easy to see how it might be possible for the premises to be true and the conclusion false. It's simple. Even if some Fords don't have 4 doors, Henry's car is one of the Fords that does have 4 doors. And then both the premises can be true and the conclusion's false. So that's how you can get an invalid argument with true premises and a false conclusion. But you don't really even need that. Look, every argument that has true premises and a false conclusion has to be invalid, because if it does in fact actually have true premises and a false conclusion, then it's possible for it to have true premises and a false conclusion. So you can know right off the bat that every argument with true premises and a false conclusion is invalid. What you can't know is for the other combinations. Then you have to think through what's possible instead of simply what's actual. So far, we've only looked at arguments with all and some, and we've looked at Henry and Ford and Chrysler and so on. But the same points are going to apply to lots of different arguments with very different forms. So let's look at one example of that. Premise 1, David is either a swimmer or a golfer. Premise 2, David is a swimmer, therefore, conclusion, David is not a golfer. Okay, is it possible for the premises to be true and the conclusion false? How could you tell a coherent story where both premises are true and the conclusion is false. Just think about it. How could that happen? Oh, I've got it. He could be both a swimmer and a golfer, like me. I play golf and I also swim, and lots of people do. Now, of course, if you have or and you say something like, he's either male or female, maybe you can't have both. But with swimming and golfing, you can just be both a swimmer and also a golfer. And then the premises can be true when the conclusion's false, which shows that this argument is not valid. Now let's try this other example, which is a lot like the last one, but it's different in an important way. Premise 1, David is either a swimmer or a golfer. Premise 2, David is not a swimmer. Therefore, conclusion, David is a golfer. Is there any way, is it possible, is there any way to tell a coherent story where the premises are true and the conclusion is false? No. Well, just think about it. There are 4 possibilities. Suppose that David is both a swimmer and also a golfer. Well, then the conclusion's true, right? So you can't have true premises and a false conclusion, because in that case, then the conclusion is true. Now suppose that David is a golfer, but he's not a swimmer. Well, again, the conclusion's true. So that's not a case where the premises are true and the conclusion's false. But suppose he's not a golfer, but he is a swimmer. Well, wait a minute. In that case, the second premise is wrong, because it says he's not a swimmer, and we're, in this story, imagining that he is a swimmer. Now suppose that he's neither a swimmer nor a golfer. Well, then the conclusion's false, and that second premise is true, but wait a minute, now the first premise is false. Because the first premise says he's either a swimmer or a golfer, and this story is saying that he's neither. So those are the 4 possibilities, and there's none of them where the premises are true and the conclusion's false. So it's not possible for the premises to be true and the conclusion's false in this case. So this argument is valid. And did you notice something? I didn't make assumptions like in Henry and the Ford and the Chrysler, because we don't need to know whether David really is a swimmer or a golfer. We don't need to know the actual facts of the world at all. We can tell that this argument is valid without knowing what kinds of sports David does. And that shows you that whether an argument is valid or not depends on what's possible, not on what's actual. Because you can know that the argument's valid even if you don't know whether in the actual world he is a swimmer or a golfer or neither or both or one but not the other. We haven't been through all of the possibilities, but we have seen that you can have invalid arguments with true premises and true conclusions, and you can have valid arguments with false premises and true conclusions. And we've got a little table that shows us the other possibilities. Instead of going through all of those other possibilities myself, I think it'd be better if you did a few exercises, and that'll make sure that you understand this notion of validity before we go on and try to show how validity is related to soundness. The next question has probably been bothering you ever since very early on in the previous lecture. Namely, if valid arguments can have false premises, then what good are they? Sure, there's this technical logician's notion of a valid argument, but why should we care whether arguments are valid if valid arguments can be really bad? Validity might be necessary for an argument to be good, or at least for a deductive argument to be good, because remember, there are also inductive arguments. But even though it's necessary, it's not enough. You can have a horrible argument that's still valid. The great thing about validity is that when a valid argument has true premises, then you get something that really is valuable, namely soundness. Because if you know that the premises are true, and you also know that it's not possible for the premises to be true and the conclusion false, then you know the conclusion must be true. So in a sound argument, the conclusion has to be true. And that is what makes it valuable. Because if we can get a deductive argument to be sound, then you really got something. What you've got is a true conclusion. Officially then, a sound argument is one where the premises are true and the argument is valid. And we've got the same combinations of truth and falsity as possibilities that we had in valid arguments. You can have both premises and conclusion are true, and then if it's valid, the argument's sound, and if it's not valid, it's not. Or you can have the premises are true and the conclusion's false, and then it can't be valid, but if it's invalid, it's not sound. Or you can have the premises are false and the conclusion's true, and then if it's valid, it's not sound, and if it's invalid, it's not sound. Or you can have both the premises and the conclusion are false, and then it's not going to be sound whether it's valid or not. So the only combination where it's sound is when the premises are true and the argument is valid, and in that case, you know that the conclusion is true. What about lack of soundness? Well, there are two ways for an argument to fail to be sound, namely, either the argument can be invalid or one of its premises can be false. So it's a lot easier for an argument to be unsound. And we know that a deductive argument tries to be valid, and of course it wants its premises to be true, so a deductive argument is trying to be sound, and when it fails to be sound, it's not going to be any good. Now the next question is, how can you know? If you don't know whether the premises are true, you're not going to know whether the argument's sound. Well, not quite, because if the argument's valid and you know it's valid, then you don't know whether it's sound unless you know the premises are true. But if you know the argument's invalid, you already know it's unsound, even if you don't know whether the premises are true. So if you think about it, that shows why you want to be able to test for validity. Because if you can show the argument's invalid, then you're going to be able to say, well, I know it's unsound, regardless of what you think about whether the premises are true or not. So there's going to be some value to validity. Namely, if you can show it's invalid, you're going to show it's unsound, and that means that the deductive argument didn't get what it wanted. So validity is going to be necessary for soundness, and soundness is going to be important because it guarantees the truth of the conclusion. And then validity derives its value from the fact that if it's not valid, it's not sound. Okay, now there's a lot more to say about validity, and we'll say a lot more about validity when we get to formal logic in the second part of this course. But for now, we're just going to stick with this pretty intuitive notion of validity and see how we can use this notion of validity to reconstruct arguments. Now that we understand validity, we can use the notion of validity in reconstructing arguments. Now, the point of reconstructing an argument is to put it in a shape that makes it easier for us to assess the argument more accurately and fairly for whether it's a good argument or a bad argument. And when we do the reconstruction, remember, we want to make it as good an argument as possible, because you don't learn anything from putting down your enemies by making them look silly. Right? If you want to learn from somebody else's argument, you need to put it in the best shape you can to make it look as good as possible. So that's going to be the goal of reconstruction. And we're going to accomplish that goal in a series of stages. The first stage is simply to do a close analysis, and we talked about that last week. The second stage is to get down to basics. That is to remove all the excess words and focus on the premises and conclusion that really make up the argument, and then put those into standard form. The third stage is to clarify those premises. They're not always going to be as clear as you like, and that's going to take some work, and it's going to include breaking them into parts. And then the next stage is to take those parts and organize them, to put them in order so you can see how the argument flows from one part to another. But not all arguments are complete, so the next stage we have to fill in the gaps, that is, supply suppressed premises. And once we've done that, then the final stage is going to be to assess the argument. If we are able to come up with a sound reconstruction, we know that the conclusion has to be true because, as we learned in the previous lecture, the conclusion of sound arguments is always true. But if we don't come up with a sound reconstruction, then we've got to decide, is it the fault of the argument Or is it our own fault because we didn't come up with a sound reconstruction when there really is one that we didn't find? So that's going to be something we have to discuss. We're going to discuss all of these stages over the next few lectures. Now, the first stage of reconstruction is to do a close analysis. But we already learned how to do that. That was easy. Boy, hope the rest of them are that easy. This lecture is mainly going to be about the second stage, namely getting down to basics. And what we want to do is to pull out the explicit premise and conclusion from all the other words around it. And the first step is to remove all the excess verbiage. You know, it might seem really surprising, but people often repeat themselves. I'm sure you've all run into it. I mean, you listen to somebody give a talk, and it takes them 50 minutes to say what they could have said easily in 5 minutes. And one of the reasons is that they say everything 10 times. You know, for instance, people often say the same thing twice. They repeat themselves. They say the same thing over again, and they restate the point in different words. And they utter sentences that mean the same thing, and they say something and then they say it again, and they make a claim twice or more. They assert exactly what they just said, and they reformulate their claim in different words that are equivalent. They say it once, and then they say it again. You get the idea. Now, here's a real example from a U.S. politician during a debate. I want to be honest with people. We can't eliminate this deficit. People have heard that over and over again in 4 years. We cannot do it. We're in too deep a hole. Now, if you think about it, it's going to be obvious that we cannot do it. Repeats, we can't eliminate this deficit, because that's what doing it is, eliminating the deficit. But also, we're in too deep a hole. Well, that's just a metaphorical way of saying the same thing. Why is the hole too deep? Because we can't get out of it. What hole is it? It's the deficit hole. So to say we can't get out of this hole, we're in too deep a hole, is just another way of saying we can't eliminate the deficit. So in these 3 lines, he's already repeated himself 3 times. Now, why does this politician repeat himself? It might be that he thinks people will remember it better, or one version will make more sense than another. But he might have a special reason, because this was a live debate, and he had to give a 90-second answer. And so he had to fill up the time. Sometimes people repeat themselves just to fill up the time, or maybe to give himself time to think, because he didn't have a real answer ready yet, and repeating himself is easy while he thinks about what he's really going to say in the next few sentences. Fine, but repeating it still doesn't make the argument any better. And we want to get down to the basics of the argument, that is, the parts of the argument that really affect how good it is, so we can cross out those repetitions that don't make the argument any better. So first, we can cross out, we cannot do it. Then we can cross out, we're in too deep a hole. We already saw that those are just repeating the claim that we can't eliminate the deficit. In addition, we can cross out, I want to be honest with people, because that's not a reason to believe that we're in too deep a deficit. And next, we can cross out that people have heard that over and over again in 4 years. Well, that might be seen as a reason to believe that we're in a deficit, because everybody seems to say it. But let's assume that that's not part of his argument here, and we'll cross it out. Now let's move on. A second form of excess verbiage, that is, words that don't contribute to the force of the argument, is what I like to call road markers. A lot of times people, good speakers, they tell you what topic they're talking about and why they're talking about it, why it's important and worth talking about. But to say why it's an important issue and to say what issue it is doesn't provide any reason to believe that what they say about the issue is true or false. So it doesn't contribute to the argument. Here's an example from the same politician in the same debate as we just saw. This politician said, now I want to go back to the whole issue of health care, because we touched it. And I think the American people deserve to know what we would do different. Now notice that he says he's going to talk about health care, but he doesn't say anything about health care. He doesn't tell you what he's going to say about health care. All he says is he wants to go back to that issue, and he tells you why he wants to go back to that issue. But he doesn't add any reason to believe that what he's about to say about the issue is true. Now, this can, of course, still be useful because you might get confused about what the issue is, and he might be changing the topic, and he wants to signal that he is changing the topic, and that'll help his listeners. But it still doesn't add to the argument. It doesn't give you any reason for the conclusion that he's going to want to draw. We can cross out these excess words. We can cross out, now I want to go back to the whole issue of health care, because that doesn't show that his views on health care are correct. And we can cross out, because we touched it, that's a reason why we're going to that issue, but again, that doesn't give any reason why his views are correct. And we can even cross out, but I think the American people deserve to know what we would do different, because the fact that they deserve to know what you're going to do doesn't show that what you're going to do is the right thing to do. So none of these claims are really reasons. They're going to be reasons for the main part of his argument, which is to support the particular views on health care that he's going to tell you about a few seconds after this. The next type of excess verbiage is tangents. People go off on tangents all the time. Here's an example. You know, you really ought to think about taking a history course. I still remember my history courses in college. There was this one time when there was a dog that one of the students brought to class, and the dog like barked, and then he ran up on stage and he cut under the professor and knocked the professor on his rear end. It was really funny. So, you know, I think that history is a good thing to study. Now notice that all this stuff about the dog has nothing to do with history. It's no reason to take a history course instead of a philosophy course or a classics course or a science course. The same thing could happen in those courses just as well. So the tangent plays a certain role. It makes it interesting, it keeps your attention, maybe it makes it memorable for you what he said, but it doesn't actually provide a reason why you ought to take a history course. So, since those parts of the words were just a tangent that don't provide any reason, we can cross them out too, because they are excess verbiage. But sometimes people go off on irrelevant tangents, not just by accident because they lose their train of thought, but because they're trying to fool you. They're trying to produce what's called a red herring. The name red herring supposedly comes from somebody who crossed the red herring over the trail, and then the hounds couldn't track his scent anymore. And that's basically what's going on here. Sometimes people produce tangents that distract you from the main line of argument because they know that there are weaknesses in that line of argument and they don't want you to notice them. That's what a red herring is. And it's a type of tangent that you have to learn to watch out for, because if you want to see the problems in your opponent's arguments or even in your friend's arguments, then you need to not get distracted by tangents that are in effect red herrings. Yet another example of excess verbiage is, well, examples. Here's an example of that. A different politician in the same debate said this: here's what happened. In the time that they have been in office, in the last 4 years, 1.6 million private sector jobs have been lost. 2.7 million manufacturing jobs have been lost. And it's had real consequences in places like Cleveland. Cleveland is a wonderful, distinguished city that's done a lot of great things, but it has the highest poverty rate in the country. 1 out of almost 2 children in Cleveland are now living in poverty. Now notice that this politician is talking about the unemployment rate in the rest of the country, in the country as a whole. So why bring in Cleveland? Well, he might be saying that Cleveland shows that there's problems throughout the rest of the country, but that can't be right because Cleveland's just one example, and it might be an outlier that doesn't represent the general trends. So what he's really doing with this example is he's trying to bring it down to home and make you feel for the real effects. But he doesn't come out and say that you can generalize from Cleveland to the rest of the country, or that everyone else is suffering in exactly the same way. He's just giving one example. And so it doesn't really support his general claim that the unemployment is a problem throughout the whole country. That means that it's not an extra premise in the argument, and we can cross it out like other forms of excess verbiage. Now we've seen that excess verbiage can take the form of repetition, or road markers, or tangents, or examples. And people use these a lot. Matter of fact, I like to think of a general trick that people use called the trick of excess verbiage. A lot of people talk too much, and they keep saying things over and over again, go off on tangents, and give more examples than they really need. And all of that is a way of hiding the problem with their position. It's a trick to use too many words because the real point gets lost in the middle of those words. So you can fool people by throwing in those extra words. That's the trick of excess verbiage. But be careful. What seems like excess verbiage that's just there to trick you might really be an essential part of the argument. So what you need to do when you have a passage and you're trying to get the argument out of it is to cross out all the excess words, but also look at what's left over. If what's left over is enough premises and conclusion to make a good argument, then the stuff that you crossed out probably really is excess. But if it turns out that what's left over is not a very good argument, then you ought to check all those words you crossed out and make sure they really weren't necessary, because you're not being fair to the person that you're interpreting if you crossed out something that was an essential part of the argument. And some cases are going to be tricky. It's not going to be clear whether or not to cross them out. Some small words that are tricky are guarding terms. Here's an example. I think Miranda's at home, so we can meet her there. What's the guarding word? You already found that out when you did the close analysis, right? I think. Now, one way to read this argument is that the premise is, I think Miranda is at home, and the conclusion is, we can meet her there. But that's kind of weird, because the fact that you think she's at home is not what makes it true that you can meet her there. It's the fact that she is at home that can make it the case that you can meet her there. So if the premise is about what you think and the conclusion is about where she is and where you can meet her, then the argument doesn't make any sense. So in this case, what we want to do is to cross out the words I think, because that's going to make the argument look silly, and the argument really amounts to Miranda is at home, so we can meet her there. And the I think covers that whole thing. It's saying, I think she's at home, so I think we can meet her there, but the argument doesn't involve some premise about what your thoughts are. And contrast this with a different argument. Miranda's at home, so we can probably meet her there. Now there's another guarding term, right? Probably. Can you get rid of that? Well, then the argument becomes, Miranda's at home, so we can meet her there. But that's clearly not what the speaker was trying to say if they included the word probably. They realize that the fact that she's at home right now doesn't mean that we can meet her there, because it might take us a while to get there and she might leave while we're on the way. So it's not fair to the person giving the argument, and it makes the argument look worse to cross out the word probably. So in that case, you want to keep the guarding term in order to properly represent the force of the argument. So it looks like sometimes you need to keep the guarding terms, and sometimes you need to cross them out. And there's not going to be any strict rule that you can follow. You have to use your sense of what's going to make the argument as good as possible, what's going to fit what the speaker was really trying to say. Another tricky case is assuring terms. Suppose I'm writing a letter of recommendation and I say, he is clearly a great worker. I know that, so you ought to hire him. The assuring terms are clearly and I know that. But now the question is the argument really, first premise, he's clearly a great worker, second premise, I know that, conclusion, you ought to hire him. It's kind of weird, again, if you think about it, because you're not hiring him because it's clear. If he's a great worker, but it's not clear that he's a great worker, then you still ought to hire him because he is a great worker. Or if he's a great worker and I don't know he's a great worker, you still ought to hire him because he's a great worker. The fact that I know it is irrelevant to whether you ought to hire him, because that's about my mental states, not his abilities. So that representation of the argument doesn't really capture the force of somebody who writes this letter of recommendation. So we can cross out the words, I know that, and we can cross out clearly, and then the argument is, he's a great worker, so you ought to hire him. But contrast this example. I am certain that Jacob is cheating on his wife, so I ought to tell her. Now you might think, I am certain that is just another assuring term, so we can cross it out. And then the real argument is Jacob is cheating on his wife, so I ought to tell her. But now think about that argument. The mere fact that he's cheating on his wife doesn't mean I ought to tell her if I'm not certain. Because if I have some suspicions or I'm just guessing, but I really don't know, then I probably ought not to tell Jacob's wife that Jacob is cheating on her. So here, the force of the argument does seem to depend on my certainty. If I'm not certain, I shouldn't tell her. If I am certain, maybe I should. So we can't cross out the assuring term in this case because that would distort the argument. Now, of course, some people might disagree with that. They might say, well, look, if you have some reason but you're not certain, then you ought to tell her. And that can be controversial. But we're talking here not about what those people think, but what the speaker thinks. The person giving this argument, when this person said, I'm certain that Jacob is cheating on his wife, they seem to indicate that to them, the fact that they're certain provides an even better reason why he should tell Jacob's wife. So if we want to capture what the person giving the argument intended, in this case, we have to leave in the assuring term. So we've seen one example where you ought to get rid of the assuring terms, and another example where you ought to keep the assuring terms. And just like with guarding terms, the same point applies. There's no mechanical rule that'll apply to every case. You have to think through the argument and decide whether crossing out those words and removing them distorts the argument, or instead, crossing them out makes the argument look even better. Because the point of removing excess verbiage is to get rid of the things that aren't necessary, but keep everything that is necessary to make the argument look as good as it possibly can look. Finally, once we've removed all the excess verbiage, what's left over? The answer is the explicit premises and conclusion in the argument. The point of removing the excess verbiage was to separate those essential parts of the argument, those basics of the argument, from all the stuff that's unnecessary. Of course, we still have to decide which ones are premises and which one's the conclusion, right? And that's why the close analysis helps, because we indicated which ones were reason markers and which ones were conclusion markers, and that lets you identify that these are the premises and that's the conclusion. And so now we can do step 3. We can put the argument in standard form. We put the premises above the line, and we put a dot pyramid and then the conclusion below the line, and we've got the argument in standard form, which completes stage 2 of the reconstruction project. At this point, it's useful to look back at the passage and see whether you've gotten rid of all the excess and included all of the basics of the argument. So you can look at the passage and say, is everything that's not crossed out in a premise or a conclusion of the standard form? And if there's something that's still there in the passage that isn't used, you've got to decide at that point, is it really excess or not? And of course, if the argument looks really bad, you've got to look back and see whether it's missing something that you had crossed out as being excess verbiage when it really was an essential part of the argument. So we can use this process of putting it into standard form as a test of whether we've performed properly the other step of getting rid of excess verbiage. So steps 2 and 3 really work together in this stage 2 of getting down to basics. That's what helps us to use the different parts to see whether we've done each of them properly. We're right in the middle of reconstruction. We did stage 1 last week because that's just close analysis. In the previous lecture, we did stage 2, which is to remove excess verbiage and to put the explicit premises and conclusion into standard form. And this lecture is going to focus on stage 3, which is to clarify the premises and to break them up where possible without distorting them. Let's start with step 4, which is to clarify the premises and the conclusion when it's needed. So we might need to clarify them just in order to make them easier to understand or to make them less likely to mislead, and all that sounds pretty good. So let's try it on this example. It was hot today, so it'll probably be hot tomorrow again. Now we need to clarify that. What exactly counts as today? Is that, the time when there's daylight? Or does it also include night, even though night is not day? And what exactly do we mean by hot? How hot was it today, and how hot will it be tomorrow? And what, after all, is heat? And what about it'll probably be hot tomorrow? Probability. That's a tough notion. We're going to spend a whole week on that later on in the course. There are different kinds of probability. I want to know what kinds you're talking about here. And when you ask, for example, about it will be hot tomorrow, what does will mean? It means it's going to happen in the future. And what exactly is the future? And is the future real? Is time real? You can go a long way towards asking how to clarify that argument. But that's ridiculous. We don't have to clarify a simple argument like it was hot today, so it'll probably be hot tomorrow. And it's lucky we don't have to clarify every word in the argument because you couldn't. Because after all, when you explain one of the words or give a definition for it, it's going to be in terms of other words that then they have to get clarified, and you're never going to get to the end of it. The search for perfect clarity and absolute precision is impossible. You'll never complete that search. You'll never find perfect clarity or absolute precision. So give it up. What we should seek is not absolute precision, but adequate precision. Not absolute clarity, but adequate clarity. And that means that we ought to try to clear up those parts of the premises and conclusion that are likely to produce confusion later. And you have to be able to kind of predict whether this part of the argument needs to be clarified because people are going to get confused by it. Now that's not going to be easy. And there's no simple or mechanical rule to tell you what needs to be clarified and what doesn't need to be clarified. The only way to learn this skill is to go through some examples that'll give you models of what needs to be clarified and what doesn't. Sometimes the unclarity lies in a single word. In the 1980s, Nancy Reagan used to say, "Just say no to drugs." What does that mean? Well, she is telling you not to use drugs, to say no when somebody offers you drugs or tries to tell you to use drugs. So in effect, she's saying you ought not to use drugs. That's pretty clear. But now, what does she mean by drugs? Does she mean aspirin? I don't think she's telling you not to use aspirin. Does she mean prescription drugs? I don't think she's telling you not to follow the advice of your doctor and use the prescriptions that the doctor told you to take. So that can't be what she means. Well, maybe she means illegal drugs. Okay, maybe she means illegal drugs. What about heroin or cocaine? Yes, that's what she's telling you not to do. She's definitely telling you not to take illegal drugs. But then there's some things in the middle. She might be telling you not to take dangerous drugs, whether they're illegal or not. What about nicotine? What about alcohol? Those are both dangerous drugs. At least when used to excess, alcohol is very dangerous, and smoking can lead to lung cancer, and that's how most people get nicotine. So maybe she's telling you not to take nicotine or alcohol in addition to illegal drugs like heroin and cocaine. Now, it's not clear. So how do we clear it up? Well, you want Nancy Reagan's claim to look as good as possible. Remember, you're always trying to make the argument look as good as possible. And one way to make it look good is to make her claim no more than she has to claim. So she could be claiming, in addition to heroin and cocaine, you shouldn't take alcohol and nicotine, but probably, or at least more plausibly, she's telling you not to take illegal drugs. So you have to choose between interpreting her as saying don't take any illegal drugs and don't take any dangerous drugs. And it seems like the more charitable interpretation that makes her claim look more plausible is don't take any illegal drugs. So we could clarify her claim, just say no to drugs, by interpreting it to mean you ought not to take any illegal drugs. So in general then, the lesson is that when there are options about how to clarify a certain sentence, we ought to pick the most charitable option that makes the claim look as good as possible. Here's another example where the unclarity can be traced to a single word, but in this case it's the word that, and it's not clear what it refers to. So imagine that someone argues like this. They say, she claims that our strategy won't work because the enemy knows our plan, but that is a big mistake. What does that refer to? That could refer to, that is, the word that could refer to that the enemy knows our plan. If someone says that's a mistake, they might be saying it's a mistake to think that the enemy knows our plan. But it could refer to the claim that our strategy won't work. They could be saying it's a mistake to think our strategy won't work. Or they could be saying that the mistake is to think that the enemy knowing our plan is enough to make it not work. They might be saying it's not that it won't work because the enemy knows the plan. Or here's a fourth possibility. They could be saying that is a mistake to think that she claims that. That's not what she claims. So there are four different ways to interpret this argument. And in order to figure out how to interpret it, we have to figure out which of those is most likely as an interpretation of what the arguer is trying to say. And that's going to depend on which one makes the argument look the best. Now in this example, it's not clear which interpretation is the best, because someone might give that argument in a context where they're saying the mistake is to think she claims that. But in other cases, they might be saying that the mistake is to think that the enemy knows our plan. They don't really know our plan. And in other cases, they might be claiming that other things are mistaken. So we need to figure out what the person is saying, but that can depend on the particular context and might vary from context to context. Now, these unclarities seem unintentional, but sometimes people use unclarity to hide problems with their argument, to try to fool you. So imagine a politician says, we need to stop our enemies and stand by our friends, so we must remain strong and resolute. Well, if somebody starts arguing like that, you ought to be asking yourself, who do they think our friends are? Who do they think our enemies are? What do they mean, stop our enemies? Are they calling for military action? How do they think we ought to stop our enemies? And standing by our friends, does that mean we ought to support them no matter what they do? There are lots of questions that you would want to ask to clarify exactly which claim is being made before you accept something like this. Here's another claim that might be made by an opponent of the first politician. We have to help the needy. Well, wait a minute. Which people are needy? I mean, everybody needs something. How needy do you have to be needy? And we ought to help the needy. Well, how are we going to help them? Does that mean we just give them whatever they want? Or what are we supposed to give them? And when are we supposed to give them? And how much are we willing to spend on giving it to them? Politicians on both sides of the political spectrum make vague claims that need to be clarified before you should be willing to endorse one or the other of those claims. If you try to decide what to believe before you know exactly what the claim means, before you've clarified it, you can end up committing yourself to all kinds of nonsense and all kinds of very problematic positions. You can get yourself into a lot of trouble. That's why we need to clarify the terms in arguments. Now, one special way in which premises need to be clarified is that they need to be broken up into smaller parts, where you can do that. And the point of this is that the smaller parts are going to be easier to understand and easier to assess for whether they're true or not. So step 4, clarify the premises belongs together with step 5, break up the premises into parts. What needs to be broken up? Well, the explicit premises and sometimes the conclusion as well. Here's a simple example. That shirt looks great on you and it's on sale, so you ought to buy it. We might put that in standard form like this. That shirt looks great on you and it's on sale is the premise, and the conclusion is you ought to buy it. But notice that the premise has 2 parts, joined by an and. So we could break them up and have the first premise, that shirt looks great on you, and the second premise, it's on sale, and then the conclusion is you ought to buy it. Breaking it up like that is supposed to make it easier to assess the premise for truth or falsehood. Now in this case it doesn't make it much easier because it was so simple to begin with, but we'll see that breaking up premises will really help when we get to more complex examples. So it makes sense to break up premises. Well, at least sometimes. We should not break up premises when breaking them up distorts the argument. Here's an example of that. We still need to add either 1 more cup of white sugar or 1 more cup of brown sugar to complete the recipe. So we've got to add another cup of ingredients. Now one way to represent that argument would be to say the premise is we still need to add either 1 more cup of white sugar or 1 more cup of brown sugar, and the conclusion is we have another cup of ingredients to add. But we could break it up because it's got parts. We could change the argument into we still need to add 1 more cup of white sugar, that's the first premise, and the second premise is we still need to add 1 more cup of brown sugar, and then the conclusion is we have 1 more cup of ingredients to add. But that argument doesn't make any sense. If we got to add 1 of white and 1 of brown, we don't just have 1 more cup of ingredients to add. And as always, we're supposed to be making the argument look good, and that change made it look bad. And the problem is that here we broke up the word or, because it's 1 cup of white or 1 cup of brown, and presumably you didn't know which it was, or maybe you had a choice between the two, but you weren't supposed to add both. That would be too much. And the word or signals that. So in general, you should not break up when the word that joins the two is or, but it's okay to break up when the word that joins the two is and. You still got to be careful about context. It's not always going to work that way. But as a general rule, that usually works. Other cases are even trickier. There's just no general rule that tells you when you can break up premises into parts and when you can't. One particularly problematic case is dependent clauses. Here's an example. Nancy finished all her homework because all she had to do was write 25 lines of poetry, and she wrote 2 sonnets which have 14 lines each. The dependent clause is which have 14 lines each. And the question is, how do we fit that into standard form? Well, here's one stab. The first premise can say, all she had to do was write 25 lines of poetry, and the second premise can be, she wrote 2 sonnets which have 14 lines each. And then the conclusion is, Nancy finished all her homework. Now the question is, can we break up that second premise into 2 different parts? And it seems like we can. We should be able to represent the argument. So the first premise says all she had to do was write 25 lines of poetry, and the second premise says she wrote 2 sonnets, and the third premise says sonnets have 14 lines each, and the conclusion is she finished all her homework. In this case, breaking down the premise actually helps us understand and assess it, because we can decide whether it's really true, for example, that sonnets have 14 lines each. That's going to be a question. If the answer is no, then the argument might fail. The answer is yes, at least for standard sonnets, so the argument looks pretty good. Contrast that example with this one. Our legal system isn't fair because authorities go easy on white-collar criminals who have been allowed to get away with their crimes in recent years. Well, the premise could be authorities go easy on criminals who have been allowed to get away with their crimes in recent years, and the conclusion is our legal system isn't fair. Now the question is, can we break up that first premise? Because it has the dependent clause, who have been allowed to get away with their crimes in recent years. Well, that depends, because the person giving the argument might be saying that authorities go easy on all white-collar criminals. And they might be saying that authorities only go easy on a certain subset of white-collar criminals, namely the subset that have been allowed to get away with their crimes in recent years. If the premise is about all white-collar criminals, then we can break it up. So that one premise says authorities go easy on white-collar criminals, and the next premise says white-collar criminals have been allowed to get away with their crimes in recent years. But if the arguer is only talking about some white-collar criminals and admits that other white-collar criminals have not been allowed to get away with their crime, then he's only saying that authorities go easy on those white-collar criminals who have been allowed to get away with their crime, that subset of white-collar criminals. And then it would distort the argument to break it up. Because if you do break it up, then that second premise says white-collar criminals have been allowed to get away with their crimes in recent years. And if some of them haven't, then that premise turns out to be false. So if you break it up, you can criticize it by pointing out that it doesn't really apply to all white-collar criminals. But if you leave it as a single premise, then it's not subject to that criticism. So if you want to be charitable, you probably ought to keep this premise together, unless you know on independent grounds that the person was making that claim about all white-collar criminals and not just a subset. So, to make that argument look better, we don't break up the premise. And the general lesson is that with dependent clauses like that and which and who, you have to look very carefully to figure out what the speaker wanted to say and what's going to make their argument look best, and use that information to determine whether or not to break up the premise. There are no airtight rules, as always, so we need to do a few exercises to practice this skill. Welcome back. We've covered stages 1 through 3 of argument reconstruction, namely close analysis, get down to basics, and sharpen edges. In this lecture, we'll cover stage 4, which is organize parts. Because it's not enough to isolate the parts and figure out what they are. You need to show how they fit together in a structure so that they work together to support the conclusion of the argument. To see how this works, let's start with an example. Consider this example. That fertilizer won't help the roses bloom because there's already a lot of nitrogen in the soil, so the fertilizer will make the nitrogen levels too high. Of course, so is a conclusion marker, so one conclusion is that the fertilizer will make the nitrogen levels too high. And then you might think that one way to put the argument into standard form goes like this. Premise 1 is that fertilizer won't make the roses bloom. Premise 2 is the nitrogen levels in the soil are already high. And then the conclusion is that the fertilizer will make the nitrogen levels too high. But that doesn't really make any sense if you think about it. How could the fact that the roses won't bloom be a reason to believe that the nitrogen levels are too high? It couldn't be a reason for that, so we must have the wrong structure. However, there's another argument marker. This time it's a premise marker, because. And that indicates that the claim that there's already a lot of nitrogen in the soil is a premise, but what's the conclusion for that premise? That's supposed to show that the fertilizer won't make the roses bloom. So we've missed that part of the structure if we put it in standard form the way we first thought. The trick here is that there are really two conclusions. One conclusion is that the fertilizer won't help the roses bloom, and another conclusion is that the fertilizer will make the nitrogen levels too high. But each argument's just supposed to have one conclusion. So how are we going to put this into a structure? The solution is that there are two arguments. One is that the nitrogen levels in the soil are already high, therefore adding the fertilizer will make them too high. And the second argument is that adding the fertilizer will make the nitrogen levels too high, therefore the fertilizer will not make the roses bloom. Now notice that one argument really builds on the other, because the conclusion of the first argument is really a premise in the second argument. So we can represent them as two separate arguments, but we can also put them together in a chain, so that the argument says the nitrogen levels in the soil are already high, therefore adding fertilizer will make them too high, and therefore adding fertilizer will not help the roses bloom. Now, if we take that whole structure and we try to represent it in a diagram, and we represent each premise with a number, which is the number that was given it in the standard form, then we can simply have premise 1 with an arrow to premise 2 indicating that premise 1 is a reason for premise 2, and then another arrow going from premise 2 to premise 3 to indicate that 2 is a reason for 3. In a way, we've got two premises and two conclusions, because that one claim in the middle, number 2, operates as a conclusion in the first argument and a premise in the second argument. But overall, I hope the diagram makes it clear why I want to call this a linear structure. When you have one premise giving a reason for a conclusion, which is then a premise for another conclusion, then they form a line when you diagram them in the way that I'm proposing. Arguments can have other structures too. In particular, sometimes there's more than one premise associated with a single conclusion. And this can happen in two ways. The first we're going to call the branching structure, and the second we're going to call the joint structure. Here's an example of the branching structure. I'm not going to go to the movie with you because I don't like horror flicks. And besides, I'm too busy. The word because is a premise marker. So that indicates that the conclusion is that I'm not going to go to the movie with you. And there are two premises. One is I don't like horror flicks, and the other is I'm too busy. Now you might think that that could just be put in the old linear structure that we already saw. But then the argument's going to look like this. I don't like horror flicks, therefore I'm too busy, therefore I'm not going to go to the movie. But wait a minute, the fact that I don't like horror flicks doesn't mean I'm too busy. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, maybe it's the other way around. I'm too busy, therefore I don't like horror flicks, therefore I'm not going to go to that movie with you. That doesn't make any sense either. The fact that I'm too busy isn't why I don't like horror flicks. The problem is there are two premises here, but neither one is a reason for the other, as we saw in the linear structure. Instead, in this branching structure, each premise is operating independently. There's one argument, I don't like horror flicks, therefore I'm not going to go to that movie with you. There's another argument, I'm too busy, therefore I'm not going to go to that movie with you. And each premise by itself is a sufficient reason not to go to the movie with you. I mean, just think about it. If I wasn't too busy but I didn't like horror flicks, I wouldn't go to the movie. But if I liked horror flicks but I was too busy, I still wouldn't go to the movie. So each premise by itself is enough, and they operate independently. That's what makes this a branching structure instead of a linear structure. Let's diagram it, and you'll see why we call it a branching structure. One way to diagram it would be to simply draw an arrow between premise 1 and the conclusion 2. And then there's a separate argument, so you draw another arrow from 1 star, another premise, to conclusion 2. And that's okay, but notice that it doesn't show you that both premises are reasons for the same conclusion. So to capture that aspect of the structure, that both premise 1 and premise 1 star support the same conclusion, namely 2, it's better to diagram it so that there's an arrow that runs independently from both premises to a single instance of conclusion 2, as you see in the diagram on the screen. And that should show you why we're calling it a branching structure, because it kind of branches. It looks like the branches of a tree. Okay, it doesn't really look like the branches of a tree, but you get the idea. We're going to call it a branching structure. Next, we have to separate this branching structure from what we're going to call the joint structure. The difference is that in the branching structure, the premises provide independent support for the conclusion, whereas in this joint structure, they work together and they're not going to have force independent of each other. It's like the joint in your leg, which joins together the calf with the thigh. And if you didn't have both, it wouldn't work very well. So we're going to call it a joint structure. Here's an example. For my birthday, my wife always gives me either a sweater or a board game. This box does not contain a sweater. So this time she must have given me a board game. Now notice that the argument marker so indicates that the conclusion is this time she must have given me a board game. And it's got two premises. And you might think that they've got a linear structure, and the argument goes something like this. My wife always gives me either a sweater or a board game. Therefore, this box does not contain a sweater. Therefore, this time she gave me a board game. That doesn't make any sense, right? I mean, the fact that she always gives me either a sweater or a board game is no reason to believe that this box doesn't contain a sweater. Well, okay, let's try it again. Maybe it's a branching structure. That would mean that the argument looks like this. My wife always gives me either a sweater or a board game. Therefore, this time she gave me a board game. And as a separate argument, this box does not contain a sweater. Therefore, this time she must have given me a board game. Neither of those arguments makes any sense, so it can't be a branching structure. Instead, what we have here is the two premises working together. She always gives me either a sweater or a board game, and the second premise, this box does not contain a sweater. Those two premises have to work together. It's only jointly working together that they can support the conclusion that this time she must have given me a board game. How can we diagram this joint structure? We can put a plus sign between premise 1 and premise 2, then draw a line under them to show that they work together jointly, and take a line from that line and draw an arrow down to the conclusion, just like in the diagram. And this is what we're going to call the joint structure. So we've seen the linear structure, the branching structure, and the joint structure. And we can combine more than one of these structures into a single argument. To see how to do this, let's just do a slight variation on the previous example. My wife always gives me either a sweater or a board game. This box does not contain a sweater because it rattles when I shake it. So, this time she must have given me a board game. This argument combines a linear structure with a joint structure. There are two argument markers. One's a conclusion marker, so, and that indicates that the eventual conclusion is that she must have given me a board game this time. But there's also that new word because, which indicates that the fact that it rattles when I shake it means that it's not a sweater. So the first stage of the argument in standard form looks like this. Premise 1, this box rattles when I shake it. Therefore, conclusion, this box does not contain a sweater. Stage 2 says, this box does not contain a sweater. My wife always gives me either a sweater or a board game. So, the conclusion, this time she must have given me a board game. And of course, the conclusion of that first little argument is identical with the premise of the second argument, so we can put them together into a chain. We can say, this box rattles when I shake it, so it must not contain a sweater. My wife always gives me a sweater or a board game, so this time she must have given me a board game. That's how we get a linear structure combined with a joint structure. And we can use our diagram methods to diagram this argument the same way we did before. We simply start with premise 1, the box rattles when I shake it, draw an arrow down to its conclusion, namely, the box does not contain a sweater. That's 2. And then we show that those are joint by adding a plus premise 3, namely, my wife always gives me either a sweater or a board game, draw a line under them and an arrow from those two together down to the eventual conclusion, namely 4, that this time she must have given me a board game. The fact that the top arrow goes from premise 1 to 2, but does not go from premise 1 to 3, indicates that that premise is a reason for 2, but is not a reason for 3. So when you use this method to diagram arguments, you have to be careful where you draw the arrows and draw them only where there really is a rational connection. That is, where one claim is being presented as a reason for that particular claim that the arrow is pointing towards. Now, almost all arguments can be diagrammed using these 3 simple structures. That is, the linear structure, the branching structure, the joint structure, and some combination of those 3. You can add more premises because you can always add 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 if there are 4 premises operating together in a joint structure. And you can add extra arrows if you have a branch with more than 2 branches. So you can cover a lot of arguments using these kinds of diagrams. The method can be described in general like this. You start by identifying the premises and the conclusions, and you number them so that you can just have numbers instead of having to write out the whole sentence on the diagram. Then, when they work together, you put a plus sign between them and draw a line under it to indicate that they're working together, they're functioning as a group. Then, you draw an arrow from the claims that are reasons to the claims that they are reasons for. And then you move them around on the diagram so that they'll form a line when it's a linear structure and branches when it's a branching structure. It'll be easy to rearrange them so as to show how all of the different premises and conclusions work together in a single argumentative structure. That's going to be enough to accomplish this stage of reconstruction, namely to organize the parts and show how they work together in the overall argument. We received a wonderful pair of arguments from a foreign language high school in South Korea. One of the groups argued that smartphones should be banned in class, and the others argued that it shouldn't. So we can look at how they conflict with each other and what we need to do about that. So the first argument, which is trying to show that smartphones should be banned during class, runs like this. Many students are using smartphones during class, and this causes many problems. That kind of sets it up. That's what the problem is. But why? Well, there are a lot of addictive apps like social networking and games that make students check their smartphones continuously. I assume they're talking about checking them continuously during class. And it's probably not really continuously, like not all the time, but way too often. I know just what they're talking about. Happens in my classes. Checking smartphones frequently prevents students from concentrating in class. Now that tells you what the problem is. There's nothing wrong with smartphones in themselves if you can do that and still get something out of the class. But if it prevents students from concentrating in class, that's a problem, because that's what the class is for, so the students can learn. And notice they don't say other students, it's also the person using the smartphone. They're both distracted. They're both prevented from concentrating in class. That's a problem. Next, behaviors that prevent students from concentrating during class should be banned. We just found out that smartphones do that. Therefore, smartphones should be banned during class. Sounds pretty good. Of course, there are questions you could raise. But notice that the fact that the apps are addictive, that explains why. Once you've got them on your phone, you can't stop yourself from using them, and you're going to use them even in class when you know you shouldn't, right? You know you should only use them outside of class, but you end up using them inside class because you're addicted. It also says behaviors that prevent students from concentrating in class should be banned. Well, you can raise questions about that, right? Because things like, hey, going to the bathroom. Going to the bathroom during class might stop other students from concentrating and learning quite as much, but If you got to go, you got to go. And so we have to allow those. So you might want to add some qualifications about these are activities that distract other students that aren't really necessary, and doing this smartphoning during class is probably not really necessary. It doesn't contribute to anybody's educational experience. So you could fix it up a little bit, but what I want to focus on, instead of trying to fix up every little detail like that, is the structure. There are two main steps in this argument. First, there are a lot of addictive applications or apps. If there are lots of apps, then if smartphones are not banned, students will check their smartphones frequently. So if they're not banned, students are going to check them. Then, if students check their smartphones frequently, then students are going to be prevented from concentrating. Therefore, if they're not banned, students are going to be prevented from concentrating. And if not banning something results in students being prevented from concentrating, then the schools ought to ban them, because after all, the point of the school is education, and that's standing in the way. Therefore, smartphones should be banned during class. So now we've got a reconstruction where the steps are valid, and the only point I want to make for now is that it's got a certain kind of structure. Is it a linear structure, or is it a branching structure, or is it a joint structure? It's a linear structure, because the conclusion of the first bit, namely number 3, if smartphones are not banned during class, then the students will check their smartphones frequently in class, becomes a premise in the next step, which leads to the conclusion 5, which becomes a premise in the argument for the final conclusion 7. So this is a linear structure. Now, let's look at the argument on the other side. The other group of high school students from the same high school in South Korea argued for the opposite conclusion, that smartphones should be allowed in class. And of course, if they're allowed, they're not banned. So they're disagreeing with their schoolmates. And here's their argument. Many people say that smartphones should be banned in schools, but they shouldn't. Smartphones have apps that help you study, such as dictionaries for foreign languages. And these students are in a foreign language high school, so that's important. I believe that anything that can help students learn should be allowed in school. Anything that can help students learn should be allowed in school. Additionally, banning smartphones can result in a lack of ways for students to communicate during emergencies. Just imagine there's an emergency and you can't tell the other students that there is an emergency. People might get stuck in the school. They might not know that they need to leave. And that could lead to real problems. So, because smartphones can help students study, and because they can help them in emergency situations, communicate in emergency situations, smartphones should be allowed, not banned, in schools and classrooms. Now again, there are lots of questions you could raise. How often do these emergencies happen? Maybe communicating on the smartphone during an emergency is going to make you go more slowly and not able to escape. And so having the smartphone available will actually create more deaths or injuries during an emergency. And maybe using this dictionary on your smartphone during class, which seems to be helping you, is actually stopping you from learning the language yourself. You're now dependent on the smartphone, and it might get in the way of language learning. So I think you could raise a lot of questions about this argument, just like the other one. But what I'm interested in here is the structure. So let's look at that. Notice that word additionally in the middle of their argument. That signals that there are really two arguments here. One is that smartphones can help students learn, and here I'm simplifying quite a bit. The smartphones can help students learn, and then anything that can help students learn should be allowed in school. Therefore, smartphones should be allowed in school. That's the first argument. First reason to allow smartphones is that they can aid in education, and that's what schools are all about. So they should be allowed. Notice the second one is completely independent. Smartphones can help students communicate during emergencies, Anything that can help students communicate during emergencies should be allowed in school. Therefore, smartphones should be allowed in schools. There's separate arguments because the second argument would also apply in offices. It would apply to students when they're taking exams where they're not supposed to be getting information from dictionaries or any other information from their smartphone. There still might be an emergency. And so the different arguments apply in different circumstances, but they lead to the same conclusion, that smartphones should be allowed in schools. So what kind of structure do we have here? Do we have a linear structure, or a branching structure, or a joint structure? We have a branching structure because both sets of premises support the same conclusion. Now, I want to ask one more question. Does that mean that this argument's better than the first one? Hey, these guys have two arguments. The other group only had one argument. That's got to be better, right? No. It might seem better because if one argument fails, you've got the other one left over. But, of course, if one argument is stronger than either of the other two put together, the first group still might have a better reason for their conclusion. So you can't just count the number of arguments to figure out who's winning in a disagreement like this. And the second point I want to make is that we ought to be looking for compromises. When you get a conflict like this between two groups, one wants cell phones banned, one wants smartphones allowed, well, what the arguments do is they tell us the values at stake, what you really want from the ban, or what you really want by allowing the smartphones. And what that tells you is how to compromise. What we want to find now is some way to pass a regulation that will allow students to use smartphones when they're really learning, like when they're using a foreign language dictionary, or when they really need it, like in an emergency, but not so frequently that they're going to interrupt other students because they're just going on a social network or playing some kind of game that they're addicted to. So how are we going to do a regulation like that? Well, maybe we could allow smartphones, but only if they don't have any of those apps on them that students are going to abuse and use too frequently. Or maybe we're going to be able to monitor their smartphones to see whether they're going onto the right types of programs, dictionaries that help them learn, emergency conversations to help people in trouble, and not using them for the ones that are preventing other people from learning by distracting them. Now, I don't know whether you can actually have a regulation like that, but one of the nice features of arguments is that they don't just tell you these people want smartphones, these people don't want smartphones banned, right? Instead, it tells you the reasons why. And by learning those reasons, we get a picture of what we need in order to formulate a regulation that'll serve the interests of both groups because they both have a really good point. It's been a long and winding road, as the Beatles used to say, but we're finally at the last stages of reconstructing arguments. We've looked at stage 1, which is close analysis, stage 2, which is get down to basics, stage 3, which is sharpen edges, stage 4 is organize parts, and now we're doing stage 5, which is fill in gaps. And we'll also get to stage 6, which is conclude. Stage 5 really consists of 4 separate steps. First, we need to assess the argument for validity. Then we need to add suppressed premises, enough of them to make it valid. Then we need to assess those suppressed premises for truth or falsehood. And then we need to qualify the suppressed premises in order to make them true. And the whole goal is to make the suppressed premises both plausible for their truth and enough to make the argument valid. So these steps within the stage really do work in tandem together to try to make the argument good. We already learned how to assess validity. You simply ask, is it possible for the premises to be true and the conclusion false? And if so, the argument is not valid, and if not, the argument is valid. And the way you figure out whether it's possible is you try to tell a story or describe a situation. And if you can describe a coherent situation where the premises are true and the conclusion is false, then that shows that the argument's not really valid. The main topic for today is, what do you do when you assess the argument for validity and you find out it's not valid? And the answer is, you add suppressed premises, enough of them to make the argument valid. Now that might seem like cheating. I mean, you start with an argument that's no good, it's not valid, and then you just throw in some extra premises in order to make it valid. Why isn't that just distorting the argument and making up something that wasn't there? The answer is that it's not really bad. And if it were bad, we'd all be in bad shape. Because in everyday life, people always take things for granted. They make assumptions. We do it too. And if we didn't, boy, our arguments would be really long and boring. So there's something to be said in favor of suppressing premises, at least the obvious ones that people really do take for granted. But we can also get tricked. People can suppress premises that really are questionable and they just don't want us to see that they're making that assumption. It's useful to fill out the argument with suppressed premises to make sure it really is valid, because that brings those assumptions out into the open where we can assess whether or not they're true or false. Another reason to fill in suppressed premises is to understand the argument better. Because if people suppress premises, then they're showing us some of their footprints along the path. But if we really want to know the full path that their reasoning followed, we've got to see every single footprint. So the goal of bringing out the suppressed premises is to let us trace exactly where their reasoning went from one step to another. So there are two goals. One is to trace the full path, every step, and the other goal is to see if there are any missteps, or they're trying to hide something from us by getting rid of one of their footsteps. So that's the point of bringing out suppressed premises. To accomplish these goals is tricky. You have to find suppressed premises that are just strong enough to make the argument valid, but not so strong that they're going to be implausible. Because you don't want to ascribe all kinds of suppressed premises to the person that they didn't really believe and they didn't really need for their argument. So it's kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. You want suppressed premises to be not too hot and not too cold, but just right. Here's an example from a previous lecture. My wife always gives me either a sweater or a board game. This box does not contain a sweater because it rattles when it's shaken. So this time, she must have given me a board game. And we put this in standard form this way. First premise, this box rattles when I shake it. And that shows you it doesn't contain a sweater. Third, she always gives me either a sweater or a board game. Conclusion, this time she must have given me a board game. Now the first step of this argument is this box rattles when I shake it, and the conclusion there is it doesn't contain a sweater. That's the part of the argument that we want to focus on here and ask whether that argument is valid. No, the argument's not valid because it's possible for the premise to be true and the conclusion false. How can that happen? Well, my wife might be fooling me. She might know that I expect either a sweater or a board game, so she puts a sweater in the box and then she puts little rocks around the outside so when I shake it, I'll hear something. So that's possible, and that shows that the argument's not valid. Well, how can we make the argument valid? The question here is, can we add a suppressed premise that'll turn this invalid argument into a valid argument? Here's one that'll do the trick. A box that contains a sweater doesn't rattle when shaken. Now the argument looks like this. This box rattles when I shake it. Box that contains a sweater doesn't rattle when shaken, so this box doesn't contain a sweater. The explicit premise is that this box rattles when I shake it. The suppressed premise is that a box that contains a sweater doesn't rattle when shaken, and together they're supposed to support the conclusion that this box doesn't contain a sweater. But do they really support that conclusion? Is the argument valid? Well, it's valid only if there's no possibility that the premises are true and the conclusion's false. And without the suppressed premise, we saw that was possible because my wife might be fooling me and putting rocks around the sweater. So let's see if that's going to ruin the validity of this argument. No, because if the sweater's got rocks around it so it makes noise when I shake it, then the premise that says a box that contains a sweater doesn't rattle when shaken turns out to be false. So that's not a case where the premises are true and the conclusion's false, because the premise is false in that case. So by adding this premise, we actually succeeded in making the argument valid. The problem, of course, is that validity is not enough for a good argument, as we saw several lectures ago. You can have a valid argument that's very bad when the argument's not sound. What we want really is soundness. So that's why we need the next step, namely, check the suppressed premises for truth. Assess whether they're true or false. And if they're not true, then you need to qualify them in order to make them true. Because you don't want to claim that the person giving the argument was assuming this falsehood when they didn't have to. So let's see if there's some way to qualify this suppressed premise in order to make it true. How can we qualify this premise to make it true? How are we going to do that? Let me think. What about that little word only? We could add that. We could say a box that contains only a sweater doesn't rattle when shaken. But the word only, what exactly does that mean? We need to clarify that. What exactly does the word only exclude? It excludes something. That's the function of the word only. But what does it exclude? Well, it probably excludes other things that might make the rattling sound, like if my wife put rocks in the box. So we can clarify this premise by saying a box that contains only a sweater and not anything else that might make a rattling sound when shaken won't rattle when shaken. Well, is that premise true? You might quibble about details, but it's close enough for now. What we need to do, though, is to go back and determine whether, when we put that suppressed premise in, the argument's valid. And the argument now looks like this. This box doesn't rattle when shaken, and a box doesn't rattle when shaken if it contains only a sweater and not anything else that makes a rattling sound. So this box doesn't contain a sweater. Is that valid? Well, no, for the same reason we saw before, because my wife might be a trickster who puts rocks around my sweater in the birthday present box in order to fool me. Then the premises can be true and the conclusion false. It's possible that the first premise is true, this box rattles when I shake it, and the second premise is true, a box doesn't rattle when shaken if it contains only a sweater and nothing else that makes a rattling sound. But it's false that this box doesn't contain a sweater, because it still does contain a sweater, and it contains a sweater in addition to those pesky little rocks that make all that rattling noise. Well, if the argument's not valid, we got to go back to that other step and add another suppressed premise. Remember how I told you that these different steps within this stage work in tandem? And what's happening is you got to check it for validity, add a suppressed premise, recheck it for validity, maybe add another suppressed premise, and that's what we're doing now. So what kind of suppressed premise can we add? Well, we could add, my wife's not a trickster. But basically that amounts to she wouldn't put rocks in a birthday present with a sweater in order to fool me. So we can make that a little more explicit by making the suppressed premise something like this. If this box contains a sweater, then it contains only a sweater, and it doesn't include anything else that would make a rattling sound when shaken. And now we can stick that as an extra suppressed premise into the argument. Now the argument looks like this. This box rattles when I shake it. A box doesn't rattle when shaken if it contains only a sweater and not anything else that makes a rattling noise when shaken. If this box contains a sweater, then It contains only a sweater and doesn't contain anything else that rattles when shaken. So, this box does not contain a sweater. Now we have an argument that's valid, and the suppressed premises are true, at least given that my wife's not a trickster, which she's not, I assure you. And it looks like we have a sound reconstruction, just what we were looking for. Admittedly, this argument is a lot longer and more convoluted than the original. And that shows why people suppress premises instead of talking the way this argument goes. And of course, many people would be perfectly well convinced by the original argument because they share the assumptions that are in the suppressed premises. So why do we go to all the trouble to go through this process and add the suppressed premises? Remember, the reason is that we want to understand the pathway between the premises and conclusion. We want to understand how the reasoning works step by step by step. And we want to do that because sometimes people are going to include suppressed premises that aren't true, and we want to bring them out and make those assumptions explicit so that we can assess them for truth and falsehood. And when you're talking to somebody you trust, you might not have to do that. And it's okay to suppress premises, but when you really want to know whether the argument's any good, that's when you want to fill it out with the suppressed premises. The point of going into detail on this example is to illustrate this stage of reconstruction. You want to assess the argument for validity, add suppressed premises that make it valid, check them for truth. If they're not true, you qualify them. Then you go back and see whether that qualification made the argument not valid anymore, and you go back and forth until you've got a sound reconstruction. The same steps are going to apply to all kinds of suppressed premises. And sure enough, there are all kinds of suppressed premises. So let's go through a few examples a lot more quickly in order to show the variety of suppressed premises that are assumed in arguments. Here's one example. Abraham Lincoln turned 40 on February 12, 1849. Therefore, Charles Darwin also turned 40 on February 12, 1849. Now, is that argument valid? No chance. Of course it's possible for the premise to be true and the conclusion false. So we have to add a suppressed premise. The suppressed premise is that Abraham Lincoln and Charles Darwin were born on the same day. And they were. It happened to be February 12, 1809. So now we filled out the argument. Abraham Lincoln turned 40 on February 12, 1849. Abraham Lincoln and Charles Darwin were born on the same day. Therefore, Charles Darwin also turned 40 on February 12, 1849. Now is the argument valid? No, it's still not valid because Darwin might have died before 1849. So we have to add another suppressed premise, namely that both Abraham Lincoln and Charles Darwin lived beyond 40. So now we have a fuller argument. Abraham Lincoln turned 40 on February 12, 1849. Abraham Lincoln and Charles Darwin were born on the same day. Both of them lived beyond the age of 40. Therefore, Charles Darwin also turned 40 on February 12, 1849. Now the argument looks pretty good. We had to add two suppressed premises, but we finally have a valid argument. And what this shows is that sometimes the suppressed premises are purely factual matters. In this case, that they were born on the same day and that they both lived beyond 40. So sometimes we have factual suppressed premises. Here's another quick example. You ought to obey her because she's your mother. Here the premise is that she's your mother, and the conclusions, you ought to obey her. Well, is that argument valid? No way, because it's possible that she's your mother, but it's false that you ought to obey her. When could that happen? Maybe she was like abusive or stupid or whatever. Then maybe you ought not to obey her even though she is your mother. So we have to add a premise, namely, you ought to obey your mother. Now we can say she's your mother, you ought to obey your mother, therefore you ought to obey her. But of course that suppressed premise, you ought to obey your mother, is questionable. because maybe she was abusive or stupid. So let's add another suppressed premise, that your mother was not abusive or stupid. Of course, we also have to qualify that moral premise that you ought to obey your mother if she's not abusive or stupid. And now the argument looks like this. She's your mother. You ought to obey your mother if she's not abusive or stupid. Your mother was not abusive or stupid. Therefore, you ought to obey her. And notice that here we added a moral premise about the fact that you ought to obey your mother under certain conditions, namely, she's not abusive or stupid. And the second premise is she was not abusive or stupid. So we have a moral premise and a factual premise both being suppressed in the argument that you ought to obey her because she's your mother. Here's another. It's the Sabbath, so you ought to go to synagogue. Well, that's clearly not valid. One suppressed premise is you're Jewish. The other suppressed premise is you haven't been to synagogue already today on this Sabbath. And the third suppressed premise is a religious norm, namely, Jews ought to go to the synagogue on the Sabbath. And you need that whole bunch of suppressed premises in order to get from the premise that it's the Sabbath to the conclusion that you ought to go to synagogue. Now, of course, all of those premises might be questionable. Some people would question them. Some people would deny them. But the point here is to figure out what's being assumed by somebody who gave the original argument. And anybody who says, it's the Sabbath, so you ought to go to synagogue, seems to be assuming that you're Jewish, you haven't been already, and Jews ought to go to the synagogue on the Sabbath. So what these suppressed premises do is they bring out the assumptions that somebody who gave that argument must have had in mind. The last case is a little bit trickier. It has to do with linguistic suppressed premises. Janet and Bob are first cousins, therefore, they share a grandparent. Now, in order to understand that argument, you have to know that first cousins always share a grandparent. That just follows from the definition of what a first cousin is. But it's not quite so obvious as that all biological sisters are female. And so there's even more need to bring out that linguistic suppressed premise in this case. But it's still not necessary to make the argument valid. It's just not possible that Janet and Bob are first cousins and they don't share a grandparent, because the suppressed premise is purely linguistic, so it's necessarily true. So you can't possibly be first cousins without sharing a grandparent. Still, the point of bringing out linguistic suppressed premises is to show every little step along the way. The argument might be valid without those suppressed linguistic premises, but we won't understand why it's valid and why the reasoning goes through unless we add the linguistic suppressed premise. So it's worth doing that. Shh. Here's a trick. Don't tell anybody, okay? It's just between me and you. You can always make any argument valid just by adding a suppressed premise that says, if the premises are true, then the conclusion is true. But don't tell anybody, because if people start doing that and they make the argument valid that way, with that suppressed premise, we're never going to understand the pathway of reasoning. It makes the argument valid, but it doesn't serve the real purpose of adding suppressed premises, which is to understand the pathway of reasoning. So you can do that. It's a trick. It makes the argument valid, but it doesn't achieve our goal. Because our goal is not just to make the argument valid, it's to make the argument valid so that we can understand the pathway of reasoning. So it's important to know that trick, but don't use it unless you have to. The examples so far have been pretty trivial, I admit it. But the same points apply in very important contexts, such as political debates. Politicians can suppress premises in perfectly legitimate ways. They're just trying to save time and make their arguments more efficient, maybe even sometimes clearer, because you don't have to add all of those little details. But sometimes politicians abuse suppressed premises. They take things for granted that they shouldn't be taking for granted. Now, here's an example. A politician might argue, my opponent is soft on crime because he's opposed to the death penalty. Well, that assumes as a suppressed premise that anyone who's opposed to the death penalty must be soft on crime. And if the politician were to come out and say that, it would seem pretty questionable. And that's probably why he suppresses it. And then another politician might say, but my opponent is in favor of the death penalty, so he must not have read all the recent studies that show that the death penalty doesn't deter. Well, that argument assumes the suppressed premise that if you read those studies, you'd be convinced by them, and that the only point of the death penalty is deterrence. But the point is that politicians talking about extremely important issues can take things for granted that if they were brought into the light of day would be very questionable, and that's why they hide them. So when you're listening to people give arguments on important issues in your life, then you ought to be looking for these suppressed premises and asking yourself whether or not you really ought to be agreeing with them about that assumption. Finally, we've finished Reconstruction. Yippee! Right? Oh, no, not quite. Because there's one more stage, and that stage is drawing a conclusion. Of course, if we've come up with a sound reconstruction, then we know that the argument's sound, and we know that the conclusion is true, because every sound argument has a true conclusion. But if we don't come up with a sound reconstruction, then what do we say? Well, we got to ask, whose fault is it? It might be the fault of the argument. Maybe we couldn't come up with a sound reconstruction because there just is no sound reconstruction. But maybe we didn't come up with a sound reconstruction because we just weren't imaginative enough or didn't try hard enough. Still, if we try really long and hard and charitably interpret the argument as best we can to make it look as good as we can, and we still can't make it sound, then we've at least got reason to believe that the argument's not sound. Of course, that doesn't mean that the conclusion's not true, because unsound arguments can still have true conclusions. But at least we know that this argument doesn't prove that the conclusion's true. And so this method of reconstruction can lead us either to the belief that the argument is sound because we found a sound reconstruction, or to the conclusion that the argument's not sound because we tried long and hard to find a sound reconstruction and didn't, but that's still not going to show us that the conclusion of the argument is false. The point of reconstruction then is to reach a conclusion on this issue of whether the argument's sound or not, and if we try our best and do it as well as we can and charitably, then we can be justified in believing that the argument's sound or not. Now we've really done it. We're finished with Reconstruction. Hooray! But we want to go through it one more time in a detailed example to show how all the different stages fit together. And which example are we going to pick? Well, if you've been in the course this far, I bet you can guess. Robert Redford again. We're going to look at paragraph 3 of his article and go through Reconstruction to show that Reconstruction gives you an even deeper understanding than when we first went through it using close analysis alone. Reconstruction begins with close analysis, so the first thing I'll do is read through the passage and mark the important words in order to do a close analysis of Redford's paragraph. The BLM says its hands are tied. Remember, the BLM is the Bureau of Land Management. Why? Because is a premise marker. It's indicating that the sentence after it is a premise for the conclusion that the BLM's hands are tied. Because these lands were set aside subject to valid existing rights. You could say that valid and rights are evaluative terms, but that's not going to matter to our analysis here. And Conoco has a lease that gives it the right to drill. Now notice we've got a tricky argument marker here, gives it. Because the point of that sentence is that it's the lease that explains why it has the right to drill or justifies the claim that it does have the right to drill. So gives it is an argument marker, and in particular, it has the right to drill as the conclusion, so it's a conclusion marker. Sure, Conoco has a lease. Sure is going to be an assuring term. More than one, in fact. In fact is another assuring term. But is going to be a discounting term, indicating that there's an objection being responded to. Those leases were originally issued without sufficient environmental study or public input. Now you could think that originally is a guarding term because it's not saying that there never was sufficient environmental input, that is, environmental study or public input. It might have come later, just not originally, but again, that's not going to play any part in the argument itself. So it could be a guarding term, but you can mark it if you want. But as a result, the first three words of the next sentence, that's clearly an argument marker, and it's indicating that the sentence after it is a conclusion, so it's a conclusion marker. None of them conveyed a valid right to drill. What's more, now we're indicating there's a separate argument, there's a new premise coming, another reason for the same conclusion. In deciding to issue a permit to drill right now, the BLM did not conduct a full analysis of the environmental impacts of drilling in these incomparable lands, but discounting, right? Instead determined that there would be no significant environmental harm on the basis of, this is telling you how they reached that determination, it was an abbreviated review. They had an abbreviated review that justified or explained their determination, so that's a premise marker. It didn't even look, even as a tricky one, it's discounting an objection. It's saying, well, they looked a little bit, but they didn't look at this. Discounting the objection that they did look at least some. They didn't even look at drilling on the other federal leases. Okay? Sounds like, clearly a guarding term, it's not saying it is, but it sounds like Washington doublespeak. Doublespeak is bad. You don't want to doublespeak. To me, and maybe to me is another guarding term in the sense that it sounds that way to me but not to others. So we could mark that as a guard as well. So we have finished stage one of reconstructing this argument. We've done a close analysis. The next stage is to get rid of all the excess verbiage. So we'll start a new screen and do that. The BLM says its hands are tied. Well, the claim is that its hands are tied, so we can get rid of the fact that the BLM says that. Why? Because we can get rid of those words because they're going to get replaced by a dot pyramid in standard form. These lands were set aside subject to valid existing rights. Good. And Conoco has a lease that gives it the right to drill. Good. And we can get rid of because we're going to have two separate premises there. That gives it, right? Well, that's going to be an argument marker, as we saw. That's going to get replaced by another dot pyramid. Sure, Conoco has a lease. More than one, in fact. Now notice there, Redford is admitting what his opponent claims, but that's not going to be part of his argument. He's just saying, I recognize that. His argument is going to be based on different claims, so we can get rid of, sure, Conoco has a lease. More than one, in fact. And the but tells you that he's just answering an objection. These leases were originally issued without sufficient environmental study or input. That's going to be an important premise. As a result, we saw that was an argument marker, going to be replaced by a dot pyramid like the others. None of them conveyed a valid right to drill. What's more, another argument marker, so it's going to get replaced by a dot pyramid. In deciding to issue a permit to drill now, the BLM did not conduct a full analysis, blah, 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 but instead That's going to be discounting terms, and that's going to be important for understanding what the sentences are doing, but it's not going to get repeated in the premise when we put it in standard form. They determined there'd be no significant impact on the basis of an abbreviated review that didn't even look at drilling on the other federal leases. The next step is to take all the parts that weren't crossed out, they're going to be the explicit premises and conclusion in the argument, and put them into standard form. And if you think about this paragraph, there are really two arguments, because at the start, what Redford tries to do is to state what the BLM's argument was to begin with, and then he gives his own argument against what the BLM says. So the BLM's argument can be put in standard form like this. First premise, Conoco has a lease that gives it the right to drill. Second premise, these lands were set aside subject to valid existing rights. And those two premises lead to the conclusion that the BLM's hands are tied. Now that's the BLM's argument that Redford is arguing against. Redford's own argument on the other side starts with the premise, those leases were originally issued without sufficient environmental study or public input. Second premise, in deciding to issue a permit to drill now, the BLM did not conduct a full analysis of the environmental impacts of drilling on these incomparable lands, but instead determined there would be no significant environmental harm on the basis of an abbreviated review that didn't even look at drilling on other federal leases. Those two premises lead to the conclusion that none of these conveyed a valid right to drill. And then there's another premise, these lands were set aside subject to valid existing rights, and that's supposed to lead the conclusion this is Washington doublespeak. Well, we'll have to see what all that means when we clarify, but that's basically the standard form. It might be a good idea to double check, because you want to make sure that every sentence you didn't cross out is somewhere there in the standard form. So let's look back at the passage where we crossed out the excess and make sure everything's there in the standard form. Okay, it's all there. The next stage is to sharpen edges, and that means clarify the premises and break them up, where doing so would help understand what they're really claiming. So let's look first at the BLM's argument, which simply says Conoco has a lease, these lands were set aside subject to valid rights, therefore its hands are tied. We got to clarify, first of all, the conclusion, its hands are tied. What does that mean? Well, basically the BLM is claiming, I can't do anything about Conoco. You know, my hands are tied. Don't hold me responsible, there's nothing I can do. Okay? They're offering an excuse. Next, premise 2. These lands were set aside subject to valid existing rights. Well, what does set aside mean? It means that you're not allowed to drill there. But subject to valid existing rights means that you are allowed to drill there if you've got a valid existing right. So this premise can be restated as saying that if Conoco does have a valid existing right to drill, then the BLM must allow Conoco to drill. Okay, what about breaking up premises? What about premise 1? Well, that's one that I think we're going to have to break up, because it says that Conoco has a lease that gives it the right to drill. And gives it, we already marked as an argument marker, which suggests that the fact that Conoco has a lease is supposed to be a reason why it has a right to drill. So there's an argument implicit in that one sentence. And that means that we can take this whole argument and restate it something like this. Conoco has a lease, therefore Conoco has a valid right to drill. If Conoco has a valid right to drill, then the BLM must allow Conoco to drill. Therefore, the BLM must allow Conoco to drill. That is supposed to be the central force of the explicit premises and conclusions in the first part, where the BLM gives its argument. The next part is Redford's response to this argument. Let's start with Redford's conclusion. What's he trying to show? He's trying to show the opposite of the BLM's argument. They're trying to show that their hands are tied, that is, that they can't stop Conoco from drilling. So Redford wants to show that they can stop Conoco from drilling, or even that they must stop Conoco from drilling. So that's the conclusion he's trying to reach. What he says is, sounds like Washington double-speak to me. Well, that's because he's saying that people in Washington always say their hands are tied and can't get anything done. And he's going to argue that their hands aren't tied because they can and must stop Conoco from drilling. So we can replace the conclusion simply with the claim that the BLM must stop Conoco from drilling. Now we know how the argument ends. So let's take those premises and conclusion and number them pretty high so that we can leave some room for the other premises that come before them. The next thing we need to do is to get an argument for that central premise: Conoco does not have any valid right to drill. Now, here's what Redford said: that the leases were originally issued without sufficient environmental study or public input, and in deciding to issue a permit now, the BLM didn't conduct a full analysis. Notice that there are two parts to these claims. One is about the leases, and the other is about the permit. Because in order to have a valid right to drill, Conoco needs to have a lease and a permit. Redford argues that there are problems with both the lease and the permit, but the considerations are a little different, so we need to separate those two parts into different arguments. The first part of his argument concerns the leases. He says that the leases were originally issued without sufficient environmental study or public input, therefore none of the leases conveyed a valid right to drill. Then the second part has to do with the permit. In deciding to issue a permit to drill now, the BLM did not conduct a full analysis, therefore none of the permits conveyed a valid right to drill. And the idea of the argument is going to be that the leases don't give them a right and the permits don't give them a right, so they ain't got no right. Wow. But that premise in the argument to show that the permit's not valid is a long premise with lots of different parts, so we need to break it up. And we can figure out how to break it up by looking at the argument markers in the part of the passage that in effect constitute that premise. We know that there's a premise marker at the beginning, once more, a discounting term, but, on the basis of is an argument marker, even is a discounting term, and that breaks that long premise into parts. So we can break them into A, the BLM did not conduct a full analysis of the environmental impacts of drilling on these incomparable lands, no full analysis. B, the BLM determined that there would be no significant environmental harm. Okay. C, the BLM conducted only an abbreviated review of the environmental harm. And D, the BLM didn't even look at drilling on other federal leases. What about B? The BLM determined there'd be no significant environmental impact. Well, that's what Redford opposes, so that's not going to be part of his argument. How do the other three claims fit together? Which is a reason for which? Well, now we're into a different step, namely organize the parts. And it's not completely clear, but it seems like Redford has two separate complaints. One is that the BLM did not look sufficiently hard at the environmental impact at this particular site, the Copyrowitz Plateau. The other complaint is that they didn't do a comparative analysis and look at other leases on other federal lands to see, what happens when drilling was allowed there and when permits were issued in those other circumstances. So one claim is about this particular site, and the other claim is a lack of comparison to other sites. These 2 points become even clearer in the next paragraph, if you remember that. There he said, first, I've spent considerable time in these extraordinary lands for years, and I know that an oil rig in their midst would have a major impact. So there he's talking about the impact on this particular site, on these particular lands. But right after that he says, what's more, indicating it's a separate argument. What's more, Conoco wants to drill a well to find oil. Inevitably, more rigs, more roads, new pipelines, toxic waste, and bright lights would follow to get the oil out. There, he seems to be suggesting, if you just looked over at the other leases, you'd find that when you allow oil drilling, a lot more happens than you ever expected to begin with. I'm, of course, not agreeing with this. It might be true or it might not. My point is that this is the structure of Redford's own claims that make up his own argument. So there are two separate ways in which the review failed to be full. The first is that the BLM conducted only an abbreviated review, in the sense that they didn't look carefully at this particular site itself. And the second is that the BLM didn't look at drilling at other places. Therefore, the conclusion is the BLM did not conduct a full analysis. That seems to be what Redford's saying in this particular sentence. Now let's bring it all together and clean it up a little bit in the process. 1, all of Conoco's leases were originally issued without sufficient environmental study or public input. That's supposed to support. 2, none of Conoco's leases give it a valid right to drill. Then 3, the BLM conducted an abbreviated review. They didn't look as carefully as they should have at the lands. 4, the BLM didn't look at drilling on lands under the other federal leases, the comparative claim. And those two are supposed to support. 5, the BLM did not conduct a full analysis. And what that's supposed to show is that 6, its permit does not give Conoco a valid right to drill. Therefore, 7, which is supposed to follow from 2 and 6, Conoco does not have a valid right to drill. 8, if Conoco does not have a valid right to drill, then the BLM must not allow Conoco to drill. Therefore, the BLM must not allow Conoco to drill. Make sense? Seem fair? I hope so. I think it's a pretty good reconstruction of what Redford had in mind. As you probably noticed already, these arguments are not valid yet. So we need to go to the next stage and fill in the gaps with suppressed premises. Let's do that now. Let's start with the BLM's argument. Is the argument from 1 to 2 valid? Is it possible that Conoco has a lease, but it doesn't have a valid right to drill? Well, sure. And so that argument's not valid. What do we need to add to make it valid? Well, we can add a very simple suppressed premise. If Conoco does have a lease, then it has a valid right to drill. If you add that to that premise that they do have a lease, then it'll be a valid argument to the conclusion that they have a valid right to drill. Next, is the argument from 2 and 3 to 4 valid? Yes, because it's not possible that Conoco has a valid right to drill, and also, if they have a valid right to drill, then the BLM must allow them to drill, and it not be true that the BLM must allow them to drill. So, we can take this part of the argument, which is really the BLM's argument, but it's in Redford's passage, and reconstruct it like this. Conoco has a lease. If they have a lease, then they have a valid right to drill, so they have a valid right to drill. And if they have a valid right to drill, then the BLM has to allow them to drill. So the BLM has to allow them to drill. Now we're ready for Redford's own argument. His goal is to refute the premise that we had to add to the BLM argument in order to make that argument valid. And in the previous lecture, we saw that a lot of people suppress premises that are questionable. And Redford wants to show how questionable this one is. He's not going to let them get away with that old trick. Starting with 1 and 2, is the argument from 1 to 2 valid? No, because it's possible that the premise is true and the conclusion false. So what do we need to add to make it valid? Well, we need to add a suppressed premise. And that suppressed premise basically says no lease that is made without sufficient environmental study and public input is valid or conveys a valid right to drill. Then we have a valid argument from that premise plus 1 to the conclusion 2 that none of Conoco's leases give it a valid right to drill. Next comes the step from 3 and 4 to 5. Is that valid? No. 3 and 4 say that they conducted an abbreviated review and they didn't look at drilling on lands in other federal leases, but those might be true, and it'd still not be true that they didn't conduct a full analysis. To explain how you get 5 out of 3 and 4, we have to add another suppressed premise. And that premise can simply say an analysis is not full if it's abbreviated and if it doesn't look at drilling on lands in other federal leases. Notice that I use the word and instead of or in the suppressed premise. And the reason is that I want to make Redford's argument look as good as possible. And his premise is going to be more defensible if he uses and instead of or. Because with and, the premise means that the review is not full if it has both of those problems. Whereas if you have or, it says that the review is not full if it has either one or the other of those problems. And some people might say, if it's only got one of those problems, it's still a full review. You know, it's a little problem, it's a little flaw. But if it's got both of those problems, then Redford's on stronger ground in saying together they show that that's not a full review. So if I want to make his premise look good, and that's part of the point, then I want to use and in the suppressed premise here instead of or. What about the step from 5 to 6? Is that valid? No, here we need a suppressed premise too. Which one? Well, we could just add that if the BLM did not conduct a full analysis of the environmental impact, then the permit does not give the permit holder a valid right to drill because the process by which they obtained the permit was not a proper process. Next, what about the move from 2 and 6 to 7? 2 says that Conoco doesn't have a lease that gives it a valid right to drill, and 6 says that Conoco doesn't have a permit that gives it a valid right to drill. Is it possible that both of those are true and yet the conclusion's false and Conoco does have a valid right to drill? Well, yeah, if there were some other way for it to get a valid right to drill. So, to make that argument valid, we have to add another suppressed premise, which says, basically, if the lease and the permit don't give it a valid right to drill, it ain't got none. More formally, and more stilted, we can add a suppressed premise that says, if none of Conoco's leases gives it a valid right to drill, and Conoco's permit does not give Conoco a valid right to drill, then Conoco does not have a valid right to drill. And that should make that step of the argument valid. There's only one left, the step from 7 and 8 to 9. Is that valid? Yeah. It's not possible that Conoco doesn't have a valid right to drill, and if they don't have a valid right to drill, then the BLM must not allow them to drill, and it not be true that the BLM must not allow Conoco to drill. So that's valid, and we don't have to add any suppressed premise to that one. And now we can take all these different explicit premises and conclusions and put them together with the suppressed premises that we just talked about, and we end up with this final reconstruction. 1, all of Conoco's leases were originally issued without sufficient environmental study or public input. 2, no leases that were originally issued without sufficient environmental study or public input give the leaseholder a valid right to drill. Therefore, none of Conoco's leases give it a valid right to drill. 4, the BLM conducted an abbreviated review. 5, the BLM didn't look at drilling on lands under other federal leases. 6, an analysis is not full if it's abbreviated and it does not look at drilling on lands under other federal leases. Therefore, 7, the BLM did not conduct a full analysis of the environmental impacts of drilling on these incomparable lands. 8, if the BLM does not conduct a full analysis of the environmental impacts of drilling in these incomparable lands before issuing a permit, then that permit does not give the permit holder a valid right to drill. Therefore, 9, Conoco's permit does not give Conoco a valid right to drill. 10, if none of Conoco's leases gives it a valid right to drill, and Conoco's permit does not give Conoco a valid right to drill, then Conoco does not have a valid right to drill. Therefore, 11, Conoco does not have a valid right to drill. 12, if Conoco does not have a valid right to drill, then the BLM must not allow Conoco to drill. Therefore, 13, the BLM must not allow Conoco to drill. Of course, other reconstructions could be perfectly fine even if they differ in a few details, because not every step in this process is purely mechanical. So it doesn't always yield exactly the same results every time. But I hope that this reconstruction seems plausible as a guess at what was going on in Redford's mind and the reasons that he had for thinking that the BLM should stop the drilling. If we want, we can check to make sure this structure makes sense by trying to diagram it. So here's a diagram that I made of the structure of the argument that I just reconstructed. To the left, you see 1 plus 2 and an underline under it saying that those premises work together in a joint structure, and an arrow to the conclusion from those two premises, namely 3. Then to the right of that, you see that 4, 5, and 6 are joined, 4 plus 5 plus 6, and an underline with an arrow to 7, because that's the conclusion that those three premises support. 7 plus 8 is then underlined to show they work jointly to lead to the conclusion 9, so there's an arrow to 9. And then there's a long underline between 3, 9, and 10, that other suppressed premise that was added. That shows that 3, 9, and 10 work together jointly and lead to the conclusion 11. And then 11 works together with 12, so you have 11 plus 12, and that's underlined with an arrow to 13. Now, the fact that we can draw this diagram confirms that the argument structure makes sense. Now, let's see whether you can do it yourself in the exercises.